skin, everything about you is made through food. Your body is renewing itself over and over again. You see, our lifestyles are such that we have food at the wrong time, with the wrong combinations, at the wrong temperature.
While these concepts might seem alien in the urban centers of Pakistan today, only 2 generations earlier, they were part and parcel of healthy living in most households. This knowledge was an essential part of every grandmother's dining table and kitchen. An affiliate of the Global Alliance, University of Harvard's Lifestyle Medicine Group, and the author of Living as Nature Intended, Dr. Shagufta Feroz is the pioneer of lifestyle medicine in Pakistan. She has been using the power of food and lifestyle choices to run her drug-free clinical practice for the past 15 years. An affiliate of the Global Alliance.
Lifestyle medicine is a branch of conventional medicine or allopathic medicine, which is a newly emerged branch along with few other sciences like integrative medicine and functional medicine. So number one, it is a speciality of medical science.
Those who have been following a modified lifestyle feel they can never revert to their old habits after the body's inbuilt anti-disease wisdom kicks in and they notice a happier, more positive atmosphere in their life and homes.
Now, after following Dr. Shagufta's program, we haven't had medicines inside our house since the past 2.5, 3 years. I was having a lot of pain in my joints. My daughter was 2 years old. I was nursing her, and I used to have pain in my joints, and I could not sleep for. She used to wake up in the middle of the night, so I hadn't almost slept for 2 years, a consecutive 6 hours sleep. When I went to her, she told me exactly what I was going through, and then with food. She gave me a food plan, and those pains that I had for a good 6-7 years, I haven't experienced them till today. It's just not a plan anymore, that's our lifestyle.
People who work, who eat outside, they have this major issue of triglycerides, they go high. So I went to see her, and then she gave me what I call her the lesson of hikmat from her. I was 95 kilograms. And within 6 months, I went down to 84, 11 kg weight loss, and continued it till my marriage for the next 3-4 years, by playing squash again.
In Pakistan, the people of Hunza lead by example. Their routines include natural local foods, healthy nocturnal sleep, and a peaceful environment that helps foster a sense of happiness and spirituality.
My program, which is SLP, it focuses especially on the lifestyle of Pakistanis and the type of foods they like and the financial status or the level of stress the nation is going through. So I advise them simple things which they can afford very easily, because I see a lot of people, patients coming from villages also. Then I tell them simple tools, like I encourage them to go to introduce laughter therapy into their families. I talk about family meals, I talk about family sharing, and I feel that this is something very, very different and very specific to my country, to my culture, and to the needs of my society.
Urgent measures are needed to change course from treating symptoms to giving the body necessary mechanisms to cope with disease-causing stresses of everyday life in order to foster peace and calm in our bodies and in our environment. Lifestyle medicine is one healthy way forward.
वेलकम बैक। और हमारी डॉक्टर शगुफ्ता फेरोज स्टूडियो में आ चुकी हैं। न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट है। इन्होंने स्पेशली मुझे कहा कि इन्हें डाइटिशियन ना कहा जाए क्योंकि ये फाके नहीं कराती, बल्कि डॉक्टर साहब तो कहते हैं अब निहारियां खाएं, पाए खाएं, मतलब जो खाना है देसी खाना खाएं। اچھا ڈاکٹر صاحب، آج ہم نے بات کرنی ہے ان بچوں کے بارے میں جو یا تو کھانا نہیں کھاتے یا کوئی بچپن میں ہی مائیں محبت میں کھلا کھلا کے بچوں کو موٹا کر دیتی ہیں. میرے خیال ہے کہانی ہر گھر کی ہے، لیکن پہلے ایک رپورٹ دیکھتے ہیں، پھر اس کے بارے میں بات کریں گے.
ہر ماں کی آرزو ہوتی ہے کہ اس کا بچہ صحت مند ہو، اور اس کے لیے وہ نہ جانے کتنے جتن کرتی ہے. طرح طرح کے کھانے بنا کر کھلاتی ہے، مگر کچھ بچے کھانے سے بھاگتے ہیں. ناشتہ کیے بنا اسکول جانا اور لنچ کھائے بغیر واپس لے آنا ان کا معمول ہوتا ہے. بیچاری مائیں ایک ایک نوالا بہلا پسلا کر کھلاتی ہیں. نتیجہ یہ کہ بچوں کا وزن اور قد عمر کے لحاظ سے کم رہ جاتا ہے. لیکن تصویر کا ایک دوسرا رخ وہ بچے ہیں جو ہر وقت کچھ نہ کچھ کھانے کے در پہ رہتے ہیں. جیبیں چاکلیٹ سے بھری ہیں تو ہاتھوں میں مشروب. جہاں دوسرے بچے کھیل کود میں مصروف، وہاں یہ بچے کھانے میں منہمک. وزن آسمانوں سے باتیں نہ کرے تو کیا کرے؟ ماہرین غذائیت کا کہنا ہے کہ صحت کی کنجی صحت بخش اور تازہ غذاؤں کے متوازن اور معتدل استعمال میں ہے.
رپورٹ آپ نے دیکھی جی. ڈاکٹر شگفتہ، پہلے تو میرے خیال میں یہ بتانا بہت ضروری ہے پیرنٹس کو کہ چھوٹی عمر میں جو ایٹنگ ہیبٹس ڈیولپ ہوتی ہیں، خاص طور پر میں نے دیکھا ہے کچھ بچے جو بچپن میں موٹے، وہ ساری عمر وہ وزن نہیں اتار پاتے، ڈیولپ ہو چکا ہوتا ہے. یہ کتنا امپورٹنٹ ہے کہ اچھا کھانے کی عادت بچپن میں ہی ڈالی جائے؟
اچھا اور صحیح طریقے سے کھانے کی عادت. اچھا صرف کرائٹیریا نہیں ہے. اگر آپ بچے کو اچھا تو دے رہے ہیں لیکن کوئی حساب کتاب نہیں ہے، ایک طرف ماں نے کھلا دیا، آدھے گھنٹے بعد دادا نے کھلا دیا، 15 منٹ بعد نانی نے کھلا دیا، تو یہ تو آپ اس کے سسٹم کو اوور لوڈ کر رہے ہیں نا. دیکھیں فائنلی جو فوڈ ڈائجسٹ ہوگی وہ تھرو سٹمک اور لیور ہوگی، اور سٹمک اور لیور کا اپنا ایک ٹائم ہے خوراک کو ڈائجسٹ کرنے کا. جب تک آپ اس کو اتنا سفیشینٹ ٹائم نہیں دیں گے کہ وہ پچھلی خوراک کو ڈائجسٹ کرے، آپ اس کو اوور لوڈ کریں گے تو دو چیزیں ہوتی ہیں، یا وہ ہائپر ہو جاتے ہیں یعنی تیز چلنے لگ جاتے ہیں، یا وہ سلو ہو جاتے ہیں. اچھا انٹرسٹنگ بات یہ ہے کہ دونوں کیسز میں اوبیسٹی ہے اور دونوں کیسز میں انڈر ویٹ بھی بچہ ہو سکتا ہے.
اچھا، اب اگر فرض کے ایسے بچے ہو گئے ہیں کسی کے گھر میں کہ مطلب یا موٹے ہو گئے ہیں یا پتلے ہو گئے، دونوں کو الگ الگ آپ لے کے دیکھیے، تو ان کو پھر کیا کرنا چاہیے؟
پہلے انڈر ویٹ کو دیکھ لیتے ہیں کہ بہت سارے بچے نہیں کھانا کھاتے، کیا کیا جائے اس کے لیے؟
انڈر ویٹ بچوں کی وجہ پھر ان کی ایٹنگ ہیبٹس ہیں. دیکھیے سب سے امپورٹنٹ جو میل جو ہیومن باڈی کے اکارڈنگلی بنا ہوا ہے وہ صبح کا ناشتہ ہے. اگر آپ کسی کا بچہ صبح کا ناشتہ کیے بغیر چلا جاتا ہے اسکول، تو پھر وہی دو باتیں آئیں گی، یا تو وہ بھوکا رہے گا اور وہ انڈر ویٹ ہو جائے گا، دوسرا یہ ہوگا کہ وہ اوور ایٹ کرے گا، وہ نبل کرتا رہے گا. آپ اس کے پاس سے بسکٹس، چاکلیٹس، ڈرنکس ہر وقت ملتی رہیں گی. صبح وہ نہیں کرے گا ناشتہ لیکن پورا دن وہ ایک ایک 1.5 گھنٹے کے اوپر کھاتا رہے گا اور وہ اوور ویٹ ہو جائے گا. تو موسٹ امپورٹنٹ میل خاص طور میں جو بچوں میں ہے، چاہے وہ 6 مہینے سے، میں تو 6 مہینے سے شروع کراتی ہوں بچے کا ناشتہ. تو اگر آپ بچے کو عادت نہیں ڈالتی ہیں اٹھتے ہی آدھے گھنٹے کے اندر ناشتہ کرانے کی، اینڈ ناشتہ از نیور بسکٹ. میں نے دیکھا ہے مائیں دودھ بسکٹ کھلا رہی ہوتی ہیں، مائیں رس کھلا رہی ہوتی ہیں، سریلیک کھلا رہی ہوتی ہیں، مطلب میں سیریل جو ڈبہ سیریل ہے وہ کھلا رہی ہوتی ہیں. تو پتہ نہیں مجھے سمجھ نہیں آتی کہ کیوں نہیں ہم اس پیٹرن پہ ناشتے کے چل سکتے جو ہمارا کلچر ہے، جیسے ہم خود کھاتے ہیں. بچہ بھی تو وہی سسٹم لے کے آیا ہے نا. آپ اس کو ذرا نرم کر دیں اس کے لیے، آپ اس کو میش کر دیں اس کے لیے، اگر بہت چھوٹا بچہ ہے، 1-2 سال کا اگر بچہ ہے، لیکن اس کے اندر بھی وہی نظام لگا ہوا ہے جو آپ کے اندر لگا ہوا ہے. اس کا نظام چھوٹا ہے.
کالر ہم لیں گے یہاں پر. ہمارے ساتھ محمد رمضان ہے دبئی سے. جی السلام علیکم رمضان.
وعلیکم السلام.
جی کیا سوال پوچھیں گے آپ؟
ہمارا بچہ ہے، اس کا عمر ابھی 14 سال ہے.
اچھا.
ہیلو.
جی 14 سال کا آپ کا بچہ ہے؟
ہاں 14 سال اس کا عمر ہے، لیکن اس کا وزن ابھی 91 ہے.
اچھا 91 ٹھیک ہے. 91 پاؤنڈ یا 91 کے جی؟
5 فٹ 6 انچ.
5 فٹ 6 انچ کم وزن. 91 پاؤنڈ ہے، 91 کے جی اوور ویٹ ہے یا اس کا
91 اس کا وزن ہے ویٹ.
اچھا موٹاپا ہے یا
کے جی میں؟
اچھا اچھا
بہت موٹا ہے یا نہیں؟ ٹھیک ہے پوچھتے ہیں.
موٹا بہت ہے.
اچھا ٹھیک ہے، ابھی دیکھیے سنیے آپ جواب اس کا. جی تو بچہ ان کا ہے مطلب 14 سال کی عمر میں 91 کے جی ہو گیا ہے، تو موٹا بہت زیادہ.
بالکل ٹھیک ہے. اب اس کی خوراک کی ٹائپ یقیناً غلط ہوگی نا. یہ بچے جو ہیں یہ زیادہ تر جنک فوڈز کے اوپر ہوتے ہیں اور جنک فوڈ اینڈ کولڈ ڈرنک ہیبیچولی لے رہے ہوتے ہیں. تو ان کو دیکھنا پڑے گا کہ ان کے بچے کی خوراک میں برگر، پیزا، شورما، پیٹا بریڈ، دبئی میں رہتے ہیں تو پیٹا بریڈ وہاں کا کلچر ہے، وہاں ویٹ بریڈ نہیں ہوتی، ویٹا بریڈ موسٹلی کھا رہے ہوتے ہیں. اگر اس بچے کی خوراک میں یہ اور ڈبے کے سیریلز ہیں تو یہ ضرور موٹا ہوگا. تو اس کا حل یہ ہے کہ اس کو ناشتہ شروع کرائیں، اور ناشتہ ٹپکل دیسی قسم کا ناشتہ اور بڑا پیٹ بھر کے کھانے کی عادت ڈالیں. کوشش کریں کہ اس بچے کو یہ 3 گھنٹے سے پہلے کچھ نہ کھانے دیں. اتنا پابندی ضرور لگائیں. اگر کچھ اس نے غلط کھانا بھی ہے، ظاہر ہے بچہ فوراً نہیں روک پائے گا، تو جو بھی اس نے غلط کھانا ہے وہ 3 گھنٹے سے پہلے مت دیں. جب وہ ناشتہ شروع کرائیں گے تو ناشتہ اس کی اب نارمل کریونگز کو کنٹرول کرے گا. یہ باڈی کا ایک آٹو سسٹم ہے کہ وہ مانگے گا ہی نہیں غلط خوراک. ٹھیک ہے. اور دوسری بات یہ ہے کہ چونکہ 14 سال کا بچہ ہے تو اس بچے کو سپورٹی ایکٹیویٹیز میں ڈالیں، جیسے کرکٹ ہے، فٹ بال ہے، مطلب جس میں بھاگنا دوڑنا زیادہ ہے. بچے کمپیوٹر گیمز میں ہیں، بچے وہ ویڈیو گیمز کھیلتے رہتے ہیں، اس وجہ یہ بھی ایک فیکٹر ہے. جی ہاں، سوئمنگ ہے. کچھ بھی فزیکل
14 اب اس نے ہائٹ بھی نکالنی ہے ماشاءاللہ. تو اگر وہ ویٹ کو ویسے کم کرے لیکن اس کو مینٹین بھی رکھے، جب ہائٹ نکالے گا تو وہ
14 سال کی عمر میں 5 فٹ 6 انچ کو بہت زیادہ قد نہیں ہے،
لیکن ابھی
ایوریج ہے،
مارجن ہے کہ قد نکلے گا.
بالکل. جب وہ اپنے بچے کے کھانے پینے کے طریقے کو ماڈیفائی کریں گے نا تو ویٹ گین رک جائے گا اور باڈی سٹیبل ہو جائے گی پہلے، اور اس کے بعد یہی ویٹ جو ہے وہ ایکولی ڈسٹریبیوٹ کر لیتی ہے، کیونکہ 14-16 سال کے بعد بچے لڑکے کے مسلز بھی ڈیولپ ہونا شروع ہوتے ہیں. اور ویسے بھی یہ اس کی پیوبرٹل ایج ہے، اس کے ہارمونل چینجز ہو رہی ہیں. تو اگر وہ بچہ اسی طرح ویٹ کیری آن کرے گا غلط خوراک کے ساتھ تو اس لڑکے میں میل ہارمونز کا ایبنارمیلٹی پیدا ہو جائے گی.
کیلوری کنٹرول یا پورشن کنٹرول نہیں آپ کہتی کہ پورشن کم کیا جائے؟
نیور. اس لیے نہیں کہتی کہ آپ کے ہر انسان کے برین میں ایک پورشن کنٹرول سینٹر لگا ہوا ہے. میں کیسے بتا سکتی ہوں؟ ہر ایک کا الگ الگ ہے. جو اس کی ٹائپ ہے، جو اس کی کیمسٹری ہے، جو اس کی جینز ہیں، اس کے اکارڈنگلی برین میں اللہ تعالیٰ نے لگایا ہوا ہے.
سوال پھر ہم بریک پہ جائیں گے. وہ یہ فرمائیے کہ اس مت کا بھی کوئی ایسا سچائی ہے اس میں کہ اگر آپ کا بچہ بہت موٹا ہو گیا تو لمبا نہیں ہوگا؟
ایسا ہے. اس لیے ایسا ہے کہ آپ اگر باڈی میس بڑھ گیا ہے تو جو کچھ آپ کھا پی رہے ہیں وہ اسی باڈی میس کو نرش کرنے میں استعمال ہو رہا ہے، اس کی بونز میں نہیں لگ رہا ہے. تو اس کی ہائٹ چھوٹا اور موٹا ہو جائے گا اور مسکولر ہو جائے گا وہ بچہ. یہ بات صحیح ہے.
لمبا نہیں ہو پائے گا،
پھر لمبا نہیں ہو پائے گا.
ٹھیک ہے. یہ بھی ایک مطلب اس حوالے سے بھی سوال ہمارے پاس اور بھی آئیں گے، ابھی ہیں بھی کچھ، لیکن ان کی بات ہم کریں گے چھوٹی سی بریک کے بعد. اجازت بریک کے لیے آپ کال میں
باڈی میس کو نرش کرنے میں استعمال ہو رہا ہے، اس کی بونز میں نہیں لگ رہا ہے. تو اس کی ہائٹ چھوٹا اور موٹا ہو جائے گا اور مسکولر ہو جائے گا وہ بچہ. یہ بات صحیح ہے.
لمبا نہیں ہو پائے گا،
پھر لمبا نہیں ہو پائے گا.
ٹھیک ہے. یہ بھی ایک مطلب اس حوالے سے بھی سوال ہمارے پاس اور بھی آئیں گے، ابھی ہیں بھی کچھ، لیکن ان کی بات ہم کریں گے چھوٹی سی بریک کے بعد. اجازت بریک کے لیے آپ کال ہمیں کر سکتے ہیں 36373191 پہ. ڈاکٹر شگفتہ یہاں پہ موجود ہیں، جو بھی سوال کرنا ہو آپ کا سوال ہم ان کے سامنے رکھ دیں گے. ابھی اجازت بریک کے لیے.
ویلکم بیک. اچھا ڈاکٹر صاحب آپ بتائی تھی کہ ہم کیلوری کنٹرول نہیں کر سکتے، لیکن اب اکثر ہم پڑھتے ہیں جب ریسرچ کرو کہ 1500 کیلوریز فار ویمن اور 2500 کیلوریز مرد حضرات کے لیے ڈیلی جو انٹیک ہونا ضروری ہے.
بچے کی بات،
ہاں
بچے کے لیے کتنی ہونی چاہیے؟
بچے کے لیے اور کتنی ہونی چاہیے؟ پہلے اتنا ہے کہ کیلوری کنٹرول نہیں تو پھر یہ سب باتیں کیا ہیں؟
نہیں، کیلری کنٹرول میں نے میرے خیال ہے پہلے بھی اسی شیڈ پروگرام میں ذکر کیا تھا کہ کیلری کنٹرول کا کوئی سسٹم آپ کے اندر لگا ہوا ہی نہیں ہے. میں نے بڑے سارے کنٹرول سسٹم پڑھے ہیں باڈی کے، لیکن واحد کیلری کنٹرول سینٹر کے باڈی میں یہ نہیں ہے. ٹھیک ہے. کیلری جو ہے وہ ویری کرتی ہے جینڈر کے حساب سے، ویٹ کے حساب سے، آپ کی فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی کے حساب سے، ایون آپ کی جینیٹک کمپوزیشن کے حساب سے، آپ کے مزاج کے حساب سے، موسم کے حساب سے، آپ کی نیند کے حساب سے، آپ کی اکیڈیمک ایکٹیویٹی کے حساب سے، آپ کی فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی کے حساب سے. تو کبھی بھی جنرلائز نہیں کیا جا سکتا. تو یہ تو باڈی آپ کو خود بتاتی ہے کہ آپ نے کل آپ ہو سکتا ہے کہ 1000 کیلوریز کھائیں، اگلے دن آپ ہو سکتا ہے کہ 2500 کھا جائیں اور آپ کو ضرورت ہوگی.
صدف لاہور سے ہمیں کال لے لیتے ہیں. جی السلام علیکم.
وعلیکم السلام. اچھا مجھے ڈاکٹر شگفتہ سے بات کرنی.
جی بات کریں.
ہاں جی. پتا مسئلہ یہ میرا بیٹا ہے 3 سال کا، تو اس کو وامٹنگ بہت زیادہ آتی ہے. وہ کچھ بھی ہو جائے، تھوڑا سا ہائپر ہو جائے تو کوئی بھی پرابلم ہو جائے، فیڈر پیتا، دودھ پیتا، فوراً وامٹنگ. کبھی کبھی رات سوئے ہوئے اٹھ کے وامٹنگ کر دیتا ہے.
ٹھیک ہے.
اچھا ٹھیک ہے. جی
یہ چیز بتا رہی ہے اس کا ڈس فنکشنل لیور، یعنی اس کا لیور جو ہے وہ سلگش ہے. یہ بیماری نہیں ہے جگر کی، بیماری کا نام میں نے نہیں لیا ہے، صرف اتنا کہہ رہی ہوں کہ اس کا جگر جو ہے وہ خوراک کو ہینڈل نہیں کر پا رہا. اس کا بڑا آسان سا ایک حل ہے، وہ یہ ہے کہ اس کے دن کا آغاز دودھ کے ساتھ. عمر انہوں نے کیا بتائی تھی؟
21 سال میں ہمیشہ
3 سال
3 سال کا بچہ ہے نا، تو اس کے دن کا آغاز جو ہے وہ ناشتے کے ساتھ کریں، چاہے اس کو ابلا ہوا آلو دے دیں، چاہے اس کو ابلا ہوا انڈا دے دیں، چاہے اس کو کھیر دے دیں، حلوہ دے دیں. 1 چمچی سے بے شک سٹارٹ کرائیں اور تھوڑی سی عادت ڈال لیں کہ اس کو کھانوں کے بعد 1 ٹیبل سپون انہوں نے گرین ٹی پلا دینی ہے، جو چائنیز گرین ٹی ہے. تو اس بچے کا نوزیا یا جو تھوڑا سا اس کا لیور سلگش ہے وہ آہستہ آہستہ بہتر ہونا شروع ہو جائے گا. لیکن اس بات کو لگیں گے کوئی 2 سے 3 ہفتے لگ جائیں گے. اور کوشش کریں کہ اس کی خوراک میں کوئی بھی میدے کی چیز نہ ہو.
اچھا کچھ الرجیز بھی تو ہوتی ہیں نا،
میدے کی چیز نہ ہو.
میدے کی چیز نہ ہو.
اچھا یہ بھی آپ کے لیے ضروری ہے سننا کہ میدے کی چیز سے فی الحال پرہیز کریں آپ جب تک کہ وہ بچہ ٹھیک نہیں ہو جاتا. اچھا
جی
میدے کا کوئی خاص اثر ہوتا ہے جگر کے اوپر؟
بالکل ہوتا ہے. میدا جو ہوتا ہے یا میدے کی جو پروڈکٹس ہوتی ہیں وہ آتی ہیں ریفائنڈ فوڈ کی کیٹیگری میں. گندم سے میدا بنتا ہے. جب اس پروسیس میں جہاں گندم سے میدا بنتا ہے، گندم کے تقریباً 20 سے 22 نیوٹرینٹس ضائع ہو جاتے ہیں. خاص طور پہ کرومیم نکل جاتا ہے اناج میں، گندم میں سے میگنیشیم نکل جاتا ہے. کرومیم، میگنیشیم اور زنک آپ کے جگر کو چاہیے ہوتے ہیں اسی گندم کو ہضم کرنے کے لیے. اب یہ میدا جو بالکل میں اس کو ننگ دھڑنگ فوڈ کہتی ہوں، جس میں کوئی پوکا مطلب جس میں کوئی نیوٹرینٹس نہیں ہے، جب وہ اندر جاتا ہے تو ایک ایمرجنسی کریٹ ہوتی ہے کہ یہ کون سی فوڈ اندر آ گئی ہے. اور کوئی بھی ایسی فوڈ جو نیچر سے ہٹ کے اندر جائے گی وہ ہمیشہ لیور کو سٹریس کرے گی.
کالر بھی ہیں ہمارے ساتھ، رحمان ہے لاہور سے. جی السلام علیکم رحمان.
وعلیکم السلام.
جی
میری 15 ایئر ایج ہے اور میرا ویٹ ہے 85 kg.
اچھا.
اور ایکچولی یہ ہے اس کے ساتھ کہ میں آؤٹ آف کنٹری تھا، جو میں کھانا کھاتا ہوں نا، مطلب باہر بھی جا کے جہاں گھر میں بھی کھانا اتنی جلدی میرے ہضم نہیں ہوتا.
اچھا فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی کرتے ہو، دوڑتے ہو، کھیلتے کودتے ہو؟
ہاں کرکٹ کھیلتا ہوں.
کرکٹ کھیلتے ہو؟ اچھا چلیں کچھ آپ پوچھنا چاہیں گے ڈاکٹر صاحب؟ ٹھیک ہے جی ڈاکٹر صاحب جواب دیتی ہیں.
بس یہ ان سے رحمان سے یہی میں پوچھنا چاہوں گی کہ اگر یہ اپنے ناشتے کا خیال رکھتے ہیں، سب سے پہلی تو میری ان کو مشورہ ہے کہ یہ اپنا پراپر ناشتہ شروع کریں اور کوشش کریں کہ ہر میل کے بعد تھوڑی سی کوئی کوارٹر آف اے کپ گرین ٹی پینا شروع کریں. اور گرین ٹی پھیکی نہیں پینی ہے، پھیکی گرین ٹی سے مزید ویٹ گین ہو جائے گا. ذرا سا اس میں ایک
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أولم ير الإنسان أنا خلقناه من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم وضرب لنا مثلا ونسي خلقه قال من يحيي العظام وهي رميم قل يحييها الذي أنشأها أول مرة وهو بكل خلق الذي جعل لكم من الشجر الأخضر نارا فإذا أنتم منه توقدون أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم بلى وهو الخلاق العليم إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت كل شيء وإليه ترجعون.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. السلام علیکم. I welcome you all on the very first segment of the International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. And I'm delighted and I'm very, very happy today that it's a very happy occasion for Rifa Institute of Lifestyle Medicine and Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine to organize this conference. And I would like to introduce the very first speaker of our conference, who is going to conduct the workshop on psychology of happiness. And he is Mr. Rafiq Jaffer. Rafiq Jaffer is a psychologist and the director of the Institute of Social Sciences, which was established in 1978, and Entrepreneurship Development Advisory Services, established in 1988. He has conducted research, trainings, evaluations, and workshops with over 8 UN agencies and 20 government ministries. He has written 4 books and over 250 research and workshop reports, papers, and training manuals, many of which has been published in Pakistan, USA, UK, Canada, Norway, and the Netherlands. And his introduction will go on and on. So I would like to welcome Mr. Rafiq Jaffer. And I'm extremely grateful, Dr. Rafiq Jaffer Sahab, because I know you were too busy with the project, heritage project, which you were handling. And thank you very much for giving us time. Please, you can start now.
बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर शगुफ्ता. Excuse me. I just had my cup of tea with white sugar, which you described as a medicine for myself. So I am following your diet for the last, I guess, 14 years. And also, besides being a faithful follower, I now have enjoyed attending all your conferences, and I'm very delighted to be part of this one. I didn't realize I was going to open the conference. So first of all, congratulations to you, your team, and the university for organizing this. And may you have many, many more. So I will start by giving an overview. Since this is a workshop, so one expects to not just have a lecture, but to have an interactive session. So just to give you an idea of what I'm going to cover in this session. So I will start by a concept called irrational ideas. And it just happens that my master's thesis was on irrational ideas. I developed the first questionnaire based on the work of Dr. Albert Ellis. And I was granted a fellowship in the US while I was a student because of my work. So I will discuss what kind of irrational ideas there are and what can we do to deal with those ideas. Then I will go to the concept of the mentality of scarcity and abundance and how the two types of mentality have different effects on our mental health. I will then move on to the concept of circle of concern and influence and how our circle of concern can be very large, but our circle of influence can be very small, and how to expand the circle of influence. After that, I will be talking about an approach called quadrant 2 thinking. It's about the approach, which is you can call the preventive approach. You can also call it focusing on the important but not urgent. And after that, I will conduct an activity on how to create a resourceful state within a few seconds. I will be using some techniques of neuro-linguistic programming there. In the last part of my session, I will be doing a couple of exercises on how to handle manipulative criticism and how to be persistent and how to learn to say no. And throughout my session, I will be asking the participants one question, and that will be, how does this session link to happiness? And I will look to your answers for that. So I will start off with a few statements, and I would like you to, if you have something to write on, or maybe you can use your phone or whatever, or your laptop, just I'll read out a statement, and if you agree or disagree, just write yes or no. Don't think too much about it, just the first answer that comes to your mind. So here are some of these statements. So I'll read out the first one and you can just write yes or no. So the first statement is, if someone abused me verbally, I would naturally feel angry. So please write yes or no. And yes would also mean most of the time, and no would also mean some of the time. The second statement is, I would feel quite nervous if I had to address a large audience. The third statement is, one's emotions are not in one's control. And the last statement is, my present problems are linked to past events which continue to affect my behavior and emotions. So these are the 4 statements, and I would now ask, I would go back to the first statement, and I would ask somebody from the audience who has agreed with this statement, if they could just speak up and tell us why they agree with this statement. Somebody from the audience. Anybody? Nobody has agreed with this statement, maybe?
Yes, sir, it's obvious.
What is the answer? What is obvious?
So that if somebody abuses us verbally, we will naturally feel angry at that time.
Okay, let's talk about you. Would you feel angry?
So definitely I will. If the abused language used is not up to that mark, which I cannot digest, so I'll feel angry on that person.
Okay, suppose that person was a very good friend. Would you still feel angry?
So if I talk about myself, definitely I will. If she's a friend, then I will tell her that you have used these words and that are not, compatible with my personality. So you do not use them. If she is a friend.
Okay. Would you feel angry if the person was a mental patient who was maybe a psychotic?
No, sir. Because being a doctor, that is, taught to us that these are the ethics, and we know the mental state of that person, that he's capable of doing so, and he's not physically fit. So definitely for the patients who are not mentally well-being, so we won't feel angry at that time.
Okay, I want you to keep these responses in mind, and I will be showing a slide related to this, but I want to move on to the next question. So the next statement was, I would feel quite nervous if I had to address a large audience. So anybody who would agree with that can just speak up. Anybody? If nobody speaks up, then that means nobody would feel nervous. Or maybe you don't want to admit the fact.
Sir, it depends on the exposure you have. I think if you're exposed to this stimulus many times, then you won't feel nervous. But if you are, forced to stand up for the very first time, addressing a large audience, then might be some feel nervous. That depends upon how much cortisol your body releases that time.
Okay, that's a doctor response, definitely. All right. How many of you would agree that one's emotions are not in one's control? So all of you think that your emotions are in your control?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Who is this?
Sir, me, Samia Khalid.
Ji Samia, would you tell us, are you saying your emotions are not in your control?
Yes, most of the time, emotions in a new situation, I feel that our emotions are not in our control, and we normally give a formal or a spontaneous response.
Okay, Samia, if you heard a big a gun going on right now, wherever you're sitting, somebody fires a gun very close to you, what would your reaction be?
Maybe I shout
You'll shout.
loudly.
All right.
Yes.
Suppose you were a commando in the army and the shot went off. What would your reaction be?
I will control my all emotions because I will be in a leading position.
Okay, so now you see the difference, that it is not the gunfire which has caused you to shout. It is how you viewed that gunfire. When you view it from the perspective of a commando, your emotions, the emotions that you exhibit are much more different from the one if you are a lay person who has no experience of guns. So I'm building up my point here, and I'll take the fourth and the last statement. How many of you believe that the problems that you experience today are linked to something which happened in the past? Anybody who agrees with that?
Sir, again, I would say, Dr. Fatma Ihsan, I would
Yes.
say it varies from person to person. Some persons are in control of their behaviors and thoughts. So if you can
Okay.
control your thoughts and someone has post-traumatic stress disorder, then that situation would be different.
Okay. All right. So you are, in a sense, bringing me to my point of what I called the ABC approach. What is the ABC approach? The A is the activating event, B is the belief about that event, and C is the consequence. So when you say, for example, that if somebody abuses me, which is the activating event A, I will naturally feel angry. What you miss out here is the belief within. So your anger is not caused by the abuse. Your anger is caused by what you think about the abuse. So as I don't recall the name of the first questioner, what was Dr. something? I missed her name. Who said that I will naturally feel angry? Who was that?
So I was Dr. Aisha.
Aisha?
Ji, sir.
Okay. So Dr. Aisha very rightly said that if the person is a psychotic, then I will not get angry. And if you recall what happened 3 days ago in Charsadda, a mentally deranged person burnt some pages of the Holy Quran, and a large mob attacked the police station to get hold of him. And when the police resisted because he was a mental patient, they burned down 4 or 5 police stations and so many vehicles. So you see what happens if the activating event, which was in this case burning of the Holy Quran, if you, the natural reaction, which again is also not a very healthy reaction, that you are trying to lynch or murder that person, which is the consequence because you got very angry. What you forget is it's your belief about that person which made you so violent and so angry. So the point is, if you believe that the activating event causes the consequences, you lose control. So anybody can trigger any emotion in you. Any event can trigger any emotion in you because you have certain beliefs about that event or that person, and you don't realize that it's the belief which is creating the negative consequence. Once you realize that it's your belief which is affecting your emotions, you come in control. Nobody on earth can make you angry or aggressive or depressed. It is basically your belief system which is causing it. And once you understand that and you get control, then your answers to most of the questions that I asked would be no. So somebody can abuse you, whoever. Remember, you don't feel angry because of the abuse. You feel angry because how you interpret that abuse. When you say your emotions are not in your control, again, what are you doing? You're making yourself helpless. I often ask people when they say my emotions are not, आज mood नहीं बन रहा पढ़ने को या कुछ काम करने को mood नहीं बन रहा. So I say, where is this mood coming from? Is it coming from outside or inside? And when they think about it, they say, no, it's coming from the inside. Once they realize that I am creating the mood, then they are in a position to change that mood. But if you think that your mood is created by the environment, the weather, the news on the TV, or whatever, then you lose control. Regarding the issue of past events, we a lot of the time we think that whatever we are feeling, whatever problems we are experiencing is happening because of something which happened in the past. The reality is that the past is gone. It cannot have any effect on your present behavior. Whether you had a broken family, bad childhood, you were abused, whatever. It is not that event or that experience which is creating your present problem. The present problem is being created by what you say about that event, what you think about that event, and how do you process that event. I would give an example. One of my favorite dramas that I saw on television was called Udari. And in that drama, you see this girl who is sexually abused, but who learns and who overcomes all the shame and all the guilt and all the fear and testifies in court against the person who abused her. Of course, the whole drama builds up her capacity to process and to understand that it was not her fault and she was not to blame. So again, I also give an example that when a person who has been driving rashly all his life, who never wears a safety belt, who overtakes wrongly, who overspeeds, as soon as that person comes on the motorway, he changes all his behaviors. So all that past suddenly disappears and he follows the lane and he doesn't overtake wrongly and he doesn't overspeed. Why? Because he knows that he'll have to pay a fine if he does. So what is maintaining the behavior? It is the consequence which is maintaining the behavior. So your past is not affecting your present behavior. It is how you interpret the situation. So, so what is ABC? It's a theory of how to regain control, how to handle negative emotions. So if we look at it in more detail, what you find here is A is the activating events. For example, what do you think happened? What would the camera see? That's the event. Then beliefs, what did you tell yourself? And the consequences are how did you act and how did you feel? So that is the ABC approach. And when we look at irrational beliefs, what we find is that there are certain beliefs which are disempowering, which create negative emotions. If you look at arguments and fights between people, you could take the example of spouses, for example, or even others. there are certain words that they often use very frequently. Words like chahiye, nahi chahiye, hamesha, kabhi nahi. And you will notice that these words are very common in fights. If you analyze quarrels and disputes and fights, let even the example of marital. The other common thing that we tell ourselves is if something goes wrong, we say it's awful, it's terrible, it's horrible. So a small problem is exaggerated and becomes a very large problem. Also, we often have low frustration tolerance. So we think we cannot stand something or we need it something, we cannot do without it. So we reduce our capacity to tolerate. Another thing that we do is we judge people or we judge ourselves, and we basically put down ourselves or others. These are some examples of what are called irrational beliefs. And as I said, my master's thesis, I developed a scale to assess the level of irrationality in an individual. And that test was standardized on 500 people. So if you look at the ABC approach, you can look also at the options that are available. I see Dr. Fatma Riaz's hand raised. Gee, Dr. Fatma, you want to ask or say something, or was it raised?
Sorry, I raised it previously. I forgot to just.
You forgot to put it down.
Okay, thank you.
When you when you forget something like this, I usually say कि mistake में गलती हो गई क्योंकि pressure में दबाव आ गया था. Okay, so you can see the activating event can lead to two different paths. If you adopt a rational belief, you create a healthy consequence. But if you adopt an irrational belief about the event, you create an unhealthy consequence. So it is you have the choice, you have the control, but you have to be able to see and diagnose your irrational belief and challenge it. And we use the word disputing the irrational beliefs. So in this first example, I've taken an example from a classroom. And so if you are, let's say, a student in a classroom and you don't understand something in your class, and one of the irrational beliefs could be, I must be able to ask questions in fluent English. I'm giving this example because I know a lot of students, and not just students, but others as well, who feel that they must either speak perfect English or they should not speak English at all. So what happens is that they feel anxiety because they are not able to speak fluent English. So what did they do to reduce the anxiety? They stop asking questions. So what can you do here? You can dispute your irrational belief that I must be able. See the word must? Usually you will find words like must and should when you look at irrational beliefs. So if you dispute that, you can then create an alternative, which would be something like, it is okay if I am not able to ask questions in fluent English. So here is an example of how you can dispute your irrational belief. You can ask yourself whether the belief is good for me, is it helping, or is it self-defeating? Is there any evidence to support it? Is it logical? Is it as bad as I'm thinking? Can I really not stand it? So some questions like this, you can challenge your irrational beliefs, and then you can replace them with rational ones. So in the case of English, again, you can see how you can challenge your less than perfect English and come up with alternatives and you can still continue to ask questions in the class. So what happens is, once you dispute the irrational belief, you create a new effect, and these would be new rational beliefs. Now, a negative emotion can also be a healthy emotion. It doesn't necessarily have to be unhealthy. So emotions like disappointment, concern, annoyance, sadness, regret, frustration are actually healthy negative emotions. They become unhealthy when they turn into being awful, terrible, horrible, uh, and you feel emotionally depressed. It is there when the negative emotions becomes unhealthy. So you can replace it with constructive behaviors. So I will, to just summarize what I've just discussed. What happens is you have the activating event, you have an irrational belief, and it creates an unhealthy consequence. What you do is you dispute the irrational belief. Once you dispute the irrational belief, you replace it with a rational belief and create a healthy consequence, and you create an effective change. So now ABC has become ABCDE. So I was hoping that we could do a small exercise. Let's see if you are up to it. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen here so I can see. So if you can, the exercise I was thinking of doing, if you are up to it, and if we have a few minutes to do it. So if you would think of an activating event which caused a negative consequence, and identify the irrational belief, and then dispute it and challenge it with a rational belief. Would you like to do this exercise? We have about 5 minutes to do it. If you would like to, I'd like to see a show of hands. Can you show your electronic hands? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. So I'll start the screen show again, and I'll come back to, so here is the activity. Okay, I've just been told that there are some participants who are foreigners, so maybe I should not use Urdu in my presentation. So here is the exercise. Think of an activity, an event which frequently leads you to feel anxious, afraid, depressed, or inferior, and look at the belief, look at the consequences. Once you have done that, dispute the belief, challenge it, and see if you can create a positive effect for that event. And once you have done it, whoever would like to share can share it in plenary. And we have about 3 to 4 minutes to do this exercise. So those of you who have said yes, please go ahead and try to carry out the exercise. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and see if anybody has completed the exercise. If you can raise your electronic hand.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Participants,
Dr. Samia.
participants will give the answer on the chat box.
Okay. Okay, as that's fine. I just wanted maybe if somebody would like to share in the group, they are they allowed to share? Can they speak? Okay, I'm seeing messages that they can't speak. Maybe the admin needs to unmute people. They probably
Sir,
muted.
actually, there are 118 participants,
All right.
so they have only chance to write down the message.
All right. Okay, but if you can speak, I would like at least one person who is interested to describe whether they were able to do the exercise or not. So, is that possible? I can see the chat, and mostly it's saying we can't speak. That's what most people are saying here.
Sir, I can speak on behalf of participants.
All
If
right,
they
go
write
ahead.
down their messages, then I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
convey easily.
Yeah, please do that. That's a good
Okay.
solution. Has anybody completed it?
If anyone from presenter want to speak and complete the task, then please inform to me, and I will give you the option to speak. I think Dr. Javeria want to share something. So, Dr. Javeria, soon you will receive an option of mic, then can speak.
Okay, I think because we have a limitation of time, so you already have the tool, the ABCDE tool. It is with you. You can use it. You can practice it for yourself. You can teach it to others, and if you want to check it up, you can check up the irrational ideas and the ABCD approach. You will get more details on the subject. So let me move on now and to the next part of my presentation. Okay, here are a few questions I'm going to ask you, and then I'll explain what is the topic of this second part of my presentation. So here is a question. If only one copy of a textbook is available in the library, do you try to get the book before anyone else does? So if you are honest with yourself, please choose an honest answer. The answer can be just yes or no. So just note down the answer to the first question. The second question is, do you sometimes feel good if someone you dislike or is against you is humiliated or in trouble? So if you do, please write yes, otherwise no. The third statement, is it important to compete with others? Yes or no? So these are the three statements. Now I'd like to ask somebody who said yes to the first question.
Yes,
Let
most
me-
of the people say yes from
All
first
right.
person.
All right. So would somebody like to tell us why they said yes?
Yes, participants, you can write why.
And Samia, if you can read it out.
I think it's a natural response.
It's a natural response. All
Yes.
right.
A
Okay.
natural response that has been developed, especially by the Pakistani community, I believe.
Okay. Okay. So it's natural to think me first. So I am more important than the rest, and my needs are more important. Okay. Okay. Thank you for being honest. Let's go to the second question. Those of you who chose the yes answer to this, how many of you actually said yes to this one? Question 2.
Sir, everybody said no.
All right. Okay. Fine. Maybe then you should go and watch Hum TV, because you will find a lot of characters who would say yes there. Okay, let's go to number 3. Is it important to compete with others? How many of you said yes?
The mixed response.
All right. I want to hear those who said yes. Why yes?
Sir,
Ji, Dr. Tuba Jamal.
sir, if a person does not want to compete, there are many people around that person who continuously compare person with others. So I think so it is matlab, they make a person to compete with others. Matlab, if a person is not trying to compete with others or just going on his or her own path, but the people around us continuously compare one person with other, so it makes the person to naturally start comparing him or herself with others.
Okay, you've used the word naturally. It is not human nature. Okay, let me give you an example of this. And I am arguing that it is not important to compete with others. Let me ask you a question. If you look at this, the Sufis, we have great Sufis in Pakistan, Sufi poets like Bulle Shah and Shah Hussain, Waris Shah. Do you think they were competing with others? What do you think?
No, sir.
What do you think, Dr. Tuba?
No, sir, I don't think so. They were competing with each other.
Yes. So look at the people who are who we consider the greatest human beings and who have followers in the hundreds of thousands. And this is not only in Pakistan, they have followers across the world. But they were not competing with anybody. Abdul Sattar Idi, the great philanthropist, was not competing with anybody. He was doing what he thought was the best thing to do. So what I'm trying to say, if you want to compete, the best person to compete with is yourself. Because if you compete with yourself, you will continue to improve and grow. But if you are competing with others, number one, if the others are very far below you in whatever category, then you won't need to keep improving, because you will be the first always. So you will stop improving. It's like the hare and the tortoise race, you know. So instead of competing with others, let me show you an example of this. So here is an orange, and let me describe the situation. The situation is that there is a brother and a sister, and it is night time, and they are in their house. Everybody has gone to sleep. Both of them are hungry. There is nothing to eat. And so let's look at the situation that there is this orange, and the orange, there's only one orange, and the shops are closed, so they can't get another orange. And both of them want the orange. So what would you do in this situation?
They can share the orange,
How?
dividing it half.
All right, so each one of them takes half of the orange.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other option?
Not in my mind, sir, right now.
Anybody else? Any other option?
I think we can give it to the person who is more hungry.
Okay.
But it's not a common practice, ma'am.
Yes, you are right.
That's why she said you can give it. She didn't say I will give it.
You're right, sir.
Okay, now let me tell you what happened. The boy and girl did exactly what the two of you have suggested. Not the two of you, the first answer, which was Dr. Tuba's. They said, okay, let's divide it into two. So the boy wanted to have the pulp, and so he threw away the skin and he ate the pulp. The girl actually wanted to make marmalade jam. So what she did was that she threw away the pulp and she kept the skin. So was that a good solution, dividing it into two parts? Anybody?
I think it should be according to the need of a person at that time. That's what you need. Like you said that one person is wanted to eat pulp and the other one wanted to use the skin. So if they just talk with each other and they tell other person what they needed from that thing, so they can both got the things which they need.
Yes. So what we are saying is, if you listen to each other, if you find each other's needs, you can come up with a much better solution. So the solution they came up is what was called a lose-lose solution, but you could come up with a win-win solution. So if you go back to the issue of competition, when you think of competing, you think of win-lose, and you don't think of win-win, that both you and the other party could win. So so what are we looking at? We are looking at what is called the mentality of scarcity and abundance. That's what we are looking at. So what is the mentality of scarcity? That there are only limited things, and your sense of worth and security comes from being compared with others, and someone else's success means your failure. The abundance mentality is the mentality that there is plenty for everybody. They do not define themselves through comparison, but they define themselves from within. They have an inner sense of worth, and someone else's success is also their success. So that's what is called a win-win situation. If I gave you the examples of Sufis, I gave you the examples of Abdul Sattar Eidi. These were people for whom it didn't matter what others thought. They had an inner sense of security. They were not competing with anybody. I remember I spent a day with Abdul Sattar Eidi, and somebody in my presence, her reporter, said to Mr. Eidi that there have been very serious allegations against you in the newspapers, so you should immediately answer them because they have accused you of financial misappropriation. And I very distinctly remember what Eidi Saab said. He said, they are trying to divert me from my work. And that was it. He didn't respond at all to the allegations. And remember when Idi Saab died, the whole of the country was in mourning for him. So that is what a person who has a deep inner sense of worth and security. That's the abundance mentality. So if you look at the maturity continuum, what you find, most of us think that we should become independent. So independence is fine. It's better than being dependent. But the highest value is not independence. The highest value is interdependence. It's not I, it's about we. So when we learn that interdependence is the most important value, if you remember, Dr. Shagufta was talking about a lot of divorces and a lot of conflict, marital conflict, and so on. One of the reasons of these conflicts is people think that they have to be independent. Whereas if you go into a marriage, the most important thing in marriage is not independence, but interdependence. And once you understand that, you can have a win-win marriage rather than a lose-lose marriage. Okay, I'm coming to the next part of my presentation, and I will not introduce the topic yet, but let me just ask you a few questions. So, how many of you very firmly believe that people should not throw litter in the open? If you do, please put yes in the chat box or raise your hand. So do we have, how many yeses do we have? A few or many?
Most of the say yes.
All right. So suppose I tell most of you who said yes that I don't believe you. So I'm challenging all of you by saying that you don't actually believe that people should not throw litter in the open. And if you want to prove me wrong, tell me, what have you done to stop people from throwing litter? Have you done anything? And if you have done something, is it enough? Has it had an effect? Has it stopped people from throwing litter?
No.
Because if you have not done anything about it, then you don't believe in it. People who actually want to create a change do something about it. They just, it's not just holding a belief and saying, I believe in this or I believe in that. Most people only say these things. They are not willing to talk, to walk the talk, as the Americans say. They only talk the talk. They're not willing to walk the talk. I haven't seen many people who have started a campaign on cleanliness in their own community or the place where, around the place where they live. Very few. It's very rare. But I've seen a lot of people saying that littering is bad and people should not throw litter. So what am I saying? That I'm talking about the circle of concern and influence. So let me explain what is this. So when you say that people should not throw litter, but you don't do anything about it, it means that this idea is in your circle of concern, but it has not reached, not become your circle of influence. So when you have a circle of concern, there are many things in that circle, but you don't do anything about it. So they remain there. Once you start doing something about them, your circle of influence starts to expand. Let me show you how that happens. See, in this example, what has happened? So if you take the example of littering, if you were to start a campaign, let's say a campaign if you are in a medical college, you start a campaign to educate students, teachers, other people, if it's a hospital, people who come there and so on, and you work actively and you create a group, what are you doing? You are expanding your circle of influence and reducing your circle of concern. And that is known as being proactive. Unfortunately, most people take the opposite route. Instead of expanding their circle of influence, they reduce it and expand their circle of concern. So they keep saying, oh, the situation is very bad, nothing can be done, people are illiterate, etc., etc. So the more negative sentences you say, the more reactive you become, and your circle of influence begins to reduce, and your circle of concern begins to grow. So what is the point? The point is you have a choice. You have a choice of just talking about issues and doing nothing about them, and just feeling good that I'm very concerned. Well, that is not going to have any impact. So if you, on the other hand, think, no, I'm going to do something about this. So in other words, if you look at the big changes that occur in society, you always have a champion. There is a champion for a cause, and that champion makes the difference. So it's your choice whether you want to become a champion for something, or you just want to talk the talk and not walk the talk. Okay, moving on to the next topic. And the next topic is quadrant 2 thinking. So before I go, let me, I want to do a mental exercise with all of you. So to do this exercise, you would need to close your eyes. And Dr. Samia, if you can make sure that everybody has closed their eyes and nobody is cheating. So, because it is not possible to do this exercise unless the eyes are closed. So,
Yes.
So are your eyes closed, everybody? I hope so.
Yes, I hope so.
Okay. So if your eyes are closed, please keep them closed. It will take a couple of minutes. So keep your eyes closed. And I want you to imagine that you have died. And it is a couple of days after your death. And it is your kul, the ceremony after, which normally after a day or two after the death of a person. And you have been buried, and now there is this kul ceremony, and people are reading the Quran and so on. And after reading the Quran and the ceremony is over, and you have friends and family and your colleagues, maybe your students, your neighbors. Now, what I want you to do is to think that if this was the situation, what would you like all these people to say about you? What would you like? Not what you expect that they would say, but what you would like them to say. So think about what your family would say, what your relatives would say, what your friends, and what you would like them to say. No, please note the word like, not what they would say, but what you would like them to say. Your colleagues, your students, your neighbors, your friends, what would you like them to say? So try to hear the words that they are saying about you. Imagine it is your kul, and try to hear the words that you would like to hear, and focus on those words.
So definitely we would like to anybody say it's a good, she's a good girl, or appreciate us, or say some positive for us.
Okay, now I want you to focus on what those positive things are. I mean, what would they say? Would they say she was very hardworking, very honest, very helpful? What exactly are they saying? What are the good things?
Very useful for others, or very honest.
All right, all right. So everybody if you listen to what you would like people to say, you
Some
would be
participants say she is very kind. She was very kind.
all right. Okay. What else?
Soft spoken,
Soft spoken. Okay.
generous,
Generous.
struggler,
Struggler.
bit good to me. These
What was
are
that?
common responses
All right.
participants asked in the chat box.
All right. Now, why I've asked you to do this exercise, and you are free to open your eyes now. And I apologize. Maybe some of you might have felt uncomfortable doing the exercise. But the point of the exercise is that when you do this exercise, what happens is that you're basically focusing on the most important things in life, because the things that you would like people to say about you are the things that you should be doing in your life, because those would be the most important things in your life. So taking that point forward, I want to share a few statements and I'd like your response. For example, how many of you would say, of course, if you are on a lifestyle medical conference, I'm sure everybody would say yes, but that's not the important part. The important part is that regular exercise is good for my health, but I do not exercise regularly. Are there some people here who agree with this statement, who say yes to this statement? Anybody?
That's true.
All right, Dr.
Muhammad
Aisha.
Zia, Dr. Fatma, all are agree. Dr. Nurul N is also agree.
Okay, Dr. Aisha just unmuted herself and then now she's gone to mute again. Dr. Aisha, do you agree with this statement?
So I do agree.
All right, so can I ask you why you don't exercise regularly?
So because of the time constraint.
Okay, you have given the answer that I have heard very often. There are a lot of people tell me that we have heard that your time management exercises are very good and we would like to attend them, but we don't have the time.
Yes, sir.
So you have given the same answer. So if you go back to the, sorry, go ahead.
Sir, being female, I think that if we do not get time, then we increase our non-exercise activity thermogenesis, like giving time to household chores. So that is also a satisfaction that we are doing some activity which is burning our calories.
Well, I am not saying that exercise only means you go to the park or you do yoga. If you are doing household work and you are getting exercise, even that is fine. That is exercise, all right. Any means of getting exercise is fine. But a lot of the time what happens is we do not care about, we know it's good for us to exercise, but we do not do it because, as Dr. Aisha said, I don't have the time. But what happens is that when you neglect the body, a time comes, and of course you hear this from Dr. Shagufta all the time, that the body tells you that you are abusing it. Now, when you look at the exercise that you just did, that person is generous and helpful to others. So then you need to ask yourself, am I doing what I need to do so that when I'm not in this world, people will call me that I'm generous? But a lot of the time you say, I don't have the time. I will be generous, but this time I'm too busy with A, B, C, D, my profession, my family, my children, my in-laws, whatever. So what happens is you keep postponing the things which are important but not urgent. So let me, how many of you would say that you experience difficulty finding things at your home or at the workplace? Are there some people who would say yes to this? Anybody?
Yes, sir. Dr. Zubia Khan say yes.
All right.
Dr. Rahila also say yes.
All right. Okay.
Shaista say not at all.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to the next question. I deal with emergencies a lot of the time. When I say emergencies, I don't mean those of you who work in the emergency department. What I mean is people who are constantly, you know, they haven't prepared for something and then they get into a panic, and then they have to suddenly they realize they have to do something. If you do, you experience that? Anybody? Any yes?
Yes, Muhammad Ibrahim say yes. Dr.
Okay.
Shaista say no.
Okay.
Hafiza Faiza say sometimes.
All right. Okay, here's the last question. I waste a significant amount of time in trivial activities. Now, probably that doesn't apply to too many doctors, but what about activities like Facebook and WhatsApp and chat and do you think you waste time in those activities or activities like that, or just watching brainless TV shows, or anybody?
Yes. Yes, most of the people say yes. Even some doctors say yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to come to the concept of the time management matrix. What is the time management matrix? There are some things which are important and urgent at the same time. These are called quadrant one. Things like a crisis, an emergency, a deadline, you have to make a presentation, whatever, and it's important and it's urgent. Then there are things which are important but not urgent, like preparing or planning or prevention activities, like exercise, for example, clarifying your values, improving your own abilities. For example, this workshop is an example of important but not urgent. If you didn't attend this workshop, you would not have any emergency or any big issue, but it is important. So building relations with others, relaxation, going for recreation, these are examples of important but not urgent activities. There are some activities which are urgent, but they are not important. Like you get a phone call, you have to attend some meetings. They may not be important, but they are urgent. Then there are some things which are neither urgent nor important. And when I gave the example of Facebook and chatting and WhatsApp, where there's nothing important there and it's not urgent. If you don't do it, nothing will happen. But you still didn't. So activities which can be called escape activities, watching some useless TV show which has no meaning, no value, and so on. So these would be examples of things which are neither important nor urgent. So what are we saying? That if you want to focus on the most valuable things in life, then you should focus on quadrant 2. So what is quadrant 2? It is the things which are important, but which are not urgent. If you focus on that, so by attending this workshop, you are focusing on quadrant 2. You're focusing on what is important, but not urgent. So when you do regular exercise, it may not be urgent, but it is important. The effects may come in many years, but they will eventually become urgent if you do not do them early. So all things related to prevention, for example, are quadrant 2. One of the reasons why multinationals rule the world is because they have developed processes, systems, procedures. So they don't have to take decisions every time. The procedures are written and you can just follow them. And by doing that, you are able to deal with issues that come up within the system. So if somebody is gone from work, that will not affect the organization because they have systems and processes in place and they have trained the staff to follow those systems. So keep this in mind when you went to that exercise of what you would like people to say after your death. Most of the things that you would like you say are in quadrant 2. They are about your values, about your relationships. They are also about the good things that you did for others. They are not the urgent things which we focus. Okay, so that was number 4 of my session, and now I'm coming to the 5th one, which is creating resourceful states. And in order to do this, I'm going to make you relax. And in order to relax, I'm going to try and put on some music for you. Let me see if that works. So when I put on the music, please tell me if you can hear the music or not. Just give me a little time, and I have selected some music for you. Okay, if you can hear the music, please raise your hand.
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to make it a little soft because is it very loud or is it okay? Okay, Dr.
sir.
Samia, can you hear
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir. It is okay.
All right. So what are we going to do? I'm going to put you in a very relaxed state, much in a better state than what you were a while ago. No dying. This is going to be fun, good, relax. Okay. So I'm going to give you some instructions to relax and just follow my instructions. And
Sir, now we can't hear the music.
Okay. Can you hear it now?
No, sir.
You can't hear it?
No, sir.
Okay. I think when I speak, the music goes off.
Yes, sir. I think so because now we can hear the music.
Okay. So when I speak, the music tends to go off. Is that the issue?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll just stop the music and we'll do it without the music. Okay. So I would like you to close your eyes. Please close your eyes. Take a slow and deep breath. Hold your breath. And exhale your breath and feel the tension leaving your body. Take another deep, slow breath. Hold your breath. And now relax. Feel the tension leaving your body, the place you're sitting in, going out of the room, going out of the building. Tension going far, far away, and you're feeling nice and relaxed. Okay, now I want you to imagine a scene which is very relaxing. So you are walking in a large park, a lot of flowers, the grass is green, and you are walking on the grass, and there are white clouds in the blue sky, bright blue sky, white clouds, fresh air, you can smell the fragrance of the flowers, and you can see a lake and water in the lake, beautiful blue, clean water, and the sunlight is falling on the water, and you can smell the flowers, and you are really having a very nice time, feeling very relaxed. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to focus on the image that you have in your front of you, and focus on the color of the image, whether it is colorful, bright, whether it is dim or bright, whether it is a large image or a small image, whether it is a moving image or a stationary image, whether the image is in the center of your vision or it is in one corner. So focus on the image. Now I want you to smell the image, whether it has a nice smell or not a nice smell. I want you to taste the image, whether it is sweet, sour, bitter. Taste the image. Now I would like you to touch the image and feel whether it is rough or it is smooth. So you have had multiple ways of experiencing the image. So it was visual, it was, I would like you to hear the image. What is the sound of the image? Is it loud or soft? Is it rough or smooth sound? Pleasant to the ear or unpleasant? Okay, so you have experienced an image. Now what I want you to do is I want you to cue that image. When I say cue, I want you to use some stimulus and I want you to link the image to that stimulus. For example, one possible cue would be to snap your finger. So what happens, you snap the finger and you associate the image with the snap. And you repeat that cue. It can be anything. You can touch your head, you can move your hand, whatever image cue you want to use. So if you were to snap your finger, you would do it a number of times with your eyes closed, so that the image and the sound of the snapping become linked with each other. So you repeat it, and this method is called anchoring. So you anchor the stimulus and you link it, you make it a cue, and by making that cue, you can go to that resourceful state of being happy, relaxed within a second, just by snapping your finger or using whatever cue you are using. So what you have learned here, and this you can develop through practice, is whenever you are feeling in a negative state and you want to move out of that negative state, one way to do it is by using the cue, the anchor that you have, and that will help you to immediately go back to a resourceful state where you are happy, where you are relaxed, where you are energized. Okay, now to practice this, what I'm going to do,
we can say it's a conditioning.
I'm going to, I want you to keep your eyes closed, and I want you to imagine a situation which creates negative feelings in you. Any situation which makes you anxious or angry or frustrated or unhappy. I want you to look at that state, try to visualize that state where you would feel, maybe feel inferior, maybe feel unhappy, depressed, angry, whatever. So I want you to experience that state. And I would like that while you are experiencing the state, look at the image. Look at the color of the image. Look at the, when you look at the image, look at whether it is a bright color or a dark color, whether it is large or small, whether it is moving or stationary. Look at the image, whether the image is located in the center or in a corner or at the bottom or the top of the image. Look at whether the image is it is colored or black and white. Okay. So look at all the characteristics of the image. Also look at the smell of the image. What does it smell like? What does it taste like? And if you were to touch the image, what kind of feeling do you get by touching it? So you have looked at this negative image. Now what I want you to do is I want you to step by step change the image. So if we look at the image and if it is, let's say it is black and white, and the first image that you had when you were very relaxed, let's say that was a colored image. So change the present image from black and white to a colored image. Change the image, okay? Okay, if this image is, let's say, stationary and the relaxed image was moving, so change the present image and make it into a moving image. If the present image was small and dark and the relaxed image was bright and large, change the present image and may also make it bright and large. So step by step, you change the nature of the image that you are holding and you make it like the image that you had when you were in a resourceful state. So change the smell, change the taste, change the touch, and change the whole image step by step until it becomes like the image of being when you were relaxed and in a resourceful state. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I would like you to open your eyes and I'd like you to see how you're feeling about this negative thing that you had. Are you still feeling that negativity, or is there a change in what you were feeling? And if there is a change, please let's find out. Were you able to change the negative image into a positive one, and or is that negative image still making you upset or angry or feeling inferior? Okay, some of you are saying it's a better image. Some of you saying negativity is gone now. That's Sadaf. Still feeling sad and upset, Dr. Zobia. Still upset because the impact is deep. Okay, all right. So what we are hearing is that some of you were able to reduce the negativity. For some, nothing changed, and so on. So obviously this was a short exercise, and through practice, you can develop the skill. What you can also do if you're still feeling negative is if you close your eyes and if you have created an anchor or a cue, then use the cue and try to go back to the resourceful state that you were in. So you can move away from that negative feeling by using the cue. Now, some of you may be able to do that, some of you may not. So that is obviously because normally in a face-to-face workshop, we would be spending a lot of time in doing these exercises and coming up with producing the changes within ourselves. So it requires practice. Those of you who are interested to learn more about this and to practice it more, you can look up NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming. It's a well-known and well-established methodology for producing change in oneself using certain tools and techniques. The technique that I have used here is a technique for changing your imagery. And by practice, you can learn to create a resourceful state within a few seconds also. Just to give you an example, some of you may have seen the Oprah Winfrey Show, which is a world famous program. In one of those shows, there was a woman who came to the show and she was very, very scared of snakes. She was so scared of snakes that if she saw the picture of a snake, she would go into a panic attack. So she came to the program and there was an NLP trainer with her. And while the program was going on, he took her to another room. And after about 30 minutes, while the program was going on, the trainer and the lady came back, and the lady had a live snake around her neck. It was, of course, a non-poisonous snake, but she was there. Within 30 minutes, her phobia or fear had disappeared. So you can see the power of imagery change, how it can change all kinds of. So if I go back to what I said earlier, that it is not the past which is creating your present problems, it is how you look at the past or how you visualize the past. So you actually maintain the problem rather than the problem comes from the past and affects you. So by changing your imagery, you can make negative emotions disappear. You can make your fears, lifelong fears that you have had all your life, you can make them disappear. I have myself practiced this with quite a few people. To give you one example, a lady who wanted to travel to the US from Lahore, and she had a panic about sitting in planes. So when the plane door would shut, she would go into a panic attack. So I taught her these tools that I taught you today. And the next day or a couple of days later, she traveled to New York. She didn't have a panic attack. So I'm giving you this example. There are many others. So you can learn how to create a state of resourcefulness, of relaxation by practicing these techniques.
Sir? Excuse me?
I think internet connectivity problem from Dr. Rafiq Jaffer side. So we should wait a while.
PhD कर रहा है ना
imagination practice that Dr. Jafar asked to practice, it's a very common practice that psychologists use for relaxation. So I suggest to all of you to practice it, and hope so soon you will feel that negative thoughts are very easily, we can control these thoughts.
Samia, sir is back.
Sir is back. Yes. आवाज बंद करो. Sir is back, Samya.
Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Sir,
hear
please
you, but
turn on your
Samya.
mic. Sir, please turn on your mic. Sir, your mic is off. Okay.
Okay.
Now we can
All
hear
right,
you
can you
and
hear
see
me?
you. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me share screen again.
Sir, we can see you. Okay.
Okay, let me share the screen. So I have gone through the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topics of my session today, and I move.
I think there is a problem again, Fatma.
Should someone contact him?
I think you should contact Rafiq Jafar Saab. And Samya, can you please contact Sultan Saab? What is the matter? I'm sorry.
Assalamualaikum, ma'am. It's from the sir side. Actually, it's okay from our side. There's no problem.
Samya, then can you please contact Sir Jafar?
okay, I contacted him.
Ji.
Okay, so
So
basically what Sir Jafar has told up till now, I believe that the main aspect is that how we perceive the things. It's all about our perception, which develops our emotions, and these emotions then lead us to our manifestation of behaviors. So basically we have to control our thought pattern. By controlling our thoughts, our emotions will be, to some extent, we have to practice it more and more. Our emotions will get somehow in our control, and then our behavior will start to change. Acha, that exercise, that ABCD, we didn't do it. Would anybody like to participate in that ABCD exercise till the time sir is not around? Action, belief, consequences, then the dispute the belief, and then what is the effect? Meanwhile, we can try that exercise. If in the chat box, if anyone can say about any particular action, what is their belief and what is the consequence of that action on their lives? We can divide that component into bits and parts. Let's first just discuss the action, belief, and consequences. We can focus on any action, the belief about that action, and what are its consequences. Can anyone share in the chat box? Any action you would like to change, which have some bad consequences in your life, personal, professional life? I hope I'm audible to all. Dr. Humaira, can you hear me?
Yes, Fatma, I can hear you, but somehow I don't know. Baki, abhi, I think they are interacting, they're writing in the chat box. I start presenting the person. You can share their chats.
Okay, I'll share in the chat box.
Yes. We're trying to get Sir Jafar to see what is wrong at his end.
ठीक है, मैं मेरी वो ना सुई सी
Yes.
एक्सरसाइज पे अटकी हुई है. चलिए लेट्स डू इट. I
Okay.
can believe consequences.
Acha ji, can you hear me?
That is back. Yes, sir. Welcome back, sir.
Okay, I'm going to put off my video because there is some internet issue. So, okay, for the exercise that I want to do, actually, I need the video, so I'll just put it on. Okay, so here is the exercise that I want to do. I want all of you, one by one, to criticize me. Criticize means you have to say something negative about me. It could be my session, it could be my face, my way of speaking, my mustache. It has to be a negative statement. And it can also be a false statement. Like you could say that you are totally bald, or you could say your beard is not looking good on you. It could be a false statement, but it cannot be a positive statement. It cannot be a neutral statement. It can't be a question. It has to be a negative statement. So please, one by one, say something negative about me. It can be true, it can be false. Go ahead. Anything. Okay, Salma Shahab says, I speak very slow. It makes me feel sleepy. Yes, I do speak slowly. You're right, Dr. Sumera. My voice tone is monotonous. Okay, what else? Anybody else? Yes, my background is not appealing at all. There are homeopathic medicines at the back. Yes, you're right, Dr. Shaista. I don't today I didn't have a good internet service. Okay, anybody else? Let's hear something negative about me. Oh, Dr. Samina Altaf, you're right. My glasses are not good. I agree to that. Okay, anybody else? Anything about my session that you didn't like? Or it can be true, it can be false, but it has to be a negative. I'm not very assertive. Maybe I'm not very assertive. Maybe my session was not engaging. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Okay, my session was, and I'm going to show you what I was trying to do. I was using a technique, and that technique is called fogging. So let me explain what the fogging technique is. It is about handling manipulative criticism. So it is a technique where if somebody is trying to give negative criticism to you, you can handle it calmly. You can acknowledge the truthful part in it, but you remain your own judge of what you do. So you don't become anxious or defensive. So what I was actually doing was I was listening very carefully to your criticism, and I was judging whether the criticism was 100% true, partly true, or not true. And I was agreeing with the statements which were true. And I was, when you said something like, my session was not engaging, I didn't agree with it. So you might have noticed I didn't agree. I said, maybe my session was not engaging. So what I did was I did not say no, or I did not defend myself. So one of the things you learn when you learn to be assertive is you don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to prove to others that you are a good person, that you are right. You don't have to defend yourself. So if somebody is trying to make you feel uncomfortable or defensive or manipulate you, you don't have to play the game of trying to defend yourself and trying to prove that you are right. So this is a technique which you can use when somebody is trying to manipulate you and is trying to criticize you without any basis. So the important thing here is you keep the judgment to yourself. You accept what is true and correct, and you agree with it fully. But if something is untrue, you can say that maybe I am like that, or maybe I do that, but you don't have to agree with it. So this was a technique which was called fogging. And now I'm going to practice another technique with you. For this technique, I need some volunteers. So let me stop sharing and see, would somebody, I'd like somebody to try to sell something to me, something that one can see. It could be something like a mobile phone or whatever, something concrete which you can show, and you try to sell me whatever that thing is. Who would like to volunteer for this? Rabia Anjum, please go ahead. Rabia, what are you going to sell me, Rabia? Now you'll need, please unmute Rabia so she can speak up. Rabia Anjum. Can somebody unmute Rabia?
Rabia, you can write. Rabia, you can write down.
So you have to
We
be
are trying to
directly in
unmute
contact
you,
or
but
the.
No, it has to be spoken,
Okay.
not written.
Okay.
It has
Okay.
to be
So
spoken.
if someone from the panelist can join you, sir, can anyone of
Anybody.
Okay.
Just you have to sell me something and do it fast.
Any volunteers? Okay, sir. I can sell you some consumable item as well.
Whatever.
Like,
anything.
I mean, food items.
Anything.
Okay. Where about these apples? These are very fresh. Just taken up from the farms. Full ripe and juicy. Is it okay or some other item?
I don't want to buy it.
So you can just have a taste of it. I'll cut it and you can have a piece and just taste it, and then you can give your opinion about it.
I don't want to taste it.
Okay, sir, it's very cheap. You can compare the rates from the market. It's reasonably cheap.
I don't want it.
Okay, sir, would you like to take it for your home? Your children might like it.
I don't want it. Okay, now Rabia is trying to ask a question. So you can read the question and others can help you to sell it. They are welcome to give suggestions to you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Please, someone can give suggestions. I've tried my level best, but sir is not willing to buy the apples. Can anyone think of any option?
Yeah, actually people should be able to unmute, and I don't know if that's technically possible or not.
Sir,
okay,
I hope you can see these are the best apples.
I don't want it.
So it's good for your immunity.
I don't want it.
So if someone is writing an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
I don't want it.
It will keep you healthy, safe.
I don't want it.
Protection from COVID.
I don't want it.
Finally, sir, someone has written, we respect your opinion.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop here and let me share the screen again.
Okay. So what if they're free? Would you want them?
No, I don't want it.
Even if they're free?
I don't want it. Okay. So here was the activity. You were trying to sell me something. And can you see the screen?
Ji sir, we can see it.
Okay, so what is the technique I was using? I was using the technique called broken record. What does broken record do? In the old times, you would have these records playing on the record player and they would get stuck. And when they got stuck, they would keep repeating the same sentence or same verse again and again. And that's exactly what I was doing. I was repeating a sentence again and again. So what is the skill? By calm repetition, teaches persistence without having to rehearse arguments or angry feelings beforehand in order to be up for dealing with others. Allows you to feel comfortable in ignoring manipulative verbal side traps, argumentative baiting, irrelevant logic, while sticking to your desired point. So you could have tried all kinds of things. You could have said, you know, you don't care about me, I'm very poor, you should help people. You could have, in a way, tried to manipulate me and other techniques, but my answer would have been the same: I don't want it. If I had, by saying this sentence, I'm not giving you the opportunity to come, you know, to get an excuse or to, if I had said I don't have the money, you would have immediately said, okay, take it for free. So what we are teaching here is what is called persistence. A lot of the time in our lives, when we should have said no, we said yes. And then we paid a very heavy price for it. And I'm not talking about your marriage, I'm talking about other things. But yes, in many ways, in many situations, we agree to things or we come under pressure and we adopt certain behaviors, or in this case, buy certain things which we don't need because we are not able to say no. So if we go back to the original point that I made about being assertive, so see what I said. I said you have the right to judge your own behavior, thoughts, and emotions, and to take responsibility for their initiation and consequences upon yourself. You have the right to offer no reasons or excuses for justifying your behavior. So when you adopt these assertive rights, you become a strong person. You don't need to justify yourself. You don't need to give excuses. And so what happens is you become a much more relaxed person, and you are able to handle all kinds of negative manipulations without getting upset or angry or reactive. Also, some other things which you can learn. One of the things which you have the right to do is you have the right to change your mind. Most people do not exercise this right. So what happens is that once they commit to something, they think that they cannot now go back on it. But the reality is that if you feel that by sticking to a decision, it will be very harmful for you, you have the right to change your mind. Similarly, you have the right to make mistakes and be responsible for them. Also, you have the right to say, I don't know. A lot of people are afraid to say, I don't know, because they think they will appear inferior or stupid. Similarly, they are afraid to say, I don't understand. In Pakistan, it's very common. You ask somebody, you're trying to find the way to some location, and you ask somebody, that person doesn't know where the building is, but he will just give you an answer because he's not willing to say, I don't know. Similarly, in a teaching learning situation, students often don't understand something, but they don't speak up. And the teacher assumes that they have understood. And so the student loses out because the student is afraid and thinks everybody else is understanding. So I should also keep quiet. But the reality is you have the right to say, I don't understand. Okay, so we have, just to summarize where we are now, let me share with you a method of giving what is called an assertive message. This is something you can practice. For example, if there is somebody who is coming late and is part of a team, you can give an assertive message, like you can say, I get angry because I think it is wasting the time of all the other team members, and we are never able to get through all of the agenda items. So you are describing the consequence of what happens when somebody does show some negative behavior. So then you give the positive message that what you would like the person to do. I would like you to consider finding some way of planning your schedule that lets you get to these team meetings on time, because that way we can be more productive at the team meetings and we can all keep to our tight schedules. So what is the assertive message? It describes the behavior very, very specifically. It describes your feeling, why it is having a negative impact on you, and what you would like the other person to do. Now, there are different situations where you can give this assertive message. You could give it to somebody in the family, somebody with who is repeating a behavior which is creating problems for you. You can do it in your working place. You can do it with your students, with your colleagues. So even with somebody in authority, even with somebody who has a little higher position than you, because when you do that, what you're actually doing is you're asking the person for help. You're not accusing the person or blaming the person. What you're saying is, because of a certain behavior, I am having a certain problem. So if your boss is asking you to write a report and deliver it in one day, you have the right to say that, sir, it's not possible, I need more time. Otherwise, the quality will be affected or whatever. So the research shows that you can use an assertive message to basically deal with uncomfortable or negative situations you want to change. And what you find is, by doing so, you can the chances of getting the other person to change increase. There is no guarantee that the other person will change, but the chances tend to increase, and therefore you are more likely to get what you need. And what is important in an assertive message is, when the other person responds, then you stop giving the message and you start listening to the message. So you go back and forth. When the other person is giving a message, you listen very carefully, but after you have listened, you go back to your own message. You don't give up so easily. So what are we learning here? We are learning techniques of, one, how to say no. On the other hand, the technique of how to make the other person say yes, how to convert a no to a yes, how to convert a negative to a positive behavior. So that is, so here is a summary of my presentation. We started off by looking at irrational ideas and how to dispute them. We looked at the mentality of scarcity and abundance. And how the mentality of abundance can help us to be more positive and happy. We also learned how to increase our circle of influence and reduce our circle of concern, thereby becoming champions of a particular cause. We also learned how to spend more time in quadrant 2 thinking, which is being preventive, focusing on the important but not the urgent. Then we learned an NLP technique on how to create resourceful states by using imagery, changing imagery, anchoring the resourceful state to a cue, and learning how to change the characteristics of a negative state into a positive one. And finally, we learned 2 techniques of being assertive. One is fogging. It is called fogging because it is becoming a fog and not resisting, but accepting what is true and not saying no if somebody is saying something bad or wrong about you. So, so in being assertive, we learned two techniques, the fogging technique and the broken record. You can practice these techniques, but remember, you have to decide where to use which technique. So if somebody on the road pulls a gun on you and says, give me your mobile phone, don't try to use fogging or broken record. Don't try to say repeatedly, I will not give you the phone. He might just shoot at you. So you have to judge which technique to use where and basically use it accordingly. So I'm going to stop here. We have about 10 minutes. So I thought I'll leave a little time for any questions or comments from you. So Samia, can you handle the comments and questions so we can, I'm going to stop
sir.
sharing. Yeah.
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay. So any questions or comments, we can take them before we close. And also I want to say that at the end, I want to show you, well, there's a little song that I had composed. So maybe I'll just...
Dr. Sarah, want to see your second red slide.
Which slide?
Yes, second red slide.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Do you mean this slide? Is this the slide you're saying?
Yes,
Second
I think
red.
this one. Dr. Sarah, you can, I will share with you the recording of this workshop, so don't you worry.
Okay, so I think I'll share a little song that I composed for Dr. Shagufta's previous conference on happiness. Let me see if I can play it for you. And the words are written, so you can also sing along if you want to. So let me see if I can put that on for you. So this is the translation in English, and the song is in Urdu. But this is for those who can't understand Urdu, so they know what the words are, and then I'll play the song.
Sir, we can't hear this music. Sir, only screen.
Sir, kindly share
shared with us.
sound also, system sound also.
Can you hear the music?
No, sir.
Sir, you can go to share
I think
your
music
screen
is
again and
related to your
include
hands-free. I think without hands-free, without your hands-free, we can hear your voice.
or share your screen, include with audio.
Were you able to hear the music?
Not yet, sir. You can go to share your screen.
Yeah.
The share screen slide, you can see that option behind that, include with audio. When
Okay,
you press the share screen button, a dialog box will appear, and also the option checkbox for include the song.
Okay, I'm just going to skip it because I think it's very complicated. I will I will send the slide to you and you can listen to it. It's a song which is focused on nature. So you can see, if you look at the screen, you can see the words there. So it gives you an idea. I wrote this song and composed and played the music for it for a conference on happiness hosted by Dr. Shagufta. So I will stop the share and we have a few minutes left. So if there are any questions, and then I guess Dr. Shagufta will be conducting the next session. So any questions or comments?
Thank you so much, sir. Your presentation was very impressive. And I think so, due to shortage of time, most of the people not able to practice the true meditation and practices that you shared with us. But I hope so next time when we have face-to-face workshop with you, we will learn a lot from you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I wish you all the best with the rest of the conference. And I would encourage whatever little that you have been able to learn to practice the tools at every opportunity that you get. And it is the practice which is going to make all the difference. So good luck to all of you and thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafiq Jafar Saab. Thank you for a very enlightening workshop. And I did like the interaction of the audience with you. So thank you very much for your active participation in from your busy schedule. Thank you, Rafiq Saab.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you very much, respected sir, for the wonderful session and sharing your knowledge with us. Really thank you, ma'am and sir. Happiness begins with a decision to no longer feel sad. So today I just requested to all to keep smiling always during and after the session. Thank you, everyone. Regards and Jazakallah khaira, everyone, for the session.
Assalamu alaikum, dear participants. Please remain connected. Please remain online. We will soon be starting our article presentation session at 12, sharp 12 o'clock. Our moderator for this session will be Dr. Sana Majid, and she'll be taking over soon.
at the World Congress of Quantum Medicine, and I'm standing today with Dr. Firoz that actually flew from Pakistan for this Congress. And something about this beautiful lady and energy, I felt compelled to interview you. So thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you very much.
So you practice medicine over in Pakistan, and you're interested about quantum medicine, obviously. Tell us more about that passion.
Okay. I started my medical practice in 1988, and I practiced as a family physician for the first 15 years of my clinical practice. Then after 15 years of my practice, I realized that our medical science is lacking very, very important factors, and those factors which were lacking in my practice, they used to make me feel guilty regarding the results which I used to see in my patients. And when the level of guilt started accumulating in my system, I started looking for some other therapies, and I landed into the world of acupuncture. That was the turning point of my clinical practice. And then acupuncture, holistic nutrition, biophysics, and these were the areas which I added to my practice. Now I am into medical practice, but I just simply do lifestyle modification.
Tell us what you're learning. What I'm interested to know too is what you're learning here in quantum medicine, and how is that adding to your practice?
Quantum medicine has further helped me in getting more clarity about the mind and spirit, and it has enlightened me in the field of quantum science or quantum. I had an idea about the quantum medicine or quantum science, but I was not carrying clarity, because whenever I talked to doctors, I was not having sufficient evidence to talk to the medical community. After coming here, after attending all the lectures, I have clarity of mind, and I was so motivated that I have enrolled myself for another PhD in quantum medicine.
Nice. And so where is Pakistan in relationship to that type of science, that type of physics?
This depends. Actually, no doctor is ready to transform holistically. This is the problem again, not in the Pakistan. It is again a problem globally. Medical science is very resistant to a change, or we are basically taught in such a way that anything beyond our knowledge is declared quackery. So doctors. But the change which I feel in Pakistan, when I go to various doctors' forums and I deliver lectures there, they are more receptive now, and they are willing to learn, and they come to me for their own lifestyle modification. Probably every day I see 2 or 3 doctors who come for their
patriarchal society there.
I always feel that women are more easy to change, and the major, if I just calculate the number of patients, I see more female patients, and they are coming to me because I think if a woman changes, or if a woman connects to the nature or natural lifestyle, she can change the family. So I work on a female more effectively, or I allocate more time on a female, because I feel that she is going to change the family. Whenever husband alone comes to me, I always ask him, where is your wife or where is your partner? Because without her, I know you won't be able to follow my plan. You won't be motivated enough, or you won't follow the plan. I know that.
But how is it received that you're one of pioneering this as a female in the Pakistani society? How is that received?
Initially, I faced a lot of opposition, and my community declared me insane. They thought I have started, and they thought why I have stopped my general practice, because when I was running a polyclinic, I used to see about 60 to 70 patients a day. That was a very busy clinic, but now I see
10 to 20 patients every day. So they thought that I am going to lose in material sense, in monetary terms. But so they started opposing me, and they rather pharmaceutical people, they come to me and they suggested me that I should not do this. Like now when they come to me, they realize that I have again settled in this new science, and now government departments and a lot of medical universities and colleges, and they invite me to give lectures and to give them little awareness about this science.
That is so inspiring to see that. Is there something that you would like to see that would particularly touch you, move you, and to see in Pakistan for the world, that Pakistan could lead or show their leadership for all of us?
Okay. My focus for my country is to work on the youngsters, young generation of my country, because I feel if I can do something holistically for the youngsters of my nation, my country, they are going to revolutionize the country. So this is my focus, and for that I'm working in colleges and universities. I have started a holistic health awareness movement, and a lot of youngsters, they support me and they are with me in spreading this message in Pakistan.
Yeah. Great. So you have great hopes, huh?
Yeah, I'm hopeful, and I'm playing my role. And
you're working at it.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, and I'm getting the results also. I'm getting results also.
Good, very exciting. Well, thank you for daring to share.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, and much aloha from Hawaii.
May I have the permission to start?
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all the participants on board. I welcome you all on the auspicious International Lifestyle Medicine Conference 2021. I am Dr. Sana Majid. I have done my MPhil Physiology from Islamic International Medical College. Now currently I am serving as a lecturer in Islamic International Medical College. Today I am your moderator for the article session 1. It will be held from 12 noon to 1 p.m. inshallah. Each participant will be given 6 minutes. First bell will ring at 4:30 seconds, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and final bell will be given at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I request you all, the participants present online, while the presenter are presenting, and get your speakers on only if you have the query for the smooth running of the session. I'll be very grateful for your kind cooperation. The chairperson of this session is Professor Dr. Humaira Fiaz Khan. She is Professor of Physiology, Member of Assessment Committee, and MPhil Supervisor at Islamic International Medical College. She did her FCPS Physiology in 2010 from College of Physician and Surgeon, Pakistan. She did her Masters in Health and Medical Professionals in Medical Education from Rifa International University. She also has done postgraduate diploma in professional ethics. She is certified lifestyle medication program. The presentations during the session will be evaluated by the evaluation committee comprising of Professor Dr. Samina Altaf, Associate Professor Dr. Uzma Naeem, and Assistant Professor Dr. Ghazala Jawad. Today, we started our first presentation by Lieutenant Colonel retired Professor Dr. Masood Khokar. He is Professor and Head of Department of Psychiatry at Islamic International Medical College. He will be presenting online and sharing his views on the topic of food and mood. Please, sir, kindly share your views and please present your article. Sir, can you hear me, please?
I think sir is having a internet problem.
Respected sir. Sir, so we will move on the next presenter. So the next presenter for this session is Dr. Sara. She is consultant. She will presenting her article on the topic of awareness level of improving immunity by lifestyle modification in doctors of Rawalpindi. Please, ma'am.
नेक्स्ट को ले लो
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Sara Tanveer and I will be discussing awareness levels of improving immunity by lifestyle modification in doctors of Rawalpindi. This study aims at assessing awareness levels of doctors about improving immunity by lifestyle modification. According to American College of Lifestyle Modifications, effective immune responses to infection can be developed by healthy eating, activity, good sleep, stress control, no smoking, and connectivity. Doctors need to be aware of it and practice it themselves so that they can advise the same to the patients and general population. The objective of the study is to assess the levels of awareness in doctors about use of lifestyle modifications to improve immunity. The methodology used was descriptive cross-sectional survey and it was carried out in Rawalpindi Cantonment in August 2021. 100 respondents were selected through convenience sampling. Data was collected through questionnaires. The results were 90% of the doctors didn't take adequate hydration and balanced diet to improve their immunity. 60% of the doctors didn't do regular physical activity. 50% didn't take adequate sleep. And 30% of the doctors didn't know that stress damages immune system. These levels of awareness indicate that there is need to educate the healthcare providers about the benefits of lifestyle modification in creating a strong immune system, which is necessary for doctors and general population. There is need of policy making for including lifestyle modifications as part of healthcare to bring a positive change in health of the doctors and general population. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you may ask now.
Dr. Fakhanda.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the knowledge with us. Really thanks, ma'am. Now it's time for a clinical gynecologist and obstetrician, Dr. Fakhanda, to present her article on the topic of role of lifestyle modification in PCOS.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Fakhanda Kamran, graduated from Fatma Jinnah Medical University, holistic coach, lifestyle medicine, consultant gynecologist, sexologist, certified psychiatrist. My today's topic is role of synchronized lifestyle modification in PCOS. My journey starts when I observed in my daily practice many teens with cycle problem. When I searched the reason behind it was irregular eating habits, sleep, and escape of breakfast. I joined Dr. Shubhita Feroz and learned how to reverse the chronic diseases by holistic lifestyle. Introduction: Polycystic ovaries. What is the polycystic ovaries? Polycystic ovary syndrome is a hormonal disorder common among women of reproductive age characterized by hirsutism, obesity, infertility, and oligoamenorrheas. According to World Health Organization, 8 to 12% of couples from the whole world are facing the serious problem of infertility. The percentage of infertility will increase in the coming future and will push the world towards the alarming situation. For the diagnosis of the PCOS, 3 criteria. Number 1, polycystic ovaries, by ultrasound, oligoamenorrhea, and evolution, clinical and biological evidence of hypergonadism. Situation in Pakistan: the prevalence of PCOS is higher among Pakistani women, 52%, than among Western population. UK is 20 to 20%. PCOS is associated with significant short and long-term health problems. These include many metabolic and cardiovascular complications, Molded 2004, as well as the psychological disorders, depression, anxiety, sexual infection, social problems which affect the woman's identity and health-related qualities of life. The increasing high incidence of PCOS will be attributed to genetic factor, environmental factor considered as and PCOS has been strongly associated with future development of type 2 diabetes, glucose intolerance, hyperinsulinemia, cardiovascular disorder, and hypertension. Insulin resistance has been reported in 60% of patients with PCOS, including obese and non-obese population. To explore role of synchronized lifestyle modification plan in the management of the PCOS, what is the SLP? SLP is objective of this is to explore the role of synchronized lifestyle modification plan in the management of PCOS. I studied in my outdoor patients, gynaecology, for 3 years. Patients with the complaint of obesity, infertility, PCOS are selected through non-probability purpose sampling technique. A self-created form to check the routine of these women was used in the diagnostic form information related to the presenting complaints, wake-up time, weight, meal time, water intake, junk food intake, sleep, and physical activity included. Intervention: women who are not attempting to conceive, weight reduction, combination of PCOS, obesity, and progestin and metformin. Women who are attempting to conceive, reduction, clomiphene plus metformin. Symptom-specific treatment: hirsutism, OCPs, anti-androgens. Drug therapy, Myostatin, application of synchronized lifestyle modification plan, SLP. What is synchronized lifestyle modification plan, SLP? Dr. Shubhita Feroz is founder of SLP. During the practice, she finds the link between the eating habits, sleep deprivation, and stress in the causation of chronic diseases and speedy aging. Over the years, she kept analyzing the relationship between the individual components of the lifestyle and their impacts on various human systems, which lead to birth of synchronized lifestyle modification, SLP. SLP is a fully developed lifestyle modification program with the 6 pillars we use: SLP 8 rules of correct eating, nocturnal sleep regulation, which lead to hormone production, melatonin, personalized physical activity, personalized stress management, management of various addictions, social connections. What is synchronized lifestyle modification plan? Physiological basis of SLP to attain homeostasis, to achieve iron control and pH balance, to align circadian rhythm with body clock. This is very necessary. Statistics analysis. The 154 patients, women were there, and the age of the percentage, 11% are less than 20, 37% are 21 to 30, 22% are 31 to 40, and 4% are above 40 to 50. Weight in kg is 17% have 51 to 70, and 49% have 73 to 90, 19% have 91 to 110, and 5% have 111 to 130. A patient came to me with 129 kg, and within 2 months she reduced from with the SLP 115, and also she has PCOS, and she got married. She was 18 years age. Now wake up time.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
28%.
I'm interrupting your session.
AM,
Ma'am, time is
6
over.
to 9 AM, 16% 9 to 12 AM, 1% have no response. Breakfast time, no breakfast in 21%, 42% are within 30 minutes of the waking, and 36% had after 1 to 2 hours, and 1 have no response. Then the lunch timing, lunch 23% have no lunch, and full meal have 63%, 5 have snacks. And
Excuse me, Dr. Farsanda, madam. Madam, can you please
9
come to the conclusion?
PM 54%, 41%, and 9 to 11 PM.
Respected ma'am,
and
please
3%
come to the
no
conclusion,
dinner,
please ma'am.
and 2 have no
Please summarize it.
Now sleep time 11 to 12 p.m. 43%, 45% of 12 to 2 p.m. After 2 p.m.
Respected ma'am.
7%, and 5%
Respected
no
ma'am
response.
Fakhanda, please
Exercise,
conclude this.
69% have no exercise, and 31% have light exercise. Water intake in summers, 84% have less than 8 glasses, 11% have prevent to reduce the onset of recreational substance. Thank you, and take a message. Take your breakfast at time, and sleep regulation is necessary for the SLP. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much ma'am for enlightening us. Really thanks ma'am. Now the next presenter is Lieutenant Colonel retired Professor Dr. Masood Khokhar. He is professor and the head of Department of Psychiatry at Islamic International Medical College. He will presenting online and sharing his views on the topic of food and mood. Sir, please kindly share your article.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So, Professor Masood this side, I'm so sorry for connectivity issue. Can everybody hear me, please? Madam panelist, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hear me, please. Assalamu alaikum. Madam, can you hear me, please?
Sir. Sir, please continue, please, sir.
Can you please hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Sir, we can hear you. Please carry on.
Sir,
Can you
please
see the
carry
screen,
on.
sir?
Sir, please.
Madam, can you hear me, please? I'm so sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry for inconvenience. Can you hear me,
It's
please?
okay, sir. Please continue, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Madam,
assalam,
can you
sir.
hear
Please
me,
continue, sir.
please? So my topic is food and mood. If you can hear me, please. So the learning objectives. Yes, awesome. Yes, Arshad bhai. Assalamu alaikum. Can you please hear me of food and mood and compare eating pattern and
जी सर,
food
आपकी आवाज आ रही
linked
है,
with the
आप
mood
जारी
swings
रखिए।
and identify foods which improve mood and how to plan to reset mood with the food. So create food energy supply. That is the normal physiology. Missing breakfast can lead to low blood sugar and irritable mood. And if there is an adequate food, the way the current lifestyle is, it can also lead to low mood and cognitions. So there is a lot of mood disturbances in case the food is not taken appropriately in terms of time and in terms of quality. So this is the effect of mood. If we eat healthy mood, it definitely elevates the mood. If we don't take healthy food, if it is unhealthy food, which we are going to discuss shortly, it's going to lead to low mood or depressed mood. So as far as the relationship of the food and mood is concerned, the established relationship is vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds, whole grain, plant-based food, legumes, low-fat, dairy, lean meat, and oily fish, for instance, are associated with reduction in mood swings, that is depression and refined sugars, that contains sugary juices, drinks, and saturated fats, which is so common these days. So the nutrients in healthy diet help brain to produce neurotransmitters like serotonin and improve mood and feeling of relaxation. Foods which stabilize mood and sugar level, such as whole grain, creates and prevents rapid sugar fluctuations and helps to stabilize the mood. Research shows that people in depressed mood, unless educated, are more likely to choose sugary, fatty, and salty foods rather than nutritious foods. If you allow me to skip and continue, clearly these relationships are complicated, but which is likely to be the stronger driver, mood or food? In other words, does the consumption of particular food lead to mood change, or is our mood generally the predominant factor in determining the food we choose to eat? There is a lot of research, and both viewpoints, they are being supported. Generally, research suggests that foods we consume may be paramount importance, that what is eaten today may affect mood a couple of days or months later on. So consumption of excessive saturated fats, sodium was associated with worse mood 2 days later. While eating fruits, vegetables give a positive mood, and next day, effects was stronger for men, but mood was lifted in both men and women after they ate vegetables. What we can say with the physical health benefit, but also better mental health and improved mood. Altering the type of bacteria, that is microbiome in gut, is the determining feature, and it may improve brain health. Omega-3 fatty acids, fermented foods, probiotics, and other polyphenol-rich foods may improve your gut health, gut-brain axis, and ultimately the mood. Research shows interesting and complex relationship of food with the mood. In this picture, you can see the current culture of food intake by the young people, which depressed mood. And on the right hand, you find the healthy choices, food choices, which can improve. If your blood might feel tired and depressed, avoid foods which make your blood sugar rise and fall rapidly, such as sweets and alcohol, which is so common in consumption. Eating food which may slowly release energy, like complex carbohydrates and natural proteins and fats, is more useful and stabilizes the blood sugar. If you let me go on, enough proteins and getting enough fats is also very important, as they are slowly digested and they maintain the glycemic index and overall energy production and useful neurotransmitters, which help to maintain the brain health, and they safeguard against the depressed mood. Then how to reset? We have to break the vicious cycle trap, that is, indulgence foods may boost energy initially, which is so common, and improve mood in the short term, but these positive effects are usually fleeting. For some people, such effects can often be followed by a drop in mood, guilt, and depression. This can trigger more bad eating and set up a vicious cycle. Better ways of overcoming negative thoughts, including exercising, which has been shown to improve mood by reducing anxiety and stress, such as activities and such other activities not only enhances mood but also assists with controlling indulgence food intake. Research shows that people in sugar, salt, and fat, and focus on the long-term benefits of these healthy foods. People in a positive mood are more likely to choose healthy foods if they feel their good mood is going to last. If not, they may be more likely to choose indulgence foods to sustain positive feelings. So reset mood, consumption of excessive energy, saturated fats, and sodium was associated with worse mood 2 days later, while eating fruits, vegetables gave a positive mood. The next day was stronger for men, but mood was lifted in both men and women after consumption of vegetables. Research shows interesting and complex relationships. What we can say that with confidence is that eating a balanced diet confers not only physical health benefit, but also better mental health through improved mood state. Altering the type of bacteria in gut may be the mediating mechanism which improves your brain health overall. Omega-3 fatty acid, fermented foods, probiotics, and other polyphenol-rich foods may improve your gut health, which may benefit the gut-brain axis. This is the marketing strategies which draws our young people towards the sugary
Respected sir, time is up. Please try to conclude this article, please, sir.
Which are
Please, sir.
Available every now and then in each and every market and shop. So take-home messages: food and mood have very intimate reciprocal relationship. Sugary and processed foods may temporarily lift food. Emotional marketing strategies and heavily paid TV and media ads and promotion videos. However, they may have long-term adverse effects on mood by direct and indirect means. Mood disorders like depression and related issues being a real global challenge with huge contribution to NCDs may be addressed at primary, secondary, and tertiary lifestyle medicine physicians to contain a burden of mood-related NCDs by
Sir, please try to conclude this. Sir,
providing
please.
to enjoy. With that, I thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Really thanks, sir. Now the next presenter of the session is Dr. Aruj Arshad. She is senior lecturer at Rifa International University. and presenting her article on the topic of quality of life determinants of obese individuals, a case control study. Please, ma'am. Dr. Aruj, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry for any inconvenience, but there is definitely some audio issue. For example, I can't.
Ma'am Fatma, are you there? Can you start with the presentation?
Ma'am Fatma, are you here?
Good morning, everyone. I am Aruj Arshad, working as a senior lecturer in Rifa Institute of Clinical and Professional Studies, Rifa International University, Lahore campus. Today, the topic of my representation is Quality of Life Determinants of Obese Individuals, a case control study conducted by Aruj Arshad and Samia Khalid. First of all, let me elaborate about the abstract. So the present research was conducted to investigate the determinants of quality of life among obese individuals. It was hypothesized that attachment styles, including close, dependent, and anxious, negatively related with social support and the quality of life among obese individuals compared to the case control group. Furthermore, it was also hypothesized that social support likely mediates the relationship between attachment styles and quality of life domains that includes physical function, self-esteem, sexual life, public distress, and work dimensions of quality of life in obese individuals. For the study, cross-sectional sample of obese, 100 individuals, and the control 100 also matched on age and gender were taken from different universities using purposive sampling technique. And the findings from the Pearson product moment correlations highlighted that the attachment styles were negatively predicted or related with social support in the quality of life of obese individuals compared to the moreover, the path analysis using EMOS indicated that there is a significant partial mediating role of social support in study variables. That is, literature review. The most relevant question that arises here is why attachment styles are so important and how they do relate to the obesity epidemic. Attachment styles tend to proliferate from childhood to later years in life. So a sound body of research has demonstrated that secure attachment styles in comparison with others may have more positive influence in an individual's life. Moreover, insecure attachment styles tend to contribute towards behavioral and social problems more, as due to insecure attachment positions, eating might take the role of a distress regulation, as highlighted by Mahmood and Al-Kamran in 2012 research. At this point, however, so the rationale of the study is to investigate the factor that might help obese individuals to improve their quality of life despite lacking a secure attachment style that are formed in their early parent-child relationships. So what should be done to improve their quality of life? There might be some external factors such as social support that supports and buffers an individual against the possible detrimental influences of unhealthy attachment styles. In addition to societal factors, the pre-existing unhealthy attachment styles also give rise to a drastic combination unless some intervening factors such as social support balances their influence and serve as a protective booster of quality of life. Hence, in the present research, the researchers explored factors like social support that might help obese patients to have a better quality of life, even when they have insecure attachment patterns in their early relationships. So the study was designed with the following objectives. The basic objective is to find out the mediating role of social support in the relationship between attachment styles that has been developed earlier in the life of individual and the quality of life among the obese participants. So hypotheses were the relationship between attachment styles, close dependent on anxious, social support and quality of life determinants would be different among obese and controlled individuals. And secondly, social support is likely to mediate the relationship between attachment styles and quality of life in obese individuals. For the present study, cross-sectional between group research design was employed, and the sample was of 200 participants, which were equally divided into two groups. One of the groups was of obese individuals and the other was of control, matched on age, gender, and socioeconomic status. And the sample was recruited from the following universities, from different universities of Lahore, including both the private and the public universities, with the following inclusion and exclusion criteria. That is, the sample was within the age of 18 to 40 years with equal representation of both genders among both groups. For obese individuals, the screening was made on the basis of BMI, that is a body mass index, that should be greater than, for obese individual, it should be greater than or equal to 30, while for match groups, the BMI should be less than 30. However, underweight individuals having a BMI less than 18 and individuals having any medical conditions commonly associated with obesity, like cancer, thyroid conditions, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, liver diseases, respiratory ailments, and reproductive issues were excluded. Following assessment measures were used, including the adult attachment scale for attachment styles, interpersonal support evaluation list for social support, and impact of weight on the quality of life for assessing the quality of life determinants to complete the questionnaire, and the overall response rate is 88%. For analysis, the following data analysis strategies were used, including the descriptive statistics, Pearson product movement correlation analysis, and structural and equational modeling using path analysis with the help of MOS. Here are some descriptives of both the groups, obese and control. Here are the mean and standard deviations of attachment styles of both the groups, and then the social support and quality of life determinants. As you can see that the attachment style, specifically close, has a mean of 1.96 in obese group compared to 4 in the control group participants. So overall, control group are depicting a close attachment pattern that is leading towards the secure attachment style compared to the obese individuals. That is the correlation matrix, which includes all the attachment style patterns, that includes close, dependent, and anxious, anxiety, and social support, which include appraisal, belonging, and tangible social support, and the compute of social support is also available in the correlation matrix. And last are the quality of life domains. And these results clearly highlighted that attachment styles are insecure in obese individuals, and that negatively predicted the quality of life, because they are negatively related with the quality of life of obese individuals compared to the case control groups, as the upper diagonal is reflecting the obese group correlations and lower diagonal is represented the control group correlations. There is the mediational model of social support, and the model is showing the excellent fit with the data, including the 3 independent variables, that is close, dependent, and anxious. These are the attachment styles, and ISEL is the social support compute, and dependent variable is quality of life, and these are the domains: physical, self-esteem, sexual, public, and work quality of life domain. These are the findings. As far as the direct effects of the path analysis are concerned, close attachment
your time is
styles
up, please.
predicting the perfect quality of life and
Respected
self-esteem
ma'am,
quality
your
of
time
life
is up. Please
domains,
conclude this
while the anxiety attachment
session.
a
Please,
unique
ma'am.
contribution of individual inclusion. Previous studies have
Dr.
provided
Aruj,
evidence
please
for the
conclude
relationship
this.
between attachment styles, social support, and quality of life separately in obese individuals. However, this study exclusively studied the direct and indirect determinants of quality of life of obese individuals. Thank you so much for listening.
Indonesia.
Now the next presenter of the session is Professor of Physiology, Dr. Fatma Hassan. She will presenting her article on the topic of comparing post-exercise cardiorespiratory components with BMI and physical activity status of young undergraduate students. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Sana. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And is my screen being shared? Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the topic of my study is to determine post-exercise cardiorespiratory components correlation with BMI and physical activity in undergraduate students. We all know that obesity and physical inactivity are linked to increased risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, some cancers, and all-cause mortality in a dose-response fashion. The more obese or physically inactive a person is, the higher the risk. To accurately address someone's future health risk, weight and physical activity should be considered and recommendations should be made accordingly. The current obesity rise in our youth is a great concern. With compromised physical activity levels, these are alarming and there is insufficient local data available. So the present study was conducted to compare pre and post-exercise intervention of the students with heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and pulse oxygen saturation. Similarly, we also compared the BMI and exercise hours per week of the students with these post-exercise cardiorespiratory parameters. Now, this study was conducted at Islamic International Dental College. It was a cross-sectional study conducted from August till November 2021. Convenience sampling was used and was around 86 undergraduate students were recruited for the study. All the dental students between ages of 18 to 25 years were considered, and any student suffering from any chronic or acute disease was excluded out from this study. Students were made to fill an online questionnaire regarding their lifestyle along with the physical activity vital sign questionnaire, which is a tool created to quickly measure one's physical activity level by calculating minutes of physical activity per week. For ease of entering the data into the SPSS, we converted these minutes into hours. After that, we did the physical activity readiness questionnaire survey. And if any positive score was found out, then that student was also excluded from entering into the intervention. After that, the students were instructed to pedal cyclic ergometer for 3 minutes at a set speed of 15 miles per hour. Both scale was used to assess the perceived exertion, and it was around 12 to 13, which is the moderate range. This board scale has a scale from 6 to 20, with 6 very mild and 20 the most highest vigorous activity. So when we made them to pedal that, their activity ranged in the moderate range. And we also reconfirmed it with the heart rate that fell into the 64 to 76% of maximum, which is again comes into the moderate range. Above the 77% comes into the vigorous activity heart range. So in the independent variable in our study was the BMI of the students and the exercise in hours per week. The dependent variables were these pre and post cardiorespiratory indices. BMI was categorized into as underweight, normal weight, overweight, and obese according to the WHO criteria, including the Asian cutoff values. Regarding the physical activity per week, we also categorized them into 4 parts. Number 1, those who were totally inactive. Then number 2, which were insufficiently active, that is less than 2.5 hours, which is the recommended guideline by the lifestyle medicine. Number 3 is the sufficiently active, falling in between 2.5 and above up till 4.4 hours per week, and beyond that, greater than 4.5 hours per week. So these were the 4 categories in which we divided the students. The descriptive analysis showed a mean age of 20 and with males 33% and female around 53%. And from the descriptive analysis, you can see the majority of the students fell into the normal weight category, and also in the a major chunk is also in the overweight category. Similarly, regarding the exercise hours per week, we had a substantial proportion in the who are inactive, but at the same time, we have the students which followed the recommended guidelines and over and above that as well. For the analysis of this data, we did the paired sample t-test to correlate the pre and post interventions. Then you can see that there was highly significant association between the heart rate, breathing rate, and pulse pressure pre and post. Whereas for the comparison of the BMI and physical activity hours per week, we did the Pearson correlation, and it showed only significant association with the BMI, whereas no significant association was found with the exercise hours per week. Within the BMI category, we found significant association with the heart rate and with the post pulse pressure level values. So to conclude my study, in our study, we found significant association of BMI with the post-intervention cardiorespiratory indices. However, we do need to further probe as BMI is not very accurate in assessing the obesity level. We can also add the waist circumference and the waist hip ratio into it to further correlate these levels with the physical activity and correlate the sedentary lifestyle behavior. And where there were certain study limitations as well, misclassification of the light, moderate, or vigorous physical activity brings an important limitations for this study, as over and under estimates of the physical activity may distort its association with health outcomes. And we would also like to include the maximum volume of oxygen the students exerted to be added for assessing the cardiorespiratory fitness next time, inshallah. Thank you very much, Jazakallah Khair, for listening patiently. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Fatma, for sharing the knowledge with us. Really thanks, ma'am. Now our worthy MS call. Now the next presenter from Indonesia is Miss Nurani, will present on the topic of the medical student nutritional status during online learning. Please, ma'am. Ma'am, please share your screen, please, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Sana. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will share my PowerPoint. Is it clear for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear colleagues, hopefully all of you are in the best condition. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Nuraini Junaid, part of Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Let me present our report, the medical students' nutritional status during online learning. It was conducted by me and my team, Niki Fajrahmawati, Zahra Rizkika Alia Safitri, and Siti Nur Hikmah Maulida Rinjani. I will divide my presentation into 4 sections, which are background and aims, methods, results, and conclusions. For the first are background and aims. We know that obesity is an established risk factor for mortality. 2.8 million deaths each year due to high body mass index. In Indonesia, the COVID-19 pandemic caused a crisis in March 2020. So we aim to assess students' nutritional status from the start of a crisis to after 6 months, then after a year. Then for methods, it was a cross-sectional study consisting of 100 first-year students during a crisis, used online questionnaires at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Indonesia. The inclusion criteria were similar and more than 18 years old and completed data taking. And the exclusion criteria were head eating disorders experience. All subjects received some procedures by Zoom meeting in December 2020 and June 2021. The 3 days food record was used to assess dietary intakes, and we analyzed them by nutrition survey. The physical activity was WHO. All data were anonymized and ethical approval was granted by the Ethics Commission of FMUE. And data analysis was performed using SPSS software. And this is my results. This is about subjects' characteristic before a crisis, except nutrient intakes at 6 months after a crisis. The median age was 21 years old, and the BMI was 22.88 for males and 21.01 for females. Most subjects were in normal nutritional status. Based on Indonesian RDA, was a little bit higher than the recommendation. But about the carbohydrate intakes were insufficient, but the lipid intakes were sufficient. And about the transition of subjects' nutritional status during online learning, our obese subjects were increased, which were 20% at the start of eclasis, became to 28% at the 6 months after eclasis, and higher at 1 year after eclasis, which was 31%. And until 6 months after online learning, our subjects were still in normal nutritional status, but after a year, they became overweight. And after a year of eclasis, the male subjects consume higher energy. It was almost double for protein adequacy and lipid adequacy, but their carbohydrate adequacy was still sufficient. Like male subjects, the female subjects had intake improvements after a year of eclasis. And about physical activity, most of the subjects did light physical activity. Their sedentary times were 9 hours per day, and there was no significant difference between 6 months of data and after a year data. So we conclude that online learning was increased students' intakes and worsened nutritional status, and we need to follow up on students' nutritional status a year later, moreover, if there will be offline learning later. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for sharing their knowledge with us, for enlightening us. Really thanks, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, our worthy MS scholar, Ms. Farhat Shehzadi from Rifa International University, will be presenting on the topic of social media addiction, fatigue, and emotional well-being mediating role of circadian rhythm. Please, ma'am, share your screen, please.
Assalamualaikum, this is me, Farhat Shehzadi, and my research topic is social media addiction, fatigue, and emotional well-being, mediating role of circadian rhythm. The study was supervised by Ms. Samia Khalid. She is lecturer at Refined Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology, and she is also working as a lifestyle medicine coach in Pakistan. If we talk about lifestyle medicine and social media, you can see that lifestyle medicine focuses upon healthy lifestyle activities such as having whole food, plant predominant eating patterns, regular physical activity, stress management, restorative sleep, and avoidance of risky substances, and positive social connections, whereas social media addiction can disturb our lifestyle. It can hinder our physical activities, or it can reduce our sleep or causes stress among users. In one study, it has been stated that blue light emitting from electronic devices arouses regions of the brain that make us feel alert or energizing us at a time when we should be shutting down. In one more study, it has been stated that time spent on internet, lack of bodily activity, and discount in napping hours can cause physical and mental fatigue, whereas Facebook use in one study have been associated with the lower level of happiness. According to Primex, those who use 7 to 11 social media apps can have, or platforms can have, developed signs and symptoms of anxiety and depression. In one study, it has been suggested that circadian rhythm have been associated with behavioral and physiological performance. Circadian disturbance may be environmental or molecular disturbance, both create negative and intense health outcomes. Social networking sites tiredness may lead to irritability, procrastination, and irrational behaviors in different studies. Different studies have identified the negative effect of social media addiction, including depression, anxiety, emotional exhaustion, relationship management issues, and attention difficulties, sleep deprivation. In one study, Silver suggested that the fatigue and tiredness is harmful issue in daily life, and almost everyone goes through this state. But when a person is tired, he or she makes more faults, and they become confused or unfocused or unenthusiastic. Furthermore, it reduces efficiency in every field, and more significantly, the person having tiredness and fatigue may cause risky behavior such as having accidents. Our first objective was to explore that how social media addiction can disturb our sleep by disrupting our circadian rhythm. Second one was to have a better understanding of the effect of social media addiction on emotional well-being. And third one was about how to explore how social media addiction causes fatigue. And the final and fourth one was to investigate how circadian rhythm mediates a relationship between social media addiction and fatigue. In method, we have used correlational research design and sampling technique was purposive sampling, and our sample size was consisted of 200, from which 49% were male and 51% were female university students. Those individuals who were using social media for entertainment purpose were included in the study, and individuals who were having mental health issues or having sleep disturbance were excluded from the study. If we talk about the effect of social media addiction on circadian rhythm, we can see that social media addiction has predicted 0.31 or 31% circadian rhythm, and social media addiction have predicted 0.091% emotional well-being among university students. As per about social media addiction and fatigue, we can see that social media addiction has predicted 0.11% fatigue among university students. And if we talk about the role of circadian rhythm as a mediator, we can see that the circadian rhythm have been found out to be a great mediator between social media addiction and fatigue. In present study, we have investigated the effect of social media addiction on emotional well-being and physical and mental health, as well as a functioning of circadian rhythm in the relationship. We also considered previous studies, and to our study understanding, this is the first study that looked into the relationship between social media addiction, circadian rhythm, and fatigue among university students. After doing a thorough literature review and reviewing our findings, we came to conclude that the changes in circadian functioning can disturb our sleep, and disturbance in sleep can lead to fatigue and emotional problems among university students. The mediating role of circadian rhythm and how it plays a crucial part in maintaining physical and mental health is one of the most important findings of this study. And this study added to our understanding of the dangers of excessive use of social media. If we talk about the limitations of study, one of the major limitations of this study was lack of generalizability, because we have chosen a specific sample, a student sample, so we cannot generalize the study to other samples or population. Furthermore, correlations between several scales were average, and such as pain, scale of positive and negative effect were having low Cronbach alpha reliability. If we talk about implications, those who utilize social media more frequently than usual will benefit from this study. We will come to know how they can keep themselves healthy, or they can keep themselves safe from dangers of using excessive social media use. Those that start health-related programs such as lifestyle medicine, experts can look into these findings, or they can develop treatment plans by considering the importance of lifestyle activities. People should understand how crucial good circadian functioning is for a healthy life. This research has paved the way for future studies. If you want to ask any question regarding this study, you can contact on this email address.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the knowledge with us. Really thanks, ma'am. Now, the last presenter of the session is Ms. Urva Rizvi. She is a research assistant at Rifa International University. She will be presenting her article on the topic of smartphone addiction, quality of sleep, happiness among young adults. Please, ma'am, share your screen, please, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
Okay, that's great. So, the topic of my presentation is smartphone addiction, quality of sleep, and happiness among young adults. So, the abstract of my presentation is that, well, most of the things that we do in our lives nowadays is by using a smartphone, whether it be for socialization or gaming or even groceries. So smartphone addiction has disturbed various parameters of our life, so it needs to be tapped, and it has a great connection with our sleep routines. So sleep has been proven to be the major pillar of the lifestyle medication and how it caters the individual's overall well-being. So the present studies aim to find the relationship between smartphone addiction, sleep quality, and happiness among young adults. Correlation research method was used for this purpose. A sample of 250 young adults were recruited by convenient sampling technique, and permissions were gathered, and the process of the research was followed according to the protocol. So smartphone addiction is something that is rapidly advancing in science and technology and has led us into getting many new inventions and gadgets. So smartphone is one of the inventions that technology has given to us, and this invention is being used by all people, means of all ages, genders. So most of the people spend their time on social media, emails, business, and stuff like that, and about 95% of people in America own their own cell phone, while 77% possess their own smartphones. So across the world, about 1.85 billion people use smartphones, according to the research conducted into 2014. Okay, so sleep quality is another thing. Poor sleep quality is a symptom of not being able to fall asleep, and extensive research has shown that sleep quality has become an increasingly public health focus. And poor sleep quality leads to the risk of mental problems, lower levels of subjective well-being or happiness. Now, what is happiness? Happiness has been defined as a combination of feeling good and functioning well, the experience of positive emotions such as contentment, as well as the development of one's potential, having some control over one's life. And how do we have a sense of purpose? And what are the positive experiences or positive relationships that we have around us? So according to the literature review, there were researches that were conducted in this regard, like smartphone addiction, poor sleep quality, self-regulation, and bedtime procrastination in China upon undergraduate students, and the results reflected that there was a non-significant effects of smartphone addiction via self-regulation and bedtime procrastination on 3 indicators of poor sleep quality was statistically significant. Okay, so the rest of the literature review also supports this topic that work has been done, but the indigenous work is missing, means the work that we need in our culture is missing. So happiness, the rationale of my study was that happiness is an element which is much needed to carry a good mental state, and there may be factors that may affect it. The biopsychosocial model suggests that happiness and overall well-being of a person may be affected by sleep quality he takes. Nowadays, sleep quality is not as good as it was before, so many people of all age groups are indulgent using smartphones to pass their time, like using social media or other applications. This trend of sleeping late has mostly been seen in young adults. In the current study, the main aim is to find the connection between smartphone addiction and sleep quality regarding the overall happiness of an individual. And this would provide an empirical support and add into the indigenous data as well. So the objective of my research was to find the relationship between smartphone addiction, sleep quality, and happiness among young adults, along with the measurement of likelihood of smartphone addiction and sleep quality in predicting happiness among young adults. So the hypothesis that was formed was that there is likely to be a relationship among smartphone addiction, sleep quality, and happiness in young adults. And smartphone addiction and sleep quality are likely to predict the predictors of happiness in young adults. For the method, I used correlational research design, and the participants were recruited through convenient sampling, ages of 19 to 25 years, and the sample size was 250. So this is the demographic table showing the basic demographics and how were they being, what was the basic demographic ratio among the data that we collected. It included age, gender, birth order, number of siblings, education, possession of a smartphone, and access of it all the time, along with what do you specifically use on your phone, and when you sleep at night or hours of sleep you get. So the inclusion criteria was that it included the participants from universities of Lahore, along with the individuals who use social media account and own their own smartphone, while the exclusion criteria was that the students outside of Lahore, means who weren't enrolled in a University of Lahore, were excluded, along with the students who have other health or psychiatric issues, and married students were excluded as well. So smartphone addiction is basically the excessive use of smartphones in a way that is difficult to control, and its influence extends to other areas of life in a negative way. Sleep quality is defined as one's satisfaction of the sleep experience, integrating aspects of sleep initiation, sleep maintenance, sleep quality, quantity, and refreshment upon awakening. And happiness is an emotional state that is characterized by the feeling of joy, satisfaction, contentment, and fulfillment. While happiness has many different definitions, it is often described as involving positive emotion and life satisfaction. So the measures included a demographic sheet, smartphone addiction scale short version, sleep quality scale, Oxford happiness questionnaire. And the procedure was that permissions were taken from the university, from the two authors, and a pilot study was conducted initially. Then the collected data the data collection was completed within 1 month. And a written consent was signed by the participants for filling the questionnaires, and all the ethical consideration given by APA were strictly followed. Like a brief discussion, a description of the research was delivered to the participants, and the participants were informed about the administration, the confidentiality and privacy issues. In statistical analysis, reliability analysis were run to find the psychometric properties of the questionnaire. Person product moment correlation coefficient was run, and multiple hierarchical regression analysis was done as well. So the reliability of our scales fell into the point where it was okay, means the reliability of the scales was good. And in correlation, it was found that there was a relationship of smartphone addiction, sleep quality, and happiness among young adults. And it was also just suggested that there was a significant positive relationship of sleep quality with happiness, and there's a negative relationship of smartphone addiction with happiness, implying that individuals who have good sleep quality are more likely to have happiness in their life, whereas the people who had smartphone addiction showed lower levels of happiness. So in the multiple hierarchical regression, it was found out that there was happiness and sleep were significant predictors of happiness. So in the discussion, we saw that there was evidence present that suggested our results were according to the past literature. Limitation and suggestions regarding my study was that the data was taken from young adults only, while smartphone is being used by people of all ages. Equal number of young adults could have been taken for future study, means the equal number of gender, male and female, and more studies could be taken of the country to get a better generalizability of the results. So the conclusion suggests that young adults who have better sleep quality are happier in their life as compared to those who are not having proper sleeping hours. Smartphone addiction was found to be a reason of having a life where they were not as happy as people who did not overuse their phone. And the future implication of the study was that this study is very helpful for shedding light upon the addiction that is not being acknowledged by many, which is the smartphone addiction. By the means of this study, we can plan a better management plan for the professionals so that awareness can be brought about how a smartphone addiction is affecting the youth, along with sleep quality and how is it being affected by the smartphone addiction as well. And after that, we can work upon how these elements are working upon the subjective happiness of a person. We can improve the level of happiness in the youth by means of this research, and light can be shed upon the lifestyle choices that are crucial for the overall mental and physical health. And that will be all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. Ma'am, there is a question for you.
Yes.
What was the instrument used to measure happiness? Can you please answer?
Yeah, it was the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire. So it's a self-report tool to measure happiness. It consisted of about 29 items and had a 6-point Likert scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And the reliability of the scale was 0.78. And it was used to measure the level of happiness in the variables, because in the past literature that I viewed, this scale was used for finding the levels of happiness as well.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request the chairperson, Professor Dr. Humaira Fayaz Khan, to conclude the session. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sana. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It was a delightful session, I must say. I must say that everyone presented very well. The researches were very good, innovative, though it was a varied collection of researches, but I still found that it was very pertinent to today's talk, which was about lifestyle medicine and food. I hope everyone enjoyed this session. And at this point, I would like to say we are going to have, I want to thank everyone. And for till 2 o'clock, we are concluding or we are having a break, a lunch break and a namaz break. And we'll join back at 2 o'clock at rather 1:55. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, everyone. Really thanks. Jazakallah khair, everyone.
Hello, my beautiful co-creators. Lilu here in Honolulu, Hawaii on the GC Living Tour today at the World Congress of Quantum Medicine. And I'm standing today with Dr. Firas that actually flew from Pakistan for this Congress. And something about this beautiful lady and energy, just I felt compelled to interview you. So thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you very much.
So you practice Hello, my beautiful co-creators. Lilu here in Honolulu, Hawaii on the GC Living Tour today at the World Congress of Quantum Medicine.
According to the World Health Organization, non-communicable or lifestyle diseases will account for 2/3 of all disease in the world by 2020. All such disease is a result of lifestyle choices that are recognized as determinants of physical and emotional health.
The commonly observed disorders or the problems which we see in our day-to-day practice is obesity, then behavioral disorders, depression, then relationships. There is an increased divorce rate in the society. In a week, I see at least 10-15 young boy or girl of age 15 to 18 coming with high blood pressure. Then there is an indulgence into drugs also.
Lifestyle.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lisa Schuler, and I will be presenting at the upcoming International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I will be talking about some diet and nutrition related strategies to reduce the risk of breast cancer and reduce the risk of its recurrence. I'm very passionate. Has been a lot of research findings over the last decades that have consolidated our knowledge in this area, and it's quite possible now to provide evidence-based recommendations that will in fact reduce the incidence of breast cancer as well as reduce the risk of its recurrence. So I'll be going through some data on the impact of obesity. I'll be talking about very specific findings related to macronutrients, so talking about fiber and fat and protein, and of course the very important role that vegetables play in some of the phytonutrients in vegetables, and some other topics. So we'll get into it in a way that will hopefully leave you with a very clear set of guidelines for you to apply in your clinical practices. So hope to see you there.
Hi, I am Dr. Tamami Shirai. This December, I will be explaining how Japan has achieved atypical longevity at the conference. Today, the average Japanese woman lives to age 87.74 years, and the average Japanese man to 81.64 years. However, in 1947, Japanese woman lived only 54 years, and a Japanese man only 50 years. In the 1960s, Japan's stroke rate was the highest on the world. How did Japan achieve this longevity miracle in only 75 years? This is the subject of my talk. If Japan can do it, other countries can do it too. See you in December.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammad Zia Abbas. I'm an MD. I came to know about lifestyle medicine and I joined this course. Before I joined lifestyle medicine, my concepts were treating patient and treating not rather the patient, but the illness that they come for. The conventional medicine was right up here in the head, and approach towards patient treatment was very different. Ever since I joined lifestyle medicine, first of all, I tried to bring some changes in myself, especially in my mindset. What changed in my thought process was about that disease can be reversed. This was something very new for me, that disease could be reversed. Going on and learning more day by day about lifestyle medicine, because it's a very vast field, and it tried to cure not the disease, but look at the patient as a whole, and try to have a broader approach towards curing that patient. I try to implement things first of all on myself, and try to see what changes I could bring in my life. First was a positive approach and positive mindset, which was a positive thing I got. And moving on, then the clinical issues that I was facing were improving day by day when I really started practicing this. Moving forward, I try to gradually implement and incorporate this into my normal clinical practices. And the feedback I started getting from my patient was amazing. They were all very optimistic. They came back and they kept on asking me those specific tips about lifestyle changes. Overall, if in a nutshell, lifestyle is really life-changing thing. Thank you.
Hi, I am Dr. Tamami Shirai. This December, I will be explaining how Japan has achieved atypical longevity at the conference. Today, the average Japanese woman lives to age 87.74 years, and the average Japanese man to 81.64 years. However, in 1947, Japanese woman lived only 54 years, and a Japanese man only 50 years. In the 1960s, Japan's stroke rate was the highest on the world. How did Japan achieve this longevity miracle in only 75 years? This is the subject of my talk. If Japan can do it, other countries can do it too. See you in December.
Well, hello everyone from a chilly day and the COP26 hosts in Scotland. My name is Rob Lawson, Chair of the British Society of Lifestyle Medicine and Chair of the World Lifestyle Medicine Council. Thank you, Dr. Shagufta Feroz and the officers of the Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine for this invitation to say a few words in honor of our inaugural international conference in 2021. In recent times, the spotlight has been shone on the health of our respective nations, and the true scale of our determinants of ill health is being exposed to a wider audience and even to our governments. The COVID pandemic is shocking, not only for the bereaved and infected, but to a lesser degree by every citizen in our countries. We mustn't walk out of this pandemic unchanged. At an individual level, community level, societal level, we have to make hard choices and accept that in this Anthropocene era, mankind has created the conditions for this perfect storm of acute and chronic disease. We have presided over the degradation of our individual and planetary health, and we're exposing our children socioeconomically and environmentally to the prospect of a lesser healthy lifespan than their parents. So it is really the time for nudging that hashtag one change at a time. As Professor Gary Egger told us in a recent broadcast, whereas education and motivation are key factors, regulation and legislation must surely follow. Now, we don't practice lifestyle medicine for fame and fortune. It's not alternative, and there's nothing whatsoever to do with apportioning individual blame. People are people, not conditions, and are not being judged. It is us who have created this unhealthy environment, for some more than others. We must now uncreate it. Lifestyle medicine is rooted in science. Almost every guideline tells us this, and applying its principles is key to our future global health. Another part of the solution lies within our own societies. The Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine is showing leadership in your country and is to be applauded for that. In the British Society of Lifestyle Medicine, we have a community and network of supportive individuals who really care, who want to make a difference, who want to bring change to bear. It provides educational opportunities which help to remove barriers to change, most of which are related to confidence and perceived competence amongst healthcare workers. These educational opportunities do include certification from the International Board of Lifestyle Medicine, and the best of luck to all the candidates at this year's exam. The development of our BSLM Learning Academy is a current priority and is gaining fast momentum, such that we will be opening up quality content early in 2022. So together, the World Lifestyle Medicine community will be the driver for change, which will turn the tide of avoidable premature death and the non-communicable diseases lapping on our shores and at our borders. And thereby, we will mitigate the damage of any future inevitable syndemic. At World Lifestyle Medicine Council level, our vision statement is this: a world where all citizens can achieve optimal health in an equitable world without non-communicable disease. Ladies and gentlemen, I've shown no slides, no graphs, quoted no statistics, and used only the spoken word. But the message is clear. In the midst of the rising global burden of disease, together we can make a difference. We can address what really matters to our patients and our citizens. And so I finish by congratulating PALM for your inaugural conference and all the delegates for having the wisdom to participate in a very important development in your country. And I'm sure you'll be inspired. Wishing you all well and take care. Thank you and have fun.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Mariam Zia, and it's my singular pleasure to talk about the effect of lifestyle modification on my life. I started lifestyle modification program under the guidance of Dr. Shagufta Feroz in 2005, and I've never looked back. When I began with her, I suffered from a chronic case of psoriasis, both plaque and guttate. It would cover around 80 to 90% of my body. I'd also recently, at the time, developed cough variant asthma, and my body used to remain very cold, something that I recognize now as a symptom of very low immunity. Suffice it to say, it has altered my life, my family's life. It is truly a modified lifestyle in which you never want to go back to old ways. And we as a family were people who used to eat clean, would not engage in eating habits that would be generally considered awful. So understanding the timings of food, the importance of deep sleep, the importance of timings, the importance of having breakfast early. I remember my friends making fun of me that I have dinner for breakfast. And that really changed my life, ensuring and having knowledge of your body, of the fact that your body is a wise organ in and of itself, that there is some wisdom, innate wisdom, that will tell you whether you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And it is beautiful when you get to know it. And there's no turning back. And cheat days don't feel great anymore because you feel you don't enjoy later on in any case. So it is indeed a beautiful journey of lifestyle modification in and of itself. Is a beautiful journey of getting to know yourself, your food requirements, your body type, the wisdom innate in your body. And your emotional health as well. It is a complete package, and I'd urge anyone who is so inclined to move towards it and see how it transforms our existence, both emotional, physical, and spiritual. Thank you, and best of luck for this journey. Khuda Hafiz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Dr. Hafizer. I am Assistant Professor in Physiology Department at Islamic International Medical College. I have joined Lifestyle Medicine Postgraduate Certificate course in July 2021. Before joining this course, I was not aware of what lifestyle medicine is, but now, Alhamdulillah, after completing this course, I can say that I have learned a lot from lifestyle medicine. I have learned 3 basic things from lifestyle medicine: that how to live healthy and happy life, how to stay positive, and how to take care of yourself. That is actually self-care. And Alhamdulillah, I am practicing all these things in my life, and I'm very much blessed to have this course. At the end, I want to say thanks to Dr. Shagufta Feroz for all her support and care. And Alhamdulillah, she is a role model for all of us. And God bless her, and best wishes for this journey. Thank you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Dr. Sana Noor, working as Assistant Professor in Department of Community Medicine, Avicenna Medical College, Lahore. Recently, I have done my lifestyle medication course with Dr. Shagufta and her competitive faculty, and which I really enjoyed a lot, because this course has changed my perspective towards treating the patient, caring the patient, healing the patient, which is really much joyful journey for me, because as being a practitioner which is based on conventional medicine, and when we heard her, when we listened me, for my family, and definitely for my patients, in which I'm going to give the advices based on lifestyle medication courses and this course, and that is really going to give me the results which were never expected by only the use of conventional medicine, 100%, that's for sure. So I am really blessed to be the part of this lifestyle medicine course, and I shall remain thankful for Dr. Shagufta for giving us so much knowledge, so much love, with so much love and affection that we are.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Ambreen Tahir, and I am a student of lifestyle medicine. My journey of lifestyle medicine began perhaps back in 2016, when my husband was diagnosed with a critical disease in his left coronary artery during a routine medical checkup. It was obviously a nightmare for us, and doctors were insisting for angioplasty, but my husband was determined to try lifestyle changes as a priority. So we started it. We did huge modifications in diet and physical activity. Other modalities like sleep and social connectedness were already fairly good enough, though we did not know them as pillars of lifestyle medicine at that time. Anyhow, we succeeded, Alhamdulillah, and that is how my journey of lifestyle medicine began. Last year, when I heard about the certification course by Dr. Shagufta Feroz, I opted for it immediately, and it has transitioned my random ideas and knowledge about lifestyle medicine into very organized and scientific ones. I feel very empowered positively, and I have become very calm emotionally as well, and my overall health status has also improved very much since then. To add on, I have also started an international course of lifestyle medicine, and I am very eager to use my knowledge about lifestyle medicine in my field in future, inshallah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lisa Schuler, and I will be presenting at the upcoming International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I will be talking about some diet and nutrition related strategies to reduce the risk of breast cancer and reduce the risk of its recurrence. I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm excited about this topic. There has been a lot of research findings over the last decades that have consolidated our knowledge in this area, and it's quite possible now to provide evidence-based recommendations that will, in fact, reduce the incidence of breast cancer as well as reduce the risk of its recurrence. So I'll be going through some data on the impact of obesity. I'll be talking about very specific findings related to macronutrients, so talking about fiber and fat and protein, and of course the very important role that vegetables play in some of the phytonutrients in vegetables, and some other topics. So we'll get into it in a way that will hopefully leave you with a very clear set of guidelines for you to apply in your clinical practices. So hope to see you there.
Hi, I am Dr. Tamami Shirai. This December, I will be explaining how Japan has achieved atypical longevity at the conference. Today, the average Japanese woman lives to age 87.74 years, and the average Japanese man to 81.64 years. However, in 1947, Japanese woman lived only 54 years, and a Japanese man only 50 years. In the 1960s, Japan's stroke rate was the highest on the world. How did Japan achieve this longevity miracle in only 75 years? This is the subject of my talk. If Japan can do it, other countries can do it too. See you in December.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammad Zia Abbas. I'm an MD. I came to know about lifestyle medicine and I joined this course. Before I joined lifestyle medicine, my concepts were treating patient and treating not rather the patient, but the illness that they come for. The conventional medicine was right up here in the head, and approach towards patient treatment was very different. Ever since I joined lifestyle medicine, first of all, I tried to bring some changes in myself, especially in my mindset. What changed in my thought process was about that disease can be reversed. This was something very new for me, that disease could be reversed. Going on and learning more day by day about lifestyle medicine, because it's a very vast field and it try to cure not the disease but look at the patient as a whole and try to have a broader approach towards curing that patient. I try to implement things first of all on myself and try to see what changes I could bring in my life. First was a positive approach and positive mindset, which was a positive thing I got. And moving on, then the clinical issues that I was facing were improving day by day when I really started practicing this. Moving forward, I try to gradually implement and incorporate this into my normal clinical practices. And the feedback I started getting from my patient was amazing. They were all very optimistic. They came back and they kept on asking me those specific tips about lifestyle changes. Overall, if in a nutshell, lifestyle is a really life-changing thing. Thank you.
Hi.
Well, hello everyone from a chilly day and the COP26 hosts in Scotland. My name is Rob Lawson, Chair of the British Society of Lifestyle Medicine and Chair of the World Lifestyle Medicine Council. Thank you, Dr. Shagufta Feroz and the officers of the Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine for this invitation to say a few words in honor of our inaugural international conference in 2021. In recent times, the spotlight has been shone on the health of our respective nations, and the true scale of our determinants of ill health is being exposed to a wider audience and even to our governments. The COVID pandemic is shocking, not only for the bereaved and infected, but to a lesser degree by every citizen in our countries. We mustn't walk out of this pandemic unchanged. At an individual level, community level, societal level, we have to make hard choices and accept that in this Anthropocene era, mankind has created the conditions for this perfect storm of acute and chronic disease. We have presided over the degradation of our individual and planetary health, and we're exposing our children socioeconomically and environmentally to the prospect of a lesser healthy lifespan than their parents. So it is really the time for nudging that hashtag one change at a time. As Professor Gary Egger told us in a recent broadcast, whereas education and motivation are key factors, regulation and legislation must surely follow. Now, we don't practice lifestyle medicine for fame and fortune. It's not alternative, and there's nothing whatsoever to do with apportioning individual blame. People are people, not conditions, and are not being judged. It is us who have created this unhealthy environment, for some more than others. We must now uncreate it. Lifestyle medicine is rooted in science. Almost every guideline tells us this, and applying its principles is key to our future global health. Another part of the solution lies within our own societies. The Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine is showing leadership in your country and is to be applauded for that. In the British Society of Lifestyle Medicine, we have a community and network of supportive individuals who really care, who want to make a difference, who want to bring change to bear. It provides educational opportunities which help to remove barriers to change, most of which are related to confidence and perceived competence amongst healthcare workers. These educational opportunities do include certification from the International Board of Lifestyle Medicine, and the best of luck to all the candidates at this year's exam. The development of our BSLM Learning Academy is a current priority and is gaining fast momentum, such that we will be opening up quality content early in 2022. So together, the World Lifestyle Medicine community will be the driver for change, which will turn the tide of avoidable premature death and the non-communicable diseases lapping on our shores and at our borders. And thereby, we will mitigate the damage of any future inevitable syndemic. At World Lifestyle Medicine Council level, our vision statement is this: a world where all citizens can achieve optimal health in an equitable world without non-communicable disease. Ladies and gentlemen, I've shown no slides, no graphs, quoted no statistics, and used only the spoken word. But the message is clear. In the midst of the rising global burden of disease, together we can make a difference. We can address what really matters to our patients and our citizens. And so I finish by congratulating PALM for your inaugural conference and all the delegates for having the wisdom to participate in a very important development in your country. And I'm sure you'll be inspired. Wishing you all well and take care. Thank you and have fun.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Mariam Zia, and it's my singular pleasure to talk about the effect of lifestyle modification on my life. I started lifestyle modification program under the guidance of Dr. Shagufta Feroz in 2005, and I've never looked back. When I began with her, I suffered from a chronic case of psoriasis, both plaque and
Bismillah.
According to the World Health Organization, non-communicable or lifestyle diseases will account for 2/3 of all disease in the world by 2020. All such disease is a result of lifestyle choices that are recognized as determinants of physical and emotional health.
The commonly observed disorders or the problems which we see in our day-to-day practice is obesity, then behavioral disorders, depression, then relationships. There is an increased divorce rate in the society. In a week, I see at least 10-15 young boy or girl of age 15 to 18 coming with high blood pressure. Then there is an indulgence into drugs also.
Lifestyle medicine is an emerging branch of allopathy that seeks to find a cure for chronic diseases by returning to healthy choices in food and life.
The main things which lifestyle medicine, the sort of 5 pillars of lifestyle medicine, if you would have, is nutrition, looking at sleep health, physical exercise, behavioural modification in the form of any addictive behaviour, including tobacco or alcohol abuse, and stress management. Now, the Lifestyle Medicine Global Alliance is a group of international physicians, and now we have physicians in over 42 countries who come together, and we have unified in order to really share best practices, to be able to share educational resources, and we are now building curricula to go into universities and medical schools to be able to teach medical students and therefore your doctor.
Lifestyle medicine is centered around whole, plant-based foods like grains, lentils, beans, spices, fruits, vegetables, nuts and seeds.
4, 3, 2.
Other key components are exercise, quantity and quality of nocturnal sleep, self-help mechanisms to deal with stress, fostering stable relationships and avoidance of various addictions.
From that point where I lived on desserts and junk food, and मैं जब pregnant थी तो मैं रोज़ाना मैं अमेरिका में थी, Burger King का रोज़ाना burger खाती थी, मेरा ये वाला हाल था. And it wasn't about कि I would gain weight and I wouldn't eat it. It was just I liked the taste of junk food. To now where me and my kids are completely junk food free. There are no fizzy drinks in our lives. There are no processed foods in our lives. Processed foods ये जो आप packaged food खाते हैं, from biscuits, everything that's manufactured not at home is processed food.
In its essence, lifestyle medicine ignites the innate disease prevention mechanism of a natural body that is emotionally, spiritually, and physically healthy.
Your breakfast, your lunch, your snacks, your dinner, everything is contributing to your cellular health. So, down to your core, to your skin, everything about you is made through food. Your body is renewing itself over and over again. You see, our lifestyles are such that we have food at the wrong time, with the wrong combinations, at the wrong temperature.
While these concepts might seem alien in the urban centers of Pakistan today, only 2 generations earlier, they were part and parcel of healthy living in most households. This knowledge was an essential part of every grandmother's dining table and kitchen. An affiliate of the Global Alliance, University of Harvard's Lifestyle Medicine Group, and the author of Living as Nature Intended, Dr. Shagufta Feroz is the pioneer of lifestyle medicine in Pakistan. She has been using the power of food and lifestyle choices to run her drug-free clinical practice for the past 15 years.
Lifestyle medicine is a branch of conventional medicine or allopathic medicine, which is a newly emerged branch along with few other sciences like integrative medicine and functional medicine. So, number one, it is a speciality of medical science.
Those who have been following a modified lifestyle feel they can never revert to their old habits after the body's inbuilt anti-disease wisdom kicks in and they notice a happier, more positive atmosphere in their life and homes.
Now, after following Dr. Shagufta's program,
we haven't had medicines inside our house since the past 2.5, 3 years. I was having a lot of pain in my joints. My daughter was 2 years old. I was nursing her, and I used to have pain in my joints, and I could not sleep for. She used to wake up in the middle of the night, so I hadn't almost slept for 2 years, a consecutive 6 hours sleep. When I went to her, she told me exactly what I was going through, and then with food, she gave me a food plan. And those pains that I had for a good 6-7 years, I haven't experienced them till today. It's just not a plan anymore, that's our lifestyle.
People who work, who eat outside, they have this major issue of triglycerides, they go high. So I went to see her, and then she gave me what I call her, the lesson of hikmat from her. I was 95 kilograms, and within 6 months I went down to 84. 11 kg weight loss, and continued it till my marriage for the next 3-4 years by playing squash again.
In Pakistan, the people of Hunza lead by example. Their routines include natural local foods, healthy nocturnal sleep, and a peaceful environment that helps foster a sense of happiness and spirituality.
My program, which is SLP, it focuses especially on the lifestyle of Pakistanis and the type of foods they like, and the financial status or the level of stress the nation is going through. So I advise them simple things which they can afford very easily, because I see a lot of people, patients coming from villages also. Then I tell them simple tools, like I encourage them to go to introduce laughter therapy into their families. I talk about family meals, I talk about family sharing, and I feel that this is something very, very different and very specific to my country, to my culture, and to the needs of my society.
Urgent measures are needed to change
Ji, Assalamu alaikum everyone. I hope we are all back from the lunch and prayer break. So without wasting any time, we would continue with our session. And I would like to invite our founder and president of Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine, Director, Rifa Institute of Lifestyle Medicine, Council Member of Global Positive Health Institute, Adjunct Professor, Health Services Academy, Visiting Faculty, Civilian Staff College, founder of the Synchronized Lifestyle Modification Program, author of the book, Living as Nature Intended, The Lady with a Charismatic Personality and a True Healer, our dear Dr. Shagufta Feroz. Madam, please enlighten us on this topic, lifestyle medicine and youth health, which needs our utmost attention for a better, healthy, and productive community. Please, Madam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome you back. I hope you have good, healthy lunch and you have done a little bit of stretching, and you are now ready to attend another important workshop which might resonate with all of you, I would say. So I'm not going to burden you with so many, facts and figures, because you are going to learn a lot about the statistics and studies and researches in the coming 2 days. My objective is that we should just learn from each other that what are the issues of youth and how their lifestyle is affecting their activities, their behavior, their health, or whatever they think about life. So probably I'll be learning more from you. So I will not be, I don't want you to be overburdened. So my first question is that how many of you, I can see here that there are about 74 participants. How many of you think that you are young? And how many of you think that you are young at your heart or young by heart? Yes, I just wanted to have an idea. How many of you think that you are young? Because I know there are a variety of age groups present here. So how many of you think that you are young? If I give you a simple, just a simple criteria that all who are under age of 35 can say that they are young, or the others, they can categorize themselves it's up to them. So how many of you think that you are at age under or at age 35, or how many of you think that you are young at heart? Okay. So the three responses, at least three, four, most of you, good. So most of the responses till now, I can see is that you have written that you are young by heart. Okay, right. So most of you think this is very good. Someone has mentioned the age and said that I am young by heart. So before going into the technical details, let me ask anyone who is 35 plus and who thinks that he is young. Dr. Suhail Ahmed, would you like to express how do you feel that you are young at heart or young by heart? Yes, Dr. Suhail Ahmed. Dr. Suhail, can you hear me? Okay. Can anyone else? Imran Hussain, would you like to tell us, or anyone else, what do you mean by young at heart? No? Is there a confusion or you are a bit reluctant? Are you able to unmute your mics?
Yes, ma'am. I think they are not able to respond.
They're not able to respond. Can I see the IT person?
Kindly check their text messages. They are messaging me.
Okay, no, but I want them to talk. You have to unmute. Yes. Anyone who want to comment?
Ma'am, Ikra Riyaz say young means lively.
Okay.
And happy.
Right. But my question is, what do you mean by young at heart? I wanted to know your definition of feeling young at heart.
May I?
Yes, yeah, please.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Aisha Magan. Ma'am, I'm 35 years old. And what I perceive from your question is this, that young by heart means that no matter in what age group you are, your heart can feel the liveliness, can enjoy the things around you, can contribute in that in a positive sense, and you can feel happiness around you in any matter, and you can find the ways in the various disturbed emotional situations as well. So that means that your heart is lively, no matter what age group you are.
Exactly. You are absolutely right, Aisha. You're absolutely right. Somebody has raised the hand, but I can't read the name. Would you like to say something? What do you mean by young at heart? Yes?
The name with the clinic can ask the question.
Yes,
I have unmuted the mic.
Okay.
Clinic.
Yes. And what is your name, by the way? The DP with the name written clinic can ask the question or can comment. Okay.
Please ask the question, clinic. You can now
All
speak,
right.
please. Okay, where's Muslim Explorers Academy?
Yes,
Please ask the
please,
question.
Muslim
Okay,
Explorers Academy.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Dr. Sabah.
Yes.
And what I understand by being young at heart, like I feel young, although I'm 40, it's because I can still, I'm very open to new ideas and new concepts, and I can still, I'm still on the learning journey, and I can even unlearn the unwise stuff from the past. So that's my definition of being young. Thank you.
Yes. So the definition of youth or the definition of a young person is dynamic, is fluid. We can't say that that person is 30 years old. That is why that person is young. So a person at age 60 plus can be a young person because he or she has stopped the aging process. Before going into the details, I would like to give you a definition of aging rather. Aging actually happens at 3 levels. One is the chronological aging. The chronological aging is by calendar. Suppose you were born in 1980 or 1960, you start adding years to your life, and that is the chronological aging. The other aging is biological, and the biological aging happens in the vital organs. It happens in heart, liver, brain, kidney, the major organs of the body. If we are into a toxic environment or we are into a toxic lifestyle, we will suffer from aging in our vital organs. And if the chronological age is 30, the biological age could be at 40. But the worst aging is mental. And the mental aging is that if the person is all the time thinking on the negative lines, the aging will happen more speedily because mind is an energy being. Mind is not something which is tangible. You can't see mind. But if we have gone negative into our thought process, that will affect our vital organs more adversely. So the aging which happens at the level of mind is the worst aging. So a person who feels that he or she is young at his heart level is the person who has somehow learned the secret of delaying the mental aging. See, so that is why I wanted to know. I'm glad that most of you have written that you are young at heart. So the problem is, if the mind is at age, suppose the body is at age 30 by calendar, it is at 35 at biological level. But if at the level of mind, it is at 45, the mind is going to drag the physical body and it will bring it at age 45. This is a very common phenomena. Just I'm giving you an awareness because this I see in my clinic, that I see a child of age 12, the behavior and the expression of that child is of age 24. Sometimes I see 8 to 10 years advance, and I always tell this to my in my training courses also, that I've seen a child of age 10, but when he was talking to me, I had a feeling that I'm talking to a boy of age 20, and his father was a doctor. And I just told because I was worried that why this child is so serious, and he was having high blood pressure at age 10, and he was having high lipids also. So I was concerned that why this child is so serious and why he is not taking life at the level where he's supposed to take at his age. So the father was very proud, and he very proudly said that, yes, you are right, Dr. Saab, we just have come to Lahore to attend a workshop in LUMS, and he is going to join a group of participants who are age 20 plus. So my calculation about that child was correct, that he was senior or older to his age. So number one, you should have this much clarity that you should be at your age. Now, coming back to the topic again. Now you have the clarity that who is younger to their actual age. Now, can you give me a rough idea how many of you think that you are younger to your chronological age? How many of you think that you are younger to your chronological age? Okay. Dr. Fatma, Ikra, Anam. Okay, fine. Iram Zakaria. Iram Zakaria wrote, no, I am not. Zunaira, no, I am not. Okay. Whoever is writing that I am not, can you explain to me that why do you feel that you are not younger to your chronological age? Can anyone please allow them to unmute? Can any one of you can unmute your mic and tell me why do you think that you are not younger to your physical or chronological age? Why do you think?
Iram,
What
can
is
you
the- Yes,
unmute, Iram?
Yes, please.
Naman, can you make Iram unmute?
Please let me check. I can't see Iram.
Yeah, I also can't see him. Fatma, you have to assist me because I can't see all the participants list here.
Because in attendees there's no Iram.
Okay, anyone else?
Zunaira, I'm pointing out to the names who have said no.
Okay, right.
Ask Iram to raise the hand so that we can see.
IRAM Iram Zakaria plus.
Okay,
who
fine.
else?
I can tell you.
Zunaira also said so.
Zunaira, yes.
Yes, Iram, you
Zunaira,
can talk now.
Okay, now Iram, you can talk now.
Assalamu alaikum, ma'am.
Walaikum assalam.
Ma'am, I think my behavior, my attitude, my way of thinking is according to my age, and that's what I feel that I am according to my age and not chronological, younger than my age.
Okay, and you are happy about that?
Yes, ma'am, I am happy because I am young by heart.
Okay, good. You are happy about that. No? So it
Yes,
is not, if you are matching your chronological age, it is not giving you any bad, it is not creating any problems for you, then it is fine.
No, ma'am, it's not creating any
It is
problem.
not creating a problem. And you think that you are performing holistically well in your
Yes,
physical
ma'am,
life, in your emotional life, and in your spiritual and social life.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am, I think so. It does not create any negativity in
right?
my
Okay,
thing.
okay, that's okay then. That's okay. Okay, few more have raised their hands.
Madam,
Yes.
I think those who have agreed or those who have said that they are younger, they would be above 40 or 45.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am, I am above 40. I am 41, but still I think so.
All right. Rabia Anis says that I think I'm wise for my age, but at the same time still feel very excited about life. Okay. All right. Do you think this debate is creating a confusion? Do you think so? That this debate is creating a confusion or a conflict?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
It is, yes. The problem is we are very happy when we see a child of age 10 talking mature things, right? And we say, हमारा बच्चा बहुत बड़ा है, बड़ी समझदारी की बातें करता है. All right, we are not recognizing that the mental aging is happening because of a chemical imbalance which is going on in the body, right? The thing which you people are talking or mentioning is wisdom. The wisdom always comes from a positive approach towards life. So there is a difference between mental aging and there is a difference between enlightenment. So don't get confused between mental aging, and enlightenment. If you are mature to your age, but you are deteriorating at your physical level, something bad is happening in the body. But if you are mature to your age and you know how to handle your physical life, your collective life, your social life, that means that you are an enlightened person. Okay. So this just was and wanted to give you an idea that I would like to share my slides here. And just a second. Can you see the slides?
Ma'am, should I allow Uzma and Zunaira? They are raising their hands.
Okay, fine. Just a second. Just a second. Let me fix the slides first. Okay. Right. Yeah. Please, Uzma and Zunaira. Yes, Uzma, you want to say it? Uzma Shaheen. Uzma, can you hear me? Okay, we can ask Zunaira if Zunaira want to contribute something. No,
Madam,
I
you
can't.
can continue with your slides.
Okay. Now, we are just going to share few concerns about youth. How many of you think that you don't carry a perfect health, but you look cool? How many of you think? This is a common statement which probably you also might have heard from the teenagers or from the young girl or the boy, that they want to look cool and they don't want to carry perfect health. So by the way, what is this cool? I am looking for a definition of looking cool from a young guy who can help me understand the definition of looking cool or being cool. What is this cool? Who is going to tell me? Anybody? Yes,
Uzma, we can't
Ikra Riaz
hear
has
you.
written that looking cool means careless attitude, fashionable clothes, careless about eating also. All right. This seems a very accurate definition. I think so. Farah, cool means lively, full of life, stylish and joyful. This is probably a social media term. Then nice Instagram photos. Okay. Cool means accepting yourself. Okay. Cool means accepting yourself. Trendy, I feel is cool. All right. Generally, someone whose attitude and behaviors are composed but seen as uniquely their own. Okay. So the definition of cool is going from external appearance to the behavior of that person also. Cool means you have yes. Aisha, yes, you have written this?
Ji ma'am, I wanted to say that cools mean that you have the backache or any of the disorder going on, but still you're doing the chores and you're smiling and you're overcoming that particular disorder or disease or the pain you're suffering from.
Okay. So that means you think that being cool is you are very resilient, you are very strong, you are very probably physically also healthy, probably. Ma'am, cool means internal satisfaction. Okay. All right. You are defining the term. I have got the variety of definitions of cool, but I feel what I have learned from my experience is the definition which was given initially. These are the definition. Anyone with nice Instagram photos or looking careless attitude, fashionable clothes, eating out, probably, I might be wrong because I don't belong to your era. I might be wrong, but this is what I learned from the students going to the colleges and universities. They define their behavior. Suppose I was delivering a lecture at LUMS University. When I asked them, what do you mean by cool? So they pointed towards a boy. That boy was around 22 or 24 years of age. His jeans were, half of the jean was under his feet. And he was, when I looked at him, I had a feeling that ye bed se nikal ke abhi aaya hai. His hair were just all, very untidy. But he was looking very philosophical. So probably this is the definition of cool, which is prevailing in our society. So you have to have a clarity that are you cool from inside or you are cool from outside, right? You should be cool from inside and you should be happy about whatever you are doing. Another important question or characteristic of youth which we see currently, that they are social media influencer, but they are alone. And this I can share with you. When a child, I would call them a child of age 15 or 16 years, very smart guy, when he or she comes to me, they don't want to share their history in front of their mother or father. What does that indicate? Don't you think that they are detached from these important relationships? What do you say? Now, I need to know your comments here. What do you think about this? That you are a social media influencer, but you are alone in your life. There is no connection between your parents, siblings. Yes. What do you think so? What is your opinion about this? Communication gap. That's annoying, betraying, yes, betraying yourself.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
madam, can I comment?
Yeah, please. Insecure, okay.
Maybe his parents are not acceptable to whatever he's doing. So he has having a double kind of life, and he does not want to show that face of his to you because he was about to talk to you. So he does not want his parents to know this side of thing. The second life he's living.
But do you agree that this is a common issue of our society?
Yes, definitely. I have a 16 years old and I do not know what's going on in his life. He has blocked me on his Facebook, Instagram, everything. I have no access what his life is in real.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, I think these guys have personal relationships which they cannot expose in front of their parents, and this is major issues nowadays.
Okay, now I would like to talk to a young participant of this group, whoever is here. I don't know by name what is your age, but I would like to ask anybody who is still studying in the university, is around age 20 to 30. What do you think? What is the reason for it? Yes, please. Anyone? Yes. Do you have your, the child with you, Zunaira?
Yes, he would like to talk.
Yeah. I would
Hi,
love to hear.
hello.
Yes.
Hi. So what do you want to ask me?
I just want to ask that how do you feel about your relationship in your family with your parents, or as I have written, that you must be a social media influencer, but you don't have good connections at home.
Okay, so I think that yes, it is a common problem, for many young kids and teenagers around this age, that they sort of isolate themselves from their family, particularly their parents, And like me personally, like I tend to, with my mother especially, I tend to be very open about my life and what's going on. I know she said that I keep things from her and I've blocked her and all, but like I try my best to, be as transparent with her as I can. But I think the reason why teenagers, especially around our ages, the reason why we hide things, we maybe aren't as transparent, is because particularly when we're in different cultures and we're living with people with all different kinds of, for example, like races and stuff, their cultures are different. Some people are more strict, some parents are more lenient with their children. So when you put us in an environment with all these other people and you put so many restrictions on us, you have to like, also, I know that, it's not acceptable in our culture or our religion, but you also have to realize how difficult it is for us, when you have all these people with you and, you're the single one out, it is really difficult for you, So I think parents just need to be a little more compassionate with their kids, and they just need to listen to them more instead of shouting. For example, if you bring up a taboo topic, they'll instantly shut it out and they won't give you a chance to talk because, log kya kahenge, it's not, you don't want to hear it, buri baat hai, achhi baatein nahi hai ye. But instead of that, why can't you have a normal discussion with your child? Why can't you be open about these things? Because then they'll feel comfortable. My parents, they're open about these things. So I feel inclined to go and speak to them about these things. So I think that's what parents need to do. You have to understand that your kids are going through probably the most turbulent phase of their lives right now, so you need to help them on this journey. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. May I know your name, beta? What is your name?
My name is Musa.
Musa, I just wanted to ask you, is there any specific social ailment, I'll use the term social ailment, which you see in your age group and you think that is going to be lethal for that friend of yours? Can you pinpoint any social issue in the society? Because you belong to that age group.
Yeah.
We as doctors, we know that, but I want to hear from you.
Perhaps some social ailments at the moment is the sort of like, I think, sort of like this culture that social media has brought, where we just spend all of our times on our phones and on our devices and we don't actually socialize. So one thing I've noticed, and a lot of my friends, maybe not for everyone, but is that they have poor social skills. They're not able to, for example, if you go to your mom's friend's house, they're not able to even talk to them, introduce themselves. They're shy, their confidence is not built. They don't know how to have proper conversations. And in the real world, you need this, when you're getting jobs, when you're making friends, you need these skills. And also, I think that there's they put a lot of emphasis on, like, they fear their parents, instead of like, how do I say, trusting them and seeing them as a friend. They see them as like a threat to you, I want to hide this from my parents instead of, using them as a friend, which is what parents should do, So I think, yeah, this isolationist kind of behavior is what is going to be really bad for our generation.
And definitely that is why they are suffering from anxiety and depression.
Definitely.
Thank you, Musa. You have actually rescued me, because I was looking for for
Yeah.
someone who can represent the youth. You are the right person, and now you have to stay here till I am over with this workshop.
Yeah,
So
no
you're
problem.
absolutely right, because I'll be showing a slide where the UNICEF, that is the data collected by UNICEF, that how the girls and the boys are now suffering from serious anxieties and depressions. Very, 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 you have done it, elaborated it in an excellent manner. Okay, so the problem.
Madam, do we have time? Aisha Sher also wants to say something.
Yeah, please carry on. This is my presentation. My workshop is going to be interactive. I'm not going, I told you already. So I want to hear all this. I want to learn from you.
Aisha Sher, can you please unmute your mic? Noman, can Aisha Sher talk? Okay, so Aisha Sher doesn't have an option.
Okay, you can, Aisha, if possible, you can write in the chat box.
Meanwhile, Madam, can I say something while she's trying to?
Yeah.
Madam, I absolutely, totally agree with this boy, because I can share my own experience. We have to first admit that this is the social media age, and we have to modify our parenting tips. The moment my son, he's now almost 3-4 months back, he moved to America. And I have observed that since he's now away from that, from the parents, he's now more interacting with us, and we are more connected to him the moment he has left us and he has moved apart. So we need to trust our children, and we need to give them that space they need.
Yes. If I conclude, up till now, the problem is with the parents. I think a few weeks before, a father brought, I think, a boy of about 18 years of age. And after they sat in front of me, the father started talking. Doc Saab, I brought my boy to you because I wanted to tell you something about him. He never listens to me. He doesn't sleep at night. I just stopped him. I told him, who is responsible for this? So I absolutely agree with Musa. I agree with Musa that it is the fault of the parents, that parents are trying to use those skills probably which their parents have practiced on them. So the single tip which up till now I would like to give to the parents here, that please have a family time with your children. Have a family time. They want to spend time with you, but we are too busy. We are in a race, and that is why we are not able to give quality time to our children. And if I say children, I'm not talking about a child of age 4 or 5. I'm talking about a grown-up boy also who is 20, 30 years of old. And let me tell you one thing here, that we think that girls are more depressed, or they show their emotional tantrums more. But boys take it deeper level. They take it to the deeper level, and it is manifested in different in the form of physical symptoms or ailments. So the father has to play a role. Sometimes I ask boys who come to me, and when I ask them, can you tell me that when do your father hugs you? Most of them say no. So why can't this touch has got healing value. So why can't fathers hug their children? Why can't fathers be with their children and give them satisfaction? When we sit close to our children, we are emitting energy vibes or energy we are giving energies to our children. They absorb that energy. Sometimes I quote a story of a girl who developed a serious conflict with her father, and she was not in talking terms to her father. And they approached me because when you practice lifestyle medicine, you handle all sorts of issues of your parent, your children, your patients also. So it became very difficult for me to explore what has happened to this girl, why she has lost confidence in his father and in her father. So gradually I learned that one thing was in her mind, and with the tears in her eyes, she told me, Dr. Shagufta, you know, when I had my last family picture with my father, when I was in class 5, we never had family pictures now. And she was about 19 years of age when she came to me. See, and then I have to guide her parents that you have to spend time with your children. Children definitely would like to spend more time with you, but if you will be a boss all the time and just trying to make them a perfect individual, a perfect person, they will not listen to you. They will not listen to you because you have done the same to your parents as well. So it's a cycle which keeps on going. So the parents have the only thing which I would like to tell parents, be friends to your children. Yes, Musa, do you agree with me?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the points you've mentioned. I think that obviously, you know, it's not parents entirely, you know, it's a mixture, you know, kids do things towards their parents too. But I think as a parent, you're the parent. You need to take the primal responsibility. You need to be the bigger person always. Even if your kid is not cooperating with you, he's not listening, he or she, or they're disobeying you, they're not talking to you, you need to still be the bigger person, you know? You're their parent after all. You're their caretaker.
Yeah.
So I think parents need to take upon, you know, they just need to realize that kids are not always the most mature in these ages and they don't know how to come talk to you, especially if we don't have a good relationship. So like you said, you know, they should learn to form relationships by spending more time having conversations, open conversations about things.
I agree. Open conversation. Yes, this is the right word actually. What Musa has used, we should have open conversation. Why we should be suffering from those social taboos. We think that our children are not aware of those bad things happening in the society. They are even aware more than us. So we should be open, and we, using our experience and wisdom, we can guide them in a better way. So if we are having a good bond with our children, these 2 points are going to be automatically fixed. I think so. Musa, am I right?
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Yep, I agree with you.
So we have already discussed the 3rd point also. Now, see, what about this happiness status? What is the definition or criteria of happiness in a teenager or in youth? Can you? I'm again recalling a story. A child of age, I think 12, came to me, a very educated mother, and she said to me, Dr. Saab, he's never happy. He was only 12 years of age. She said, he always wants to sit alone. I don't know what is wrong with him. And when she brought him to me, I asked him, he wanted me to spend time alone with me. And he said, let my mother go out of your room. I requested his mother, and you know what he said? He said, I wanted to be the prime minister of this country because I wanted to fix the issues of my country. So he was not happy because he was worried about the country. So how he was getting all this input? The media. So the media comes here in the life of teenagers or youth to disrupt their happiness or to make them less happy or dissatisfied person. Musa, am I right?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, I agree with you. I can relate to, you know, like the example you mentioned about that boy. The reason why he was depressed and he was isolating himself is because he wanted to be the prime minister. I, for one, can agree, you know, there are some things on my mind and I sit for hours and hours, and I'm sure my parents wonder what's wrong with me. And it's these little things, the media, I think it plays such a key role in like like our psychology and stuff and how they influence our minds, especially at such a young age. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Please keep talking.
Yeah. Like, for example, like I'll give you an example. I know one of my friends, and he's very confident, he's very outgoing, and he's always had this goal since childhood. This really, like, you know, he's always had this fear of being, he's always had this, like, how do I say, inclination or liking towards being known or being famous or being, you know, having people look at you, being in the spotlight. So like tiny things like these, like some kids actually, when they have these kind of issues, it usually stems from like maybe neglect or negative examples set by the media. So this boy, like, I noticed that throughout his childhood, he would carry out attention-seeking behaviors in negative ways, you know, instead of getting attention and praise in positive manners. He would start fights, he would create conflicts with his friends, he would bully his younger siblings, you know. But gradually I saw as he grew older and he gained maturity and he started to look at more positive examples in the media. He became this attention, this craving he had to be in the spotlight was he put it towards positive things by getting a good body, working out, you know, developing your personality, fixing your character flaws, and getting good grades in school. So the media, it can set a lot of negative examples for you. Okay. And it can create a lot of insecurities and stuff. So I think parents need to teach their kids that what you see in the media is not always accurate. These fitness influencers and everything you see, this is not how it looks behind the cameras. So parents need to tell these kids that this is not real. This is not in the real world, you know, and not hold them back, but sort of guide them, you know, because they have knowledge. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, because we can't control media, but if the parents are giving every day, they are spending time with their children, probably they will be nullifying the effect of that toxic media, which is doing on the child. The role of the parents is important because they can, from the same day, they can guide their child at this point or this news or this information is wrong, or they can just improve the concept of their child. Yes, you are right. So this media has put the youth into a competitive mode. Could be social media. If you are not having, I can recall a child of 5 years of age, 6 years of age, a very well nurtured child. He asked his mother that, why don't I come on the TV? How can I be so famous that I come on the television? So when I was told that this young child is saying this, I was surprised that what is lacking in his life that he want to become famous. Though I know that his parents were putting extra effort for the holistic growth of that child. So that means there are subtle factors also which are affecting us, and we have to be very watchful. And you know that Pakistan is a young country, so we are not fully aware what the other the nations or I don't know, the mafias or the groups, they might be targeting our youth. So we have to be very vigilant. Musa, do you agree to this point also, that our youth is being targeted by the negative, I'll use just the general term, the negative forces from outside? Do you think so? Have you ever?
Yeah, I was just about to unmute and add something to this. I think definitely it plays a really big role, and I think it plays more roles than the little things in your day-to-day life. One thing I've noticed, and I think you having so much experience would probably know as well, is that body issues, particularly in this age group, are very common. Body dysmorphia, anorexia, eating disorders, all of these are also parts of mental health, and they have very detrimental effects on your health. And where do they stem from? Unrealistic body expectations, which once again, outside forces like media sets. So these like outside forces, this could be the media, TV shows that you watch, the people you're surrounded by. You know, I don't think we realize that these little things, day by day, they start to form this like mindset in our minds, which tells us how to live our life, you know? And obviously, something that is fake, you can't replicate that, you know? So when you can't achieve this ideal life that you see online, then you're upset.
Yes, you are right. You are right. Anyone would like to add some to up till what we have discussed? Anything which we are missing? Any comment from the participants or the attendees? If somebody has raised the hand, Fatma, you have to help me.
They are
Rabia,
interacting on the chat box.
okay, I think this unhappiness also generates when we start to think that our purpose in the world has to be something very big, impactful, and noticeable. I personally felt that even though I was trying to live holistically, but parents need counseling to how to, okay, fine. I have understood your points, Arabia, but who is going to tell the purpose? This is the problem. This is the problem. So let's see the next point. I don't have clarity about my belief. These are the concerns which I normally hear from the young people coming to my clinic or when I go to colleges or universities. So they don't have clarity about their beliefs, and you might be fully aware of what is happening in our society, that atheism is growing in our society very at a good pace. So who is going to give this clarity about the belief, Musa? Again, I'll ask you.
Look, my personal belief is that this clarity should be given by parents to kids at a young age. But you need to realize that your kids are not always going to have the same beliefs as you. Many parents I've heard say, oh, ये बच्चा westernized हो गया है, इस बच्चे की influences गलत है, इसके दोस्त बंद करो, इसका बाहर जाना बंद करो. But you have to understand, yes, these things can play a role, but your child is also an individual who's entitled to their own beliefs and rights. And I think that's a key problem in our society, is that we're too concerned about what's going on in other people's lives and what they're doing instead of our own lives. You know, I think in the Western society, there's a big emphasis on like an individual's rights and happiness. But in our societies, there's a more collective focus on the community and the famous saying, you know, log kya kahenge, you know? So I think that just, you know, puts so much pressure on kids. Like, I know a lot of friends, their parents are Muslims, you know, their mom is Buddhist, their father is Christian, you know? And I asked them, like, what's your religion? Oh, I'm Christian. But do you practice it? No, I don't really believe in it, you know? So I think that parents don't do enough to teach their kids about it. Look, I'm not saying that you have to force your kids to pray, but I'm saying that you should, you know, some kids don't even know anything about their religion and culture. So it's parents' job at a young age to make the children known to that. But also, you need to respect your children's, you know, beliefs and just their rights, you know. I understand that, you know, some parents, when they hear that, oh, their kid isn't very religiously inclined or wants to be atheist, something will be disheartened. I understand that. But, you know, the best you can do is just guide your child in the right path, you know? You can't force. Imagine if you were forced to believe in something you don't believe in, then how would you feel? You know, it feels like you're taking rights away. So parents, if they're worried about that, the best thing you can honestly do is to just educate your kids from the beginning and set good examples from them. Make religion, and not just religion, culture, something positive. Show them the positive parts of it. Also highlight the negatives, but show them that there's the positives outweigh the negatives.
You are right. In terms of belief, I think so, that the parents have to become a role model. Rest of the things, they have to have family time, they have to be in more communication, they have to give space. But in terms of belief, if there is a dichotomy that they are promoting something to you, but they themselves are not following those good deeds or good points, you are not going to follow what they are going to tell you. So in terms of belief, they have to have role models for their children. And this, unfortunately, this is rather, I would say, not in Pakistan only, this is global, that there is a dichotomy and everybody is, but the result is, what is the result? The result is we are having less peace. Before this pandemic of COVID, we were studying, or when we were going to conferences, there was a term being used that there is a pandemic of depression, global pandemic. The pandemic is global. So they were talking about, before COVID, depression pandemic. So that means something is still lacking in that society also, where they are living in their individual life. So whether you live individualistic life or you live a collectivistic life, there is a connection between belief and peace of mind. Okay, good. So do you have a purpose in life? We don't have a purpose in life. So how can we train, educate, or enlighten our children to have a purpose in life? This we have to learn first, and then we can clarify this purpose of life to our children. For this, I never ever put blame on the youth, because we as an adults, we are not clear about the purpose in life. I'll show you a video later, which will probably give you a bit clarity. Yes.
Madam, another hand is raised.
Yeah,
Sultan,
please.
can you unmute Muhammad Ibrahim Nafis? Muhammad Ibrahim Nafis wants to share something.
Ibrahim Nafis, yes, please.
Ibrahim, you can talk now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Actually, madam, I wanted to share that we have been talking about the community building, I think. And I really feel that first we have to decide that as a nation where we are going. We are very much indulged in the confusion about our aims. That can be religious, that can be at the national view, that can be the own interests, because parents want something, the child wants something. The generations have been continuously changing over the years. The media role has been changing continuously. The interests have been changing. So we have to decide what we want actually. And then we should first change ourselves or groom ourselves, and then we should guide our children, and then we should set the standards to achieve the targets. I think this is the way to go.
Okay, I agree with you, Muhammad Ibrahim. The purpose of this workshop initially, as I mentioned, is nothing, no target, nothing. The only target was I wanted to just bring the issues and want to discuss it here, so that we as human beings, we need reminders. We need reminders, and we are in a habit of putting blames on others. So the objective, we all know whatever we have discussed up till now, we all are very familiar with all the issues going on in our society, but we go into a denial mode because parents put all the blame on their children. So Musa is representing the youth, and he is talking what we already know. So the agenda or the target here is just to give a reminder to us as parents that we have to modify our behavior towards our children. And I believe that government or the bigger effects, they come when we start working at individual levels. This is my belief. This I have been working for the past 32 years. Yes, Zunaira, please.
Please continue, madam.
Okay.
Was raised before. Yeah.
Right. So we have had an idea about the issues, what our youth is facing. So the major issue as a doctor or as a lifestyle medicine expert, I see in their life is the way they take their food. because you are what you eat. Your behaviors, your mind, mental composition, your beliefs, even the ability to do negative deeds are controlled by food. So one thing which is under our control, that we can modify the food. We can't change the environment. We can't change media. We can't change our workplaces. We can't change our schools or academic institutes immediately, but we can modify our food. So food, why? How this food particle turns into a holistic particle or into a holistic energy? Because the food is loaded with energy or vibration. That energy or vibration is responsible for mental, emotional, and spiritual health. If we are having food which is dead food, which is processed food, which is not growing on a plant, on a tree, on a small shrub or anything, we primarily are putting a lot of chemicals in the body and disrupting the balance between spirit, mind, and body. And there will be restlessness in the body. What I do, just to give you an idea, what I do when I face a child or a young man or a girl who is having multiple issues, I don't do anything. I just request them to follow a little bit about the food which I want to advise them. Even if they are willing to eat junk, I let them have junk as well. I don't stop their junk. I just try to activate the inner healing, inner wisdom. Musa, this should be an information for you that body Allah has blessed with an inner wisdom. And if we are not connected with the inner wisdom, there is no difference between an animal and a human being who is a super creature. Right? So food is the primary factor which we need to focus on, because Allah has designed our body in a way that it can only tolerate or metabolize or absorb or assimilate the foods which Allah has provided us. So if this is my, now I can comment this based on my experience, that the relationship between parents and children changes when they change their kitchen. It might sound very odd to Musa, but this is what happens when I see, if I get the time and if somebody who is following this, the lifestyle modification plans, so they can even endorse me that how the behavior changes when we modify our eating habits and we try to sync it with the routine which Allah has provided us. And then food has the ability, food has the information to guide you about your objectives in life, about your beliefs even, about your purpose in life, about your stamina, energy, your body image, body shape, confidence, intellectual abilities. This is all written, or you can carry, the food particles are carrying all the information about a human being. Unfortunately, what these negative forces have done, they have corrupted the DNA of the food. And youth should be fully aware of this phenomena. Foods like GMO foods, like processed foods, or like you guys go to the gym and you prefer to take protein shakes or protein bars or energy drinks. These are the things which are going to corrupt the DNA or the composition of a holistic being. So food is extremely important. And unfortunately, because of this damaged or corrupted food particles which are going into our body, we have, our body has started decaying at an early age. So the diseases which I used to see in my clinic after the age of 40 or 50, now I have started seeing after age 20. So this is a factor which can be controlled. And I think, Musa, you can be a person who can start a movement. And there are people globally, young people, who have started this movement of telling people what are the healthy foods and how to consume those foods in a healthy manner.
Yes.
Yes. Do you agree, Musa?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And like, I've also done a little bit of research, and my mom, and she tells me so many useful things. There are a lot of foods that we traditionally think are, oh, okay, healthy, and that we eat on a day-to-day basis. But do we really know what we're eating, what we're putting in our bodies? So whenever I talk to my friends or like people I know, I always just tell them the little tips and tricks I heard and stuff, and like how your digestion works, to do with water, milk, how milk isn't all it seems and stuff. So I think, yeah, it is very important to know what you're putting in your bodies. Even if you're eating junk and unhealthy, you should at least know what you're doing.
Even if you want to take junk, yes, you can consume junk, but at the right time, when your body wisdom is activated. Body has got enough reserves to handle the junk. It is designed in a way that it can survive in adverse circumstances. So junk will not be an issue. If a person can want to consume junk, it should be consumed at the right time. And later on, the body wisdom is going to guide you to stop consuming junk. It will guide you on your own. There won't be any cravings for junk food, and nobody will be forcing you to stop the junk. So this is the beauty of food which Allah has provided us. So the number 2 message which I want to convey here is, please see what you are eating. Try to see what you are eating. If you are purchasing something from outside, read the labels. Anything, I have forgotten the name of that American, but I like the tagline which was circulating on, I think, Google. He said that any food which your great-grandparents do not recognize is not food. So you have to be, all of us have to be very vigilant what we are putting into our body. So the second message for you all is, please look at the food which is there for you to eat before you start eating. Talk to your food. Request to your food that please don't do no harm to me. There was, I was surprised to read that research that when we put those vegetables or fruits in a grocery store, those fruits and vegetables are in synchronization with the sunset and sunrise. So there is some micro clock in the vegetables and fruits which are in sync with sunrise and sunset. So now you can understand that how much wisdom this food carries. You might have heard the researches of Masaru Emoto, who has done research on water by saying good things to water and by saying negative things to water, and how the behavior of water changed, the shape of the crystals changed according to the statements what he has given to a container of water. So food listens to us only if you are eating live foods. So please try to indulge your eating habits into live foods, not dead foods, because dead foods are going to make us alone. Dead foods are going to corrupt our faith. Dead foods are going to lead us into an insomniac state. We will not be able to sleep. And definitely the dead foods are going to make us, there was a study done in UK that the girls who were more on junk food they have got more criminal tendencies. They were involved into things at university, some activities which were
जी excuse me, थोड़ा सा
Ma'am,
इंटरनेट
you're
इशू हो
breaking
रहा
up.
है जी. We'll continue. Wait.
Ma'am Shagusta, you're breaking up. Maybe internet from your side is some troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Ji, there is some internet issue at her level. Ms. Afia Mansoor, if you are online, you can start your session.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. I am online. Can everyone hear me?
Ji, we can hear you.
Do I need to start the video as well?
जी, आप share कर सकती हैं. You can share your video.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So I will introduce myself briefly. I'm a transformation consultant and I've been working associated with a company called Skatema. We are based in South Africa, but we have been doing the work of transforming individuals and organizations across the world since the past 30 years. And we work on the level of intent. So I'm going to briefly explain a bit of what we do and why is it relevant to the topic that we are talking about today. Our purpose statement is to help individuals and organizations to triumph. We help people to triumph as human beings in catastrophic times. This is what we've been saying since the past 30 years, and we didn't realize 30 years ago that there will be a pandemic in 2020. So our work now has assumed a very special significance because indeed right now we are living in catastrophic times. And what we help people to do is to understand their immense potential as humans. We help them to go on a path that leads them to their purpose, a greater understanding of their purpose, And what we do is to help them shift their focus from being a taker in their lives to becoming a giver in any context that they are, whether it's work, whether it's as a spouse or a parent, or as a citizen. So I was exposed to this company's work back in 2005 when I was personally going through a very difficult time. And since then, as I developed a deeper understanding of what intent is, how motive drives our action, and how achieving this clarity of your own potential and purpose, it really, really enables your own transformation. And since then, so since 2009, I became formally associated with Scatema as a transformation consultant. And I have worked with a lot of individuals as well as organizations in different contexts, from helping in the perspective of parenting to helping organizations achieve more productivity, to helping them to understand their team dynamics and their improving their culture. So this is what I've broadly been doing. So I'll just go on to say that since we are in these catastrophic times, the pandemic has brought a complete new set of realizations to us as adults, and it has had especially a huge impact on youngsters as well. I was reading up this research that was done in about across the world around, and it's an analysis of about 29 studies done on 80,000 youngsters since the pandemic unfolded. And what they have shown is that we not only do we have a health pandemic, as in the coronavirus pandemic unfolding, we also have a mental health pandemic unfolding, unfortunately. It's a very sobering set of data that even Dr. Shagufta was talking about, and hopefully she will show it after I'm done. But what I read was that there has been nearly a threefold increase in depression amongst youngsters all over the world ever since the pandemic broke out. And correspondingly, there has also been a marked increase in feelings of anxiety and loneliness amongst youngsters, especially amongst youngsters. In some countries, like the US and in Spain, things went very acute because of the increased casualties from pandemic, and they witnessed incidences of psychiatric emergency cases and that required hospitalization. So what pans out before us is this this entire new set of realizations that we need to understand and adapt to. So I'll just offer some of my understanding of how we have been living in a worldview that now seriously needs some change and a marked new way of thinking that might help us to navigate the times that we are entering. So basically, our worldview has been of trying to, like Musa just talked about a while back, we have been living with a worldview since the past several generations, I would say, which has fed us with this necessity to acquire, to gain, to live a life which is successful. And the criteria of success that we have increasingly become accustomed to is that we need to be successful materially. We need to own things. We need to look cool. We need to look and be a certain way. And most importantly, that we need to get something or to get somewhere or to be someone that we're not. And if you add this to this cauldron, if you add the fact that we have so much of digital distraction, the truth is that we have lost touch with our authentic selves. So we're no longer aware of who we are, what our purpose is, and why we do what we do. Now, the thing is that this worldview of trying to get things, trying to add on to what we have, trying to achieve and get somewhere is really a worldview of being outcome oriented. So we want things to go our way also. We want to control outcomes and we want to have outcomes going our way. Now, exactly like I think Musa said, he said that that is in itself is a set of expectations. And what the pandemic really has taught us that we rarely actually, in the real world, we don't meet things entirely to our expectations. So the more we set ourselves up with expectations, the more we're setting ourselves up for disappointment and misery and loneliness and depression. And what really has happened is that this catastrophic time has now given us an opportunity to reevaluate what exactly is loss and failure. Because I was reading up on this research that in the US alone, 39 million people are expected to face mental health challenges following COVID because they are experiencing bereavement, death of loved ones. They're experiencing loss of their own health. They are experiencing the loss of jobs or economic hardship. That in itself is a whole range of loss that they are bracing themselves for. So I will briefly explain what we have been telling people about life, what is the other worldview that we can have a look at. And if we get an understanding of that worldview, and if you try to apply that understanding in our lives, we really can become more agile and more strong and more adaptive to the kind of things that are unfolding in life, in the world right now. I would like to ask a question from the participants. We are here talking about lifestyle. We are talking about the human life. Can anybody tell me what are the 2 points between which our lives are pinned? Can anybody tell me what are the 2 points between which our lives are pinned? The 2 points which define our life. Exactly, it's birth and death. So there is nothing philosophical about the fact that it's a practical reality that all of us have been born, and no level of scientific advancement has been able to stop anybody from dying so far. We can delay the process with health interventions, but science as yet has not come to a point where it can immortalize humans. So we all have to die. Everyone understands that. Now, the thing is that the experience of death, experience of how a person treats their death or the death of their loved ones, but primarily how we think of our death is an inner experience. For some people, it's a great horror that needs to be avoided and averted at all costs. A lot of us, in fact, in my line of work, I have come across most people who are very, very challenged by the idea of death. And their lives are actually a set of milestones where they try their best to achieve things by getting something for themselves, by becoming something, by getting to a point, but never actually thinking about death. So death is actually brings them a great sense of horror. Whereas we have also come across people who, we have heard of them definitely, who die in peace and who actually look forward to the experience of going to the other life, if their belief system is such. Do you all agree that we have come across such people? We've heard of such people who have died peacefully and who also talk about their impending deaths in peace without any sense of foreboding, misery, or anxiety? Yes, we do. So my next question is that where do you think the effort is needed for us to have that experience of seeing death as a practical reality, as something that needs to be understood and adapted for? Where do you think that work is required? Is it required in the outside world, or do you think it's an inner job? Yes, it's an inner job. Similarly, so what we tell people from across the world is that any experience of something being taken away from you and how you see that experience is an inside job. So for instance, if you come across somebody who requires, let's say, 100 rupees from you because that person is needy, and you give that 100 rupees to that person with your own goodwill, how is that experience different from 100 rupees being taken from you, from your wallet, being stolen from your wallet? So if on one hand, there's this incidence where your money has been stolen from you and it's the exact same amount, and on the other hand, there's this experience of you giving out that same amount of money to someone who's needy, how is that experience different? Can anybody volunteer to comment? What makes that experience different? In both cases, that 100 rupees has been taken from you, but how is the experience of being taken away from and you giving it different? I'd appreciate if somebody can comment verbally so we can, I can feel that I'm being heard.
You can raise your hands, those who want to answer. Muhammad Ibrahim Nafis and Dr. Samina Altaf, both have raised their hands. Naman, if you can unmute them, please.
Yes, I have unmuted Dr. Samina Altaf. Dr. Samina, you can speak, please.
Okay, if I am giving my 100 rupees willingly, so if I am believing in life after death, I am giving my money with my own pleasure, because I am getting reward from after this world. But if someone has stolen my money, this is not which is I have spent with my inner peace.
Exactly. Does anybody want to add on to this?
Muhammad Ibrahim Nafis, his hand is also raised.
Can you hear me?
G, we can hear you.
Yes,
Please.
we can hear you.
I think it's about your intentions, not necessarily when you give you are satisfied, and not necessarily when it is stolen you are satisfied. Some thing can happen without your intentions, but you feel satisfaction, but it happened, but I have gained something. And sometimes you do by your own willing, but you cannot get the desired results. So it depends on what you get out of that, I think.
We can't hear you, Afia, please.
Ma'am, kindly unmute your mic.
Sorry. So if I summarize the two comments, I can say that we understand that the experience of giving something with our own will and intention is different from something that is taken away from us. And so in a sense, what my line of work is satisfaction when giving. Sorry, I would like to read that comment. Satisfaction when giving money is because you're doing it with your own will and you know it's for a good purpose. Exactly. So the thing is that what I'm coming to is that the ultimate horror for anybody would be to give the most valuable thing that they have. What could be the most difficult giving away? Can anybody answer? What could be the most difficult thing to give away?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think the thing that you need at that particular time, that is also needed by someone else. Probably that's difficult to give.
Again, Afia, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I keep muting it. So what I'm coming to is that in a holistic, in a bigger picture, the most difficult thing for us to give would be our life or the life of a loved one. Now, this is because we have grown up, we have been conditioned to believe that we need to be secure, we need to live a life of gaining something. And in that sense, we start losing this understanding that our life is actually also set with milestones where we will be tested with loss. We will come across failure. We will need to give up things that we cherish and we value. And because we have not grown with that worldview, we are too busy chasing up our aspirations. We're too busy distracted with our digital world. It has gotten entrenched into us. And this is what the pandemic has given us as an opportunity to review our worldview and see that actually we are presented with this absolute reality that we might not be alive the next day. Now, what I'm saying is not something to be, it's not something morbid. What I'm trying to make clear is that death is a very, very practical reality, but the experience of facing something that is an eventual giving up or facing something which is a small act of giving up sits inside of you. And it does not have to be an experience of horror. It can be a willing experience. It can be an experience that strengthens your gratitude towards what you have, rather than you seeing as something that has been snatched from you. So for instance, why youngsters today are becoming more depressed and becoming more anxious is that suddenly they're faced with this possibility that the aspirations that they have to look a certain way, to belong to a certain group, to achieve a certain set of aspirations is perhaps more difficult than they thought. And in the real world, there are challenges which they find difficult to handle or deal with. So I was reading up this research which is concerned with post-trauma growth. It's a very, it's a little researched phenomena. It's a little researched body of understanding, which was researched upon, which was founded by, in fact, two positive psychologists in the 90s. It's called post-trauma growth, which suggests that actually some people end up finding a lot of spiritual, personal, and interpersonal strength after they go through trauma or after they go through loss. And this is what we at Skatema help people understand, that you can find meaning through loss. You don't have to actually arrive somewhere to feel happy. You don't have to fill your wallet with loads of money to feel happy. You can find happiness in little things. You have to find meaning in the mundane, in the seemingly mundane. And somebody earlier on commented, and I found that comment really wise. They said that perhaps the reason for our unhappiness is that we want to achieve something which is really big, and we want to make a big impact. So in that sense also, we are trying to achieve an outcome. We're trying to control outcomes. We're trying to get somewhere. Whereas in fact, we need to develop this understanding that all the incidences or all the encounters in your life are actually meant to benefit you. So I would like to continue from where Dr. Shagufta said that our bodies are designed in a way that they can also deal with adverse food that we put inside of it. Our bodies are so sophisticated that we have millions of monitors and regulators inside of us that are constantly doing automatic work to strengthen and defend our bodies, even without our knowing. So the same body, the body that has been designed in such a way, is also living in an environment and in a world and encountering instances which are actually designed to strengthen the human being that we are, the different levels at which we operate, the spiritual, the physical, the metaphysical, the mental. Everything that we encounter is actually meant to strengthen us. But sadly, we are the parents, especially, we have not been given that understanding or training, and so we have not inculcated the same set of understanding or values into our youngsters, which is why they are all the more feeling very lonely and anxious and stressed out these days. So I come across a lot of youngsters who tell me that we feel alone. We feel because our parents are too busy, because our siblings are too busy, and especially because of the COVID times, we feel social isolation. So to briefly summarize what I have been saying, the times that we are in suggest that we review our worldview and see whatever we encounter to have meaning and to have a purpose that actually benefits us. And there are some practical tips which parents can actually do to help their offspring, their children, achieve this understanding. The first is basically to understand that your life is not a life that needs to be a life that pursues aspiration. It is a life that has to be lived with values on a day-to-day basis. And those values have to be, you spend time with your children so that they see you living those values. Just like Musa talked about his mother who spends time with him and he's able to talk to her. He has an open conversation, which is agenda-less. More and more parents that I'm talking to don't have that time to have an agenda-less conversation or time with their children. We have this increased sense of emergency to get somewhere and get our children to be there as well. So even if we want to inculcate values in them, we end up enforcing those values upon them. For instance, if I take the example of encouraging your children towards prayers, we want them to pray without actually telling them why we need to pray. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So I was saying that okay, thank you. So I was saying that there are some tips that I'd like to share before I end up. And these are simple tips that if we keep in mind, there's definitely going to be some clarity among our youth that they're not alone in experiencing what they're experiencing right now. Number one, we need to live a life where we have to stop chasing those bigger aspirations and we have to come right back to the moment that we're in. So we have to drop our agendas to some extent. This doesn't mean that we start wading aimlessly or we altogether let go of our targets or our goals. What this means is that our focus should not entirely be on the targets, but how we achieve them. So for instance, a lot of parents that I'm talking to are in absolute distress because their children have not scored well in exams. They've not gotten the grades that they wanted them to get. To me, that's another way of chasing outcomes, of trying to get something from their children to enforce their own set of expectations on children. While it's entirely all right to encourage your children to excel at studies, to give their best, but to expect them to score well only and be obsessed about it is something very unfair, and it sort of burdens the child with a lot of expectations that adds on to their stress and their anxiety as well. Another thing that parents need to do is to spend time with kids, exactly like Dr. Shagufta was saying. Spend time with your kids and show them the values that you're living. No matter how much talk you will do, if you walk the talk, even if you talk less, it will have an impact on the children. Another thing is to focus on values rather than needs. So a lot of us are needs driven rather than value driven. I'll give an example. For example, we are advised, for example, if I draw insights from our religious belief, we are told to spend in charity of what we cherish rather than spend in charity what is not nice. But we end up giving a lot of charities that I've been working with, they end up receiving clothes or belongings that are a complete waste and that are not useful. Whereas our values suggest that we end up spending something that is of good value. So we can only show our children this level of generosity by actually spending something that we cherish. We give off what we actually have, which is useful and bring a good change in the lives of others. So the third point is to live your values rather than to live your needs. And finally, there's a little exercise that I do with children, with my own children as well, that helps them to find the meaning through catastrophe, is to actually maintain a gratitude journal. And if you can't maintain a gratitude journal, it's a very simple exercise of noting down what good has happened to you in a particular day. Make a list of things that has gone your way. And if you can't do that, you can simply ask children or even the teenagers at the end of the day to recount what actually helped them through the day, to recount those experiences, because we are programmed to actually see dysfunction more than function in our lives. we tend to focus more on things not going our way or negativity. And the media has also added to it, like Dr. Shagufta says. So this tip is to keep a gratitude journal, keep a gratitude count with your children, and it will reprogram you, the way you see your world, the way you see life coming to you. And finally, the last thing is, as parents, we need to treat our children with honor and sanctity. That is something that is largely missing in our lives these days. We end up fearing for our children so much that even before they step into the practical world, or even when they have stepped into the practical world, we fear so much of them getting into negative influences that we start putting needless restrictions on them. And we also start judging them or their thinking. That is something that we need to think about as well. This has to be, when we end up showing our children the sanctity and the honor they have, they will reciprocate likewise and treat their elders or treat their relationships or treat whoever they encounter in their lives with the same sanctity and honor. So this is how I would like to summarize, because actually I was supposed to talk for about 15 to 20 minutes. If there are any questions, I would like to answer them now, and then I can hand it over back to Dr. Shagufta.
Thank you, Afia. Thank you very much. You have added few more points to the list, which we will summarize finally. Any questions you want to ask to Afia?
Dr. Samina's hand is raised and Dr. Ambreen Asad. These two hands are raised. Ambreen Asad, Naman, can you unmute Ambreen Asad?
Yes, ma'am, Ambreen, you can talk now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes.
Thank you so much. It was really enlightening listening to both the talks. My question was that sometimes it happens that some children, even if they're getting, like we all as parents try to do our best, but sometimes I have seen in my family and that sometimes children still are not coping, and as a parent, we feel that it's more of a role of a school or a peer pressure or something the outer environment in addition to media and the talks. Like, for example, my daughter, she comes home and she tells me that she's now in BS, and she tells me, Mama, you don't know what girl talk about all the time. They talk about very, very superficial things. So how can we deal with that, and what should we do in that respect? If the influences which we cannot change, the external factors, how to deal with them?
So my line of work, my experience says that we cannot change the external. We have no control over what is brought to us. What we actually have control is what goes from our hand. So we have to constantly think about what is it in our transaction with our children or our relationships or our spouse, our neighbors, our co-workers, that needs to change, that needs to be enabling and unconditional. A lot of times, actually, we have a set of expectations, like I said, or we have a certain set of outcomes in mind, and which is why we keep judging also. I feel that we can have meaningful conversations with our children by spending more time with them, by actually also not interfering that conversation with our own judgment, to allow them that space to speak whenever they do, and also to do activities together. That is something that is largely missing these days. Parents are busy and the children are busy, and when they do get together, everyone has a device in their hands. So we need to do something hands-on. So for instance, my family, one of the rituals that we have on whenever we go for a vacation is to actually take a walk through the forest, through the walking trails up in the northern areas. And it's such an enriching experience that children actually end up absorbing a lot of things without even our saying anything. So I would recommend that we plan out activities deliberately. We If they like going out, we go out with them to eat somewhere, perhaps a healthy meal, or maybe make a healthy meal at home. Do something to spend time with them, because inside a lot of them are lonely and they want that time from their parents.
Thank you, Afia. Amreen, I would like to add, besides what Afia has told, that the child or the girl is fragile at some level. Could be the deficiency of food. She is not on the right food. Probably she is not sleeping well, where the body handles all the day-to-day traumas of various levels, or she is not being given confidence by the parents or the sibling. So some factor is missing in that child. That is why she is vulnerable to the environmental factors. Because if we control our internal environment, we can't be affected by the external environment. This is what I have learned. Because Gigi, please.
I just wanted to ask that, for example, if we take the example of sleep, if I am sleeping early, but my kids are not sleeping early, what should I do? They're adults. They say, why we don't want to know what you think is right.
Yes. This you can't do everything instantaneously. This always is going to happen slowly. It will take time. Give time to yourself. Become a role model for them. Change the environment of the house. Start some family activities, as Afia has mentioned. So we have to do everything. We don't have to expect them. First, we are going to be the role model. They will start following them, because they want the vibes of peace emitting from you. Agar hum bechain hai na, so they will be doing the same, or wo bahut nazuk ho jate hain. They become very vulnerable to the environmental factors. So this is a very huge topic, Amreen, by the way. But I do it through food. I make a child strong holistically by modifying the food. And I just see the miraculous effects of the food molecules, how they affect the wholesome body of a person, right? But the role again comes to the parents. Thank you, Afia. Thank you, Afia. Afia, would you like to say something?
Just a little comment in the end that I want to say, that like you said, exactly, it's not instantaneous. It's a process of incremental change. But what enables is also that you explain the reasons of everything, why you want behavior change. When you explain things logically, they may not adopt them instantly, but they would understand the seeds would have been sown. And when then the seed, you practice it, and the peace that comes in your life through your practice, there will come a time, inshallah, when it sort of becomes a habit for them also.
Exactly. Thank you, Afia. Thank you very much. What she has told, I'm just going to add, my rest of the slides are actually containing the same facts and figures which Afia has already mentioned, that young women report a higher percentage of anxiety, 27%, as compared to the boys. So the girls are being affected more than boys. This says about the girls have 27% anxiety and 15% depression. Just a second. And here you can see that 43% of young women feel pessimistic about the future compared to 31% of men. Why? Because female body has got more complicated structure. A female body, very interesting fact, which I have even mentioned in my book also, that after every 7 years of life, there is a change in the hormonal composition of a man. So female goes through more emotional crisis. But we have to focus on these areas. But unfortunately, in our culture, we focus more on boys. We don't want to listen to our girls also. So I think we should focus on girls also. What Afia was talking, the definition of happiness. Let's listen to this video. What Dr. Robert Lustig is talking about happiness. I hope
Yes.
Pleasure and happiness. A lot of people equate the two. Pleasure is short-lived, happiness is long-lived. Pleasure is visceral, happiness is ethereal. Pleasure is taking, happiness is giving. Pleasure can be achieved with substances, happiness cannot be achieved with substances. Pleasure is experienced alone, happiness is experienced in social groups. The extremes of pleasure all lead to addiction. Yet there's no such thing as being addicted to too much happiness. Pleasure is dopamine and happiness is serotonin. There's one thing that downregulates serotonin, dopamine. So the more pleasure you seek, the more unhappy you get. Las Vegas, Madison Avenue, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Washington, D.C. have very specifically and in a coordinated fashion confused and conflated happiness with the term pleasure so that you can buy happiness. And in the process, we have become most decidedly unhappy.
So I think
Pleasure and
the message is that one, we have to be more, turn into a interactive family. The parents have to play their role to connect before their children come to them. So we are not supposed to put blames on our children. We have to heal the family setup of our society. We are responsible. Instead of blaming and taking them to the psychiatrist or to the psychologist, try to find the causes at home. What is being lacked in the family setup? Then comes food. Please try to adhere to the foods which are more nature oriented. Because if you keep taking artificial foods, don't expect harmony in the system, because artificial foods are going to choke all the natural processes or the machines or the nuts and bolts of your body. But the natural foods will not do it. Then, as Afia has mentioned, that we have to follow the values and intent. If a child is, or a young girl or a boy is complaining about something, she or he should be intelligent enough to understand what is his or her intent also. And this rule applies on both sides. So the parents have to have clarity about their intent, why they are expecting something from their child, what are their intentions. Similarly, the children or the young members of the family, they should also understand why they don't like their parents, why there is a gap. We very easily say that there is a communication gap, but what we have done to overcome this gap. And then we have to understand the difference between pleasure and happiness. Pleasure is temporarily, happiness is goal-oriented. It is always purpose and goal-oriented. There is no stagnation in happiness, but there is a stagnation in pleasure. You would have seen, I have also seen many important people of Pakistan who Allah has given them everything, but they come and they confess that we are not happy. We are missing something. So probably they are missing their values. Probably they are not grounded properly, or probably their belief is corrupted. So happiness is, the pleasure is connected with material things. So we have to check our happiness criteria also. Are we going to be satisfied only by taking an iPhone or by purchasing a MacBook? So you, being the young members of Pakistan is a young country. So if we want to put our country on a healthy growth track, the youth of Pakistan should be healthy. And the simple things, and we have to start at our family level. We are not bothered about the policies and government, and we are not going to indulge into those things. If we can improve one family, we have done something for our community. So I would like to conclude this workshop here. But before concluding, I would like to have few comments or questions from you if you want to add something. And now I would like to ask Musa again. Now, what would you like to say, Musa? What is your final comment on this workshop?
My final comment on this workshop would be that I've learned a lot of interesting information, you know? So particularly when I don't remember, but the other lady was talking about this achievement culture and this like thing to do with like purpose in life. That really resonated with me because I've always had that mindset that I'm very achievement oriented, to do with tests, grades and stuff, achieving things and getting that validation from other people. It's something that fuels me. And obviously when you don't get that, I would feel really, really down. And I was like, okay, then maybe I'm alone, this is just me. But it felt really good knowing that you're not alone, This is a common mindset in our society now, especially with like, all this advancement and stuff, this culture of achievement and like making yourself into something so people can look at you and go, wow, felt really good to hear that. Also, I think to do with diet, what you were talking about, was really, really interesting, because like definitely I think diet does play a key role towards our psychology, our mental health, like there's been many scientific studies on it as well, and definitely like after this workshop, I will start to pay more attention towards my diet because I do pay attention, but sometimes, I get complacent because, schoolwork and all that. Yeah. And I don't know, I guess I just learned how, again, I also learned about the issues that parents might face and, how we as their kids can also be more patient with them. And it was just a really good workshop to just, maybe, I like sharing my views with you and hearing your views too. It was really, really interesting. So I think going forward, I think there are a lot of parents here. I think that, I would say that spend more time with your kids and sit down with them and actually talk to them, and make them feel comfortable and give them a space to talk to you about things. So it will really help your relationship in the long term.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Musa. Actually,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you made this workshop more practical, or you were representing youth. So your interaction was extremely helpful for me. Thank you, Musa.
No problem. Thank you. I loved joining in today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question or comment? We have only 2-3 minutes left. Yes, Amreen Nasser, please.
I also wanted my own personal experience. I wanted to share that I have also seen that as parents, like you were saying, walk the talk. I really, really believe in that and role of modeling. But I have seen that children actually also, they remain in their comfort zone because they have seen parents remaining in their comfort zone. When we were young, we used to see our parents working hard and actually living in less means and being happy in that. But as parents, when we grew up, actually, I think something got wrong with us, to be honest, and we actually started more comfort lovers. We were comfort lovers. And we thought that achieving comfort is something, great. And for that, we worked all our life. And because our children have seen that, now we want them to work hard, but they only see the comfort part and they don't see our working hard part.
Yes, I agree. Actually, many things are connected with the evolution process also. Our parents were not so, I would say, they never listened to us, by the way. They never listened to us, and we were not allowed to argue with them, but we were happy with them. And we never thought to argue with them. So this is a process of evolution because so much is happening in our environment that we have changed. So we can't argue that why our parents were different, but yes, they were different and we are different, and the expectations of our children from us is definitely more than we have our expectation with our parents. Thank you very much for being so patient. I enjoyed your interaction, your questions, and I hope you take some message from here and start implementing it from today. There is no tomorrow for betterment, or there is no tomorrow for holistic journey. Thank you very much.
Jazakallahu khairan, Dr. Shagufta and Ms. Afia, for your valuable insights. And I think it gave us a chance to ponder and reflect upon our daily routine. And we really do sometimes get so much engorged in our daily routines and running after the worldly achievements that we forget what is really important in our lives. Basically, the family unit that needs to be focused. Jazakallah once again. And we can take a 3 minutes break following the lifestyle medicine rules. And then we will join for our next session, that is the e-poster presentation. So let's just do some stretching and roam around.
जी आफिया अस्सलाम वालेकुम मैंने कहा इट वाज परफेक्ट बहुत अच्छा बहुत जेन्युइन हो गया ना ठीक है थैंक यू कोई बात नहीं बिकॉज वो आगे हमारा 4 बजे नया शुरू है कोई बात नहीं मैंने बता दिया था हुआ ये था कि आपको मैं लेट शुरू करवाया ना क्योंकि ये देखो ना मैंने आपसे कहा था ना कि हमेशा जो इंटरैक्टिव सेशंस होते हैं वो अपनी डायरेक्शन खुद लेते हैं अब ये अल्लाह ने जो ये बच्चा भेजा हुआ था इसने ज्यादा इसको इंटरैक्टिव बनाया वरना हमेशा ये वन वे चलती हैं ये वर्कशॉप इस बच्चे की वजह से अल्लाह ने उसको भेज दिया और वो किस तरह वो उसने अपने पूरे जनरेशन को रिफ्लेक्ट किया और वो किस तरह से बोला ठीक है
Ji, Assalamu alaikum once again. So now we will again resume our session, and just to briefly summarize you, we have e-poster session. First, we will take the faculty members from 4 to 4:30, and then from 4:30 to 5:30 onwards, we will have the students e-posters competition. So I will just enlist the names of the faculty poster presenters. Sequence-wise, Dr. Tuba Jamal, Dr. Aisha Mushtaq, Hassan Mumtaz, Dr. Meranti Devi, and Dr. Zima Noor. So first participant is Dr. Tuba Jamal. She is an MPhil postgraduate trainee in physiology from Islamic International Medical College. And the topic of her poster is role of symbiotics on levels of beta-trophin and lipid profile in males frog belly rats exposed to stress. So Tuba Jamal, please, if you are online. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. And please, again, I'm asking all of the participants that you cannot exceed 5 minutes for explaining your posters. Okay?
Yes,
okay, all the best.
Start?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Tuba Jamal, MPhil training in physiology at Islamic International Medical College, and today I feel very honored to present my research proposal in First International Lifestyle Medicine Conference 2021. This is the topic of my research proposal is role of symbiotics on levels of beta-trophin and lipid profile in male frag-belly rats exposed to stress, and I am doing this research under the supervision of Professor Dr. Shazia Ali, who is of the Department of Physiology. And stress is a stress state of mental or emotional strain which results from adverse or demanding circumstances. It is of two types, which is acute and short-term, and sometimes it is beneficial. Other type of stress is chronic, which is long-term, and it is harmful for the body, and it may result in many illnesses in the body through different mechanisms. One of which is through the increased level of cortisol, which is released through hypothalamus pituitary axis. And the other mechanism is through the disturbance of microbiomes which are present in our intestine. These mechanisms can result in many diseases like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, liver disease, and even cancer. So as our body is in synchronization with light diet cycle, sleep wake cycle, food intake, gut microbiome. So when this is known as circadian rhythm, when this is interrupted, so it may result in many illnesses. Symbiotics, which are the mixture of probiotics and prebiotics, are now an emerging field which is used to improve the gut microbiomes, and studies has been carried out to reduce the effects of stress, but limited data is available on the use of symbiotics for their effects on stress markers, cortisol, beta-trophin, and lipid profile after exposure to chronic stress and disruption of circadian rhythm. So the research question for my research is, does symbiotics have any significant beneficial effect on stress biomarkers after exposure to stresses of immobilization and fasting? And the objective is to determine and correlate the serum levels of cortisol with BMI, glycated HbA1c, beta-trophin, and lipid profile in rats consuming standard lab diet, probiotics, and symbiotics exposed to stresses of immobilization and fasting. So this is a total duration of 10-week study, and this will be carried out in the Department of Physiology, Islamic International Medical College, with the collaboration of National Institute of Health, Islamabad. It is an experimental randomized controlled trial, and the ethical committee approval is done. There will be total 80 male Sprague Dwelly rats, which will be divided into 5 groups. Group A will be a control group and group B will be experimental group. Both groups will carry 40 rats, and then pre-experimental sampling will be done, and after pre-experimental sampling, the experimental group will be given the stressors of immobilization for 8 hours per day for 4 weeks, and fasting for 4 hours per day for 4 weeks. After this, the completion of 4 weeks, then first experimental sampling will be taken, and then this group will be further divided into 4 groups, group 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then in their diets, symbiotics, probiotics will be added, and the experiment will continue for the next 6 weeks. And after the completion of 6 weeks, second experimental sampling will be done, and the blood will be taken through intracardiac puncture, and investigations will be done through ELISA, and data will be analyzed through SPSS 23 and expressed as mean standard deviation. So if the beneficial effects of the symbiotics on the stress biomarkers is proven through this study, so it will help us to improve the quality of our daily lives. Thank you. Questions?
मैम काइंडली माइक अपना ऑन कर दें.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you, Tuba Jamal. Your article poster was very interesting. Good health starts with a healthy gut, no doubt about it. So let's move on to our next participant, Dr. Aisha Mushtaq. She's also an MPhil trainee from physiology. And the topic of her study is role of symbiotics on levels of cortisol, BDNF, and cytokines in male frog dolly rats exposed to stress.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. I'm just sharing my screen with you.
Okay, sure.
Is my screen visible?
No, not yet.
No, we can't. Yes.
Yes,
No, it's
now
okay.
we can see it.
It is?
It is visible.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
It's okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Aisha Mushtaq. I'm an MPhil postgraduate trainee in physiology department in Islamic International Medical College, Rawalpindi. And I feel delighted and honored to present my poster in the International Lifestyle Conference 2021 with the theme, The Role of Lifestyle Medicine in Immunity Enhancement. I have completed my research proposal under the kind supervision of Professor Dr. Shazia Ali. And the title of my research proposal is Elucidating the Role of Symbiotics on Altered Levels of Cortisol, BDNF, and Cytokines in Male Sprague Dolly Rats Exposed to Stress. So this is my e-poster which I have designed. So stress is an inescapable aspect of the daily human life. Stress was defined by Hans Seyle in 1936 as a state of threatened homeostasis that is provoked by the psychological, physiological, behavioral, or environmental stressors manifesting itself by tangible morphological changes in various organs. Stress is linked to altered microbiota, secretory activity, motility, and visceral sensitivity of the GI tract, as well as the permeability of the gut barrier, leading to gut dysbiosis. The hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis hyperactivity and cortisol hypersecretion, low BDNF levels, and high cytokine levels are all linked to chronic and severe psychological and physical stress. Symbiotics are associated with cardiometabolic benefits, as well as the ameliorative effects on obesity, diabetes, and biomarkers of chronic diseases, including the oxidative stress and inflammation. So the present research is an excellent lifestyle modification that can be done in the privacy of your homes with the better availability and affordability. By consumption of the symbiotic-rich diet, one can overcome the sedentary life detrimentals and daily life stresses, rejuvenating the gut dysbiosis, disrupted circadian rhythm, and achieving the homeostasis. And the limited data is available to throw light on the neuropsychiatric and stress-related disorders targeting the gut microbiota, adiposity, immune parameters, CNS, and HPA activity. It is rarely investigated that symbiotics, a combination of yogurt and legumes, can be used to synchronize the levels of blood glucose, cortisol, BDNF, and cytokines with the body's circadian rhythm as a shield against the chronic stress. So the research question here arises that does symbiotics have an effect on altered levels of cortisol, BDNF, and cytokines in male Sprague Dolly rats exposed to stresses of immobilization or fasting? So the objectives of my research proposal are to determine and to correlate the serum levels of cortisol with BMI, glycated HbA1c levels, and serum levels of BDNF and interleukin-6 in rats consuming the standard lab diet, in the rats on the probiotic diets, and on the rats consuming the symbiotic diet. So as you can see my study plan, and it is obvious that it will be an experimental randomized control trial, and it will be done in the Department of Physiology in collaboration with NIH. ERC approval to my research proposal is already done. As you can see that I'll be taking 80 6 to 8 weeks male sprig dolly rats weighing 200 to 250 grams, and that will be divided into the 5 groups and will be through the simple random sampling. So rats will be given stressors of immobilization 2 hours per day and fasting 8 hours per day for 10 weeks. Standard lab diet along with symbiotics, including yogurt, that is 250 grams per day as probiotic, and legumes 75 grams per day as prebiotics will be given after 4 weeks to lower the levels of cortisol and interleukin-6 and increase the levels of BDNF. Pre-experimental investigations and start, first experimental after 4 weeks, and second experimental investigations at the completion of 10 weeks will be done by taking the blood through the tail vein and cardiac puncture. So the kits will be the ELISA kits by Lab Science that will be used, and the data will be analyzed by the SPSS version 23 and will be expressed as mean standard deviation. So the future implications of my research proposal is that there is a gap in the scientific field on the use of lifestyle modification to provide stress resistance, neuroplasticity, immunological surveillance, and psychosocial buffers against the stress. By consuming a symbiotic-rich diet, one can overcome the negative effects of sedentary living and daily pressures, revitalizing the body. So I have given the references at the end. Thank you very much. Your queries, questions, and suggestions are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for this amazing study.
Thank you. And I would like to share the poster that we have made. Initially, we were told to make the e-poster later on. So this is the poster, I guess, that will be displayed in the conference as well.
Okay, great. If anyone wants to ask some question, or I think then we should move on to our next candidate, Dr. Hassan Mumtaz. He's a lecturer, and the topic of his e-poster is Physician Task Load, Strategies to Mitigate Stress Among Doctors and Observational Study. Please, Hassan Mumtaz, are you online?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Hassan Mumtaz. I'm currently serving as a lecturer at Rifa International University, and I'm also pursuing my master's in public health at Health Services Academy, Islamabad. Today, I'll be presenting a poster on. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Hassan Mumtaz. I'm currently serving as a lecturer at Rifa International University, and I'm also pursuing my master's in public health at Health Services Academy, Islamabad. Today, I'll be presenting a poster on physician's task load, strategies to mitigate stress among doctors, and observational study. This study was done with my co-authors, Hajira Khalid, Sana Aftab, and Shadib Ahmed. Giving you a brief introduction about this, the roster and the timetables of emergency outpatient department, what we call as OPD, and on-call services in a specialty are designed keeping in view the human resource strength and the number of consultants in the concerned department to keep the workload balanced. What we aimed was to assess the workload on physicians working at various departments of a tertiary care health center. An observational study was done in KRL Hospital, Islamabad from October 2020 to November 2020. The physician's task was determined using 4 different parameters: mental demand, physical demand, time and effort demand. Our study results showed that the highest patient load was observed in gynecology, that was 23%, followed by pediatrics and surgery, both comprising of 21% of the total patient task load. Yes, the physician reckoned that the time demand was the greatest in urology and approximately equal in all other specialties. In combined demand of physical, mental, time and efforts, urology and maxillofacial surgery were on the top of the list. In figure 1, we are showing that urology, surgery, and maxillofacial surgery specialties had equal physical involvement. Indices 60 each. Overall psychology and pediatrics are less hectic fields than others. Coming to the figure 2, it is showing the ratio of demand in different specialties. We concluded from our survey that it depicts that the urology and internal medicine are more time demanding as well as mental stress for the physician. We should be focusing on stress management and its reduction. The stress of the household and the hospital can be detrimental to the physician and its mental health of the woman. Thank you, everyone.
Ji. Thank you, Hassan. Again, it was a nice e-poster. And the major contributors in physicians burnout are emotional exhaustion, no doubt, and we need to review and look at strategies how to mitigate this stress. So next poster presenter, I guess, is Dr. Miranti Devyas from Indonesia. So do we have her poster to run? Miranti Devi, her topic is differences in nutrient levels in the breast milk. Ji.
Excuse me, ma'am, I think she's not online.
Okay, so Miranti Devi, she is not available, along with Dr. Azima Noor. So we will continue with our students for e-poster sessions. And again, let them enlist one by one, sequence-wise. Now on the number 1, we have Hafsa Shahid.
Fatma, may I intervene? We'll start.
Sure, please.
We will start student presentation at 4:30.
4:30, okay. Okay, so we can have a 5 minutes break again, or stretching. Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ngozi Margarita Ezenwa. I am a physician and board certified here in the United States in family medicine, in preventive medicine, and in lifestyle medicine. And I am excited to be able to talk to you as the director of the Lifestyle Medicine Global Alliance. So lifestyle medicine is an emerging branch of clinical medicine which really looks to treat this pandemic of non-communicable disease, chronic disease, which the world is facing. To treat it, to prevent it, to reverse chronic disease through lifestyle measures, through changing our behaviors, changing our patterns. The main things which lifestyle medicine, the sort of 5 pillars of lifestyle medicine, if you would have, is nutrition, looking at sleep health, physical exercise, behavioral modification in the form of any addictive behavior, including tobacco or alcohol abuse, and stress management. So, as lifestyle medicine physicians, we work in a really strong evidence-based context to reduce and decrease the stress in all of these ways. Now, the Lifestyle Medicine Global Alliance is a group of international physicians, and now we have physicians in over 42 countries who come together, and we have unified in order to really share best practices, to be able to share educational resources, and we are now building curricula.
Hi everyone, my name is Shireen Kassam and I'm a consultant haematologist and lifestyle medicine physician here in the UK. I look after predominantly people with lymphoma, but I have a passion for promoting healthy diet and lifestyle approaches for preventing and surviving cancer. It's incredible how much a healthy diet and lifestyle can do to reduce your risk of cancer, but also if you have a diagnosis of cancer, reducing your risk of recurrence and also living a better and longer quality of life. So I really look forward to sharing my insights into this topic and look forward to meeting you on the virtual platform.
Hello, my name is Ngozi Margarita Ezenwa.
According to the World Health Organization, non-communicable or lifestyle diseases will account for 2/3 of all disease in the world by 2020. All such disease is a result of lifestyle choices that are recognized as determinants of physical and emotional health.
The commonly observed disorders or the problems which we see in our day-to-day practices, obesity, then behavioral disorders, depression, then relationships. There is an increased divorce rate in the society. In a week, I see at least 10-15 young boy or girl of age 15 to 18 coming with high blood pressure. Then there is an indulgence into drugs also.
Lifestyle medicine is an emerging branch of allopathy that seeks to find a cure for chronic diseases by returning to healthy choices in food and life.
The main things which lifestyle medicine, the sort of 5 pillars of lifestyle medicine, if you would have, is nutrition, looking at sleep health, physical exercise, behavioral modification in the form of any addictive behavior, including tobacco or alcohol abuse, and stress management. Now, the Lifestyle Medicine Global Alliance is a group of international physicians, and now we have physicians in over 42 countries who come together, and we have unified in order to really share best practices, to be able to share educational resources, and we are now building curricula to go into universities and medical schools to be able to teach medical students and therefore your doctor.
Lifestyle medicine is centered around whole, plant-based foods like grains, lentils, beans, spices, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds.
4, 3, 2.
Other key components are exercise, quantity and quality of nocturnal sleep, self-help mechanisms to deal with stress, fostering stable relationships, and avoidance of various addictions.
From that point where I lived on desserts and junk food, and मैं जब pregnant थी तो मैं रोज़ाना मैं अमेरिका में थी, Burger King का रोज़ाना burger खाती थी. ये वाला हाल था. And it wasn't about कि I would gain weight and I would eat it. It was just I liked the taste of junk food. To now where me and my kids are completely junk food free. There are no fizzy drinks in our lives. There are no processed foods in our lives. Processed foods ये जो आप packaged food खाते हैं from biscuits.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum once again, and Jazakallah for staying with us. So let's start with the students' e-posters and naming them one by one, sequence-wise. Number 1 is Hafsa Shahid. Then we have Morish Fatima, Usama Babir, Hamna Ikhlaq, Alima Sahar, Zile Huma, Hina Fatima, and Hamna Zia. So I would request for the first participant, Hafsa Shahid, to share his e-poster and explain it. Hafsa, are you with us? Hafsa. If she is not yet here, we can move on to Morish Fatima. Is she available?
Morish is here.
Morish, okay. So your topic is health-related quality of life of medical students of Pakistan in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Please start. Morish, we can view your slide.
Actually, I did send the recording version, so I thought that it was going to be get played.
You can just mention your topic.
All right, it is health-related quality of life of medical students in the.
But we cannot view the e-poster now.
Wait a sec, let me share my screen.
Quality of life of medical students of Pakistan in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Basically, COVID-19 not only being a dynamic situation, it has also introduced a number of challenges to the whole world, which include the medical field as well. From the introduction of an online system to facing the pandemic on the front line, the medical students and the healthcare professionals have to cope up with a lot of new things in this new normal. So basically what the aim of this study is to evaluate how this new normal and the pandemic measures such as social distancing and the lockdown measures has affected the health status of medical students in Pakistan. It was a multi-centric cross-sectional study that was conducted at different medical colleges of Pakistan, which included the medical students from second year to final year MBBS. Basically, a snowball sampling technique was carried out and the students filled an online Google questionnaire, which comprises of the questions related to the demographics and also fill a SF36 proforma of health-related quality of life. SF36 is basically an online available scale that is used to score the 8 domains of health-related quality of life. And the data was analyzed in SPSS 26. What do we have here? Around 438 medical students filled the questionnaires, out of which we have 294 females and 144 male. The highest score was obtained in the physical functioning domain and the bodily pains domain, as it is evident by the bar graph here as well, where you can see the highest bar in the physical functioning and the bodily pain domains. Similarly, the scores in the other domains like the role limitation due to physical problems, role limitation due to emotional problems, vitality, emotional well-being, and social functioning. Here we have the lowest mean in role limitation due to emotional problems, as it is evident here by the bar graph as well, which indicates that the participants felt that there was a very little interference of their emotional status in their daily working or in their daily social roles. Similarly, the social functioning had a mean as 57.79 and the general perception of health also had like an average mean of 57.38. We performed a one-way ANOVA, which revealed that basically the scores in the role limitation due to physical functioning domain was statistically significant between at least 2 groups in the year of study. All right. Similarly, we came to know that the students having a family income above almost like near 90,000 scored significantly higher in bodily pain domains as compared to other domains. The students from the upper middle class had significantly higher score in mental health domain. Similarly, we also came to know, and which is one of the significant finding of our research, is that the percentage score in the professional exams was negatively correlated with the scores in the bodily pain domains, which indicate that those students having higher score in bodily pain domains had significantly lower scores in professional exams. Similarly, the students having high scores in professional exams had significantly lower scores in bodily pain domains, which reflects a significant and an important negative relation. Similarly, what we have concluded, basically the health-related quality of life scores of medical students have revealed that there is a better physical functioning. However, there is a poor emotional status during the pandemic, as we can clearly see in the bar graph and in the results as well from the means that were obtained in the individual domains. Similarly, we also came to know that the poor emotional status was evident during the pandemic, which has influence the daily working of the medical students of Pakistan, and the scores in the professional exams was negatively influenced by the scores in the bodily pain domains of the health-related quality of life as well. So that was all from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Morish. It was a wonderful presentation. And I guess we have just highlighted this issue, discussed this issue with Dr. Shagufta and Dr. Afia. So let's move on to our next presenter, Usama Babir. He's from Fazaiya Medical College, and the topic is relationship of water intake, nighttime sleep, exercise, and breakfast with examination scores in final year medical students.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me?
Wa alaikum salam. Yes, we can all hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna start sharing the. Can you see my screen, the presentation?
Yes.
Achha, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Osama and I'm a final year medical student. So basically the topic that I chose for my research was the role of lifestyle habits with academic performance. Giving the brief introduction, I would like to say lifestyle medicine is an important factor in the management of many chronic or acute diseases these days. And there are a lot of different aspects of our lives which help us be better adapted to our daily activities, our examinations. So basically what I did was that we wanted to see the link between healthy meals, sleep hygiene, exercise, and water intake, and how they would actually influence our cognitive ability in exams. So what we did was we conducted a cross-sectional study, which was done on 107 final year medical students. And what we did was we circulated a informed consent and questionnaire regarding breakfast intake, nighttime sleep schedules, water intake, and exercise patterns, with maintaining perfect confidentiality between all our students. So basically how we divided it was regarding exercise, we used the WHO and CDC recommended guidelines, which tell us how many hours of exercise you do, and we divided them into moderate and mild, moderate, and severe, which would mean moderate being once you start exercising, you are only able to talk but not sing. And the severe form of exercises being you're not even able to talk while exercising. That is the level of severity. So the data was processed on IBM SPSS version 21, and a response rate of 86% was obtained. So basically, the main topic would be how we concluded the results. Okay, so I would like to say approximately 60% of our students were females and 40% of them were male. And 51% of them reported to taking 4 to 7 glasses of water a day, and 22% consume more than 8 glasses a day. And we found that there was a linear correlation between the number of glasses of water that each significant student took and their exam score performances that concurred later. So it was also found that students who had healthier lifelong water drinking habits maintained them during the examination and time of stress with a strong correlation. So second, I would like to talk about the breakfast habits. We divided them into 4 categories, which means some of them students who skipped breakfast, some who had a very light snack, including a cup of tea, juice, 1 glass of coffee or something, and who had moderate breakfast, and those who had a full breakfast. A full breakfast consists of, for example, a whole roti and daily a traditional curry or gravy. So it was found out that there students who had healthier breakfast habits performed better in exams with a positive correlation, and the significance was developed as 0.05. We also found that students who had healthier breakfast habits maintained them during examination days, and significant positive correlation regarding that aspect as well. Now coming on to sleep and exercise. Both of these did state that there was a positive linear correlation between exercise and also the sleep schedule. The more you sleep before the night of the exam, the better you're able to perform the next day in your exam. Lastly, it was concluded that basically the breakfast aspect of it and the water intake aspect of it had a very significant role in how the students performed in the exam. And those who had a fuller breakfast and those who had a more amount of water intake throughout the period and before their examinations did score a higher score in their exam. So concluding the results, I would like to say that medical students are a particularly high amount of stress due to their diverse and demanding curriculum. They're often subjected to stress and increased pressure, particularly during exam seasons. And lifestyle habits, including fuller breakfast, greater time of sleep, high water intake, and increased physical activity and exercise does play a vital role in improving their performance in exams. And lifestyle habits are of great significance to overall performance and short-term habits and are useful in specific examinations. Thank you so much.
Great, Usama. It was wonderful. I guess you have covered all the major pillars of lifestyle medicine into your study.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so your next participant we have is Hamna Ikhlaq. She is all from Islamic International Medical College. And the topic of her presentation is imposter phenomena and factors associated with it in future health care professionals. Ji Hamna Ikhlaq, are you with us? Hamna Ikhlaq, imposter phenomena. Should I move on to the next one? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, this is Hamna Ikhlaq here, and recently I worked on this research topic of imposter phenomenon and the factors associated with it in the future healthcare professionals. Now basically what imposter phenomena is and how it affects the lives or the mental wellness and health of medical students. So basically, imposter phenomena is a psychological, or you say, a behavioral pattern that encompasses the severe feelings of doubt. You doubt your capabilities, you doubt your intellect, despite doing good in your exams or your undertakings. And so, there is a lot of low self-esteem found in such students. So what happens is, back then, it was believed that this phenomena was commonly seen in females, but now a lot of research has been done and it has been claimed that it is equally common in men as it is in females or women. So along with the self-esteem, there are many other aspects of imposterism, like comparing yourself with your peers, or lack of discipline, or falling into the extremes, like either you're going to burn out because you wanted to perfect yourself, or either you just procrastinate the entire time because you're too scared to face your challenges. And so in order to determine that, we wanted to work and see what aspects of imposter phenomena were predominantly seen among the students. And as an observation, I kind of analyzed, or kind of realized, I'd say, that it was commonly seen among students that were transitioning from their preclinical to their clinical setting, that is like 3rd or 4th year of their medical school. So because of that, we wanted to take the reference population as 3rd and 4th year medical students. So the second objective that we wanted to work on was to find out the level of severity among such students, how severely it is found in medical students, and especially the transitioning students. So we included a bunch of medical colleges from Punjab, and we calculated our sample size. And the data collection method was a scale. It was a Likert scale, Clance Imposter Phenomena scale. It had 20 items with all the possible feelings that you could get if you are an imposter. And so we determined and we concluded at the end that there were few aspects out of those 20 items, there were few aspects that were absolutely common in students. And so one of the aspects was the fear of failure. You're afraid to be evaluated. You're afraid that people might ask you questions and they might find out that you're not as capable as they think you are. And another item was absolutely common, which was the feeling, or basically the attitude of comparing yourself with others around you. There was also some feelings that were not really prominent, like attributing your success to some kind of an error. Of course, we don't do that. And so at the end, we concluded that quite a huge percentage of medical students suffer from imposterism, and the very prominent aspects were self-doubt, comparison, fear of failures. Yes, exactly. So at the end, I'd like to say that because this phenomena is very common, and mental health and wellness is the first thing that we need to consider for a healthcare professional in order to ensure the safety of the patient and of course the wellness of the healthcare professional themselves. So to kind of as a recommendation, or to alleviate or mitigate the phenomena, what we can do is we can actually hold counseling sessions, therapy sessions, group sessions, or group therapies as you call, to ensure or to make them realize, or make the students know that they're not alone in this. They're not the only ones suffering from this. So through group sessions and group therapies, this is how you can mitigate these feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamna Ikhlaq, for touching the sensitive issue. And I thank you for the strategies as well for mentioning and mitigating this imposter phenomena. So next candidate is Alima Sahar Awan. She is also from Islamic International Medical College, and the topic is frequency of IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, among undergraduate medical students of Twin Cities. Alima Sahar.
Ma'am, should I share?
Ji, please. Alima, is she online? Or we have a video recording?
I have a video recording. No, she's not online. I think I should share.
Okay.
Okay.
The students have really picked up very interesting topics, I must say. And it's all showing their dedication. And IBS is something again very common among our youth.
I think there is an issue in the recording.
Okay,
I can't play the recording. Ma'am Miranti is online, so you can take her.
Okay, we can move on to our next participant.
Online.
Ji, Zile Huma, next.
Ma'am, Dr. Miranti is online.
Dr. Miranti, okay. So Dr. Miranti's poster, she was in another presentation. She's from among the faculty, and she is an international speaker from Indonesia. The topic of her article is, e-poster is differences in nutrient levels in breast milk. Thank you, Miranti, for joining us.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to see you here.
I'm sorry for being late in this presentation. Thank you for the chance.
Yeah, sure. Please, we are delighted to see you. Continue, please.
Okay, I will.
Can you share your screen?
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yes, we can view now.
Yeah, here is my poster. Actually, this is a ongoing research. We're still working on it. Due to the review of my abstracts, the title of my poster now, nutrient levels in breast milk as an epigenetic factor for early childhood. I do this research with my colleagues, Mulyani Husnul Khotimah, Niken Widyaningsih, Rizky Triutami Soekarno. We are from Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Indonesia. The background of this research about breast milk is one of the epigenetic factors that affect the growth of infants since the early days of life. The nutritional content of breast milk is unique and varies among mother and from the express of the breast milk itself. Nutrient levels in breast milk change throughout the breastfeeding process. This study aims to determine the differences in nutrient levels in foremilk, middle milk, and hind milk. Actually, broad-wide, we only know foremilk and hind milk. We use middle milk in this research to make a difference between foremilk and hind milk. Material and methods in this research, we collect 9 samples of breast milk from mothers who breastfeed babies aged 4 to 8 months, were examined through the proximal fluid test. Breast milk samples were obtained from expressed breast milk. The samples of foremilk were 10 milliliter, middle milk was 30 milliliter, and hind milk was 10 milliliter. And we can see in the result here that nutrients in breast milk contain water, as fat, protein, and carbohydrates. Blue for milk, yellow for midstream, and red for hind milk. We can see here that in hind milk, the majority of content is fat, and this is the highest fat compared with middle milk and foremilk. So if mothers want to give most fat for her baby, so she has to give hind milk for her baby. Hind milk is the last breast milk expressed when she or the mother breastfeed the baby. And we can see here that water is the most content of nutrient in breast milk in foremilk. And the conclusion of this research, for now, the level of nutrients in breast milk is different for each part of the milk that is released during the breastfeeding process. The highest carbohydrates and fats are found in hind milk. Here we can see that carbohydrate, the second high proportion after fat in hind milk. And here's the references. Thank you.
Learn on the fly as a parent. The time True pooped in the bathtub.
Thank you, Miranti, for enlightening us with this unique topic. And we cannot deny this value and importance of epigenetic factors in holistic health. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's move on to our next participant. Moving back to the students. I guess next is Zile Huma. Am I right? Zile Huma. And the topic is a comparative study of healthy lifestyle practices among housewives and working class women. Ji Zile Huma. Are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. This is Zile Huma from 4th year MBBS, Islamic International Medical College. And the topic of our study was a comparative study on health-related lifestyle practices among housewives and working class of women. And it was a comparative study. On to the introduction, a healthy lifestyle is aimed to prevent a number of diseases, and women, being an important part of the society, need to practice healthy lifestyle in order to contribute their best to the society. But this area still remains unexplored. Therefore, this study was aimed to assess the frequency of healthy lifestyle practices and their comparison between the two groups. And our hypothesis was that working women have healthy lifestyle as compared to housewives. Onto the methodology, it was a descriptive cross-sectional study conducted in a time period of 2 weeks. And the females of Pakistan were targeted in this study. A total of 111 females participated, 56 were housewives and 55 were working women. The data was collected through a Google form questionnaire that consisted of 6 sections targeting nutrition, exercise, sleep, and support network, and a section to assess the level of motivation. All the married females were included in this study, and all unmarried females were excluded, and the data was analyzed using SPSS. The results showed that health-related quality of working women was better in every aspect except for diet as compared to housewives. Sleep showed no significant differences between the two groups, and the overall health of the participants was average. Onto the graphs, on the x-axis, the two classes are shown, and on the y-axis, the number of females scoring in each categories. And the categories are poor, average, and good. The first graph shows overall health, and it shows that the number of housewives having average health is greater, but when compared to working women, they have greater numbers scoring in good category. The second graph shows social networking, and the number of housewives having poor social networking when compared to working women is greater. The third graph is about physical activity, and it shows that the number of females having poor physical activity is more in case of housewives. The fourth graph is about diet, and it shows that the number of housewives having a good diet as compared to working women is far greater. On concluding this, although working class of women had better lifestyle as compared to housewives, the overall practices of healthy lifestyles were deficient when compared to recommended ones. There were some limitations to this study. It was a cross-sectional study, and study could not include illiterate housewives. Socioeconomic variable could not be included in the study as well, and the data was limited. And the results might be influenced by difference in data collection. Some recommendations are also mentioned, and references and acknowledgements are given below as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Zilehama. So that was an interesting study, which is optimistic for the working women. Still, we both need to work for maintaining and reaching the recommended levels. So the next participant is Hina Fatima. She is also from Islamic International Medical College, and the topic of her study is evaluation of barriers in practicing healthy lifestyle among medical students of Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Ji Hina Fatima.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hina Fatima and my group member is Anam Sana. We are 4th year medical students of Islamic International Medical College. The topic of our research was evaluation of barriers in practicing healthy lifestyle among medical students of Islamabad and Rawalpindi. So basically, healthy lifestyle is the actions and strategies one puts in place to achieve optimum health. It is an adoption and execution of behaviors that will reduce the risk of serious illness. Healthy living is about taking responsibility and making smart health choices for today and future. It is a fundamental human right to be healthy. The objective of our research was to evaluate the barriers in practicing healthy lifestyle among medical students, and our hypothesis was poor lifestyle practices among medical students owing to certain barriers. So it was a quantitative, descriptive, cross-sectional study held among the medical students of Rawalpindi and Islamabad. Reference population was 5,000 and our sample size was 357, calculated by Rawsoft. Statistical analysis was done via SPSS. A validated lifestyle and habits questionnaire was used and data was collected through Google Forms. So the duration of study was from 11 to 22nd October 2021. So all the MBBS students from first to final year of medical colleges of Islamabad and Rawalpindi are included in this study. Now coming to the results, the frequencies of medical students performing physical activity was 35.5%. Those who are taking healthy diet was 56%. Those having good psychological health was 83.3%. Having good social connections 97%. And having a good sleep hygiene was 65%. The most important barriers which the medical students face in practicing healthy lifestyle were lack of time, laziness, burden of studies, fast food addiction, lack of resources, and social media addiction. So as seen in the pie charts, the most significant barrier in performing physical activity was lack of time, that is 28%. Barrier in taking healthy diet was food choices, 26%, and the barrier for lack of adequate sleep was late night studies, 23%. So we should make an effort to provide students an environment so that they can practice healthy lifestyle. Awareness programs about healthy lifestyle should be placed, and stress management skills should be taught to them so that they will adopt a healthy lifestyle. So keeping in view the medical background of sample population, the frequency of physical inactivity among medical students was relatively high as compared to the other aspects of healthy lifestyle, that is diet, sleep, psychological health. And the most common barriers, as already been discussed, were lack of time, overuse of social media, laziness, and stress of studies. So the references are being given below. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hina Fatma. So now let's move on to our last participant, Hamna Ikhlaq, and the topic of her e-poster is sleep pattern changes among medical students during SARS-CoV-19 infection.
Excuse me, she is second last. After Hamna, there is Rubaid also. He's also going to present.
Okay, okay. Ji Hamna, Zia, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay.
Let me share my part. Second. Can you all see my screen, my poster?
Yes,
okay.
we can.
Okay. Okay. I'm Hamna Zia from final year MBBS. My partner Zara Lateef and myself are authors of the poster Sleep Pattern Changes Among Medical Students During SARS-CoV-19 Pandemic. To give you a little background, sleep is crucial for homeostasis of living beings, but medical students often lack sleep because of their tough schedules and course load. To make it worse, COVID-19 imposed a lot of restrictions, causing modifications in our lifestyle. As a result, it affected our mental health and particularly our sleep. The objective of our study was to characterize sleep patterns among medical students during COVID-19 pandemic. Our study was a cross-sectional descriptive study carried out in October 2020 among major medical universities of Punjab. Our sample size was 379 using Rosov calculator. Data was gathered through convenient sampling. Our data collection was done using a self-administered questionnaire called Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index. And finally, we analyzed our data using Microsoft Excel. Now coming to the results, 73.8% were females and 26.3% were males who answered. So more females were involved in our study. The results showed that across all age groups, the sleep was actually disturbed during the pandemic, and there was significant negative effect on sleep quality. Moreover, the male students who had poorer sleep patterns, than their female counterparts. Furthermore, the sleep quality exacerbated greatly in those who had actually been tested positive for coronavirus than those who did not contact the virus. Now, coming to the conclusion, during the COVID-19 pandemic, sleep actually had been negatively affected and sleep patterns were disturbed and sleep quality had decreased, even though a lot of students did spend a great deal of time at home. And those students who contacted coronavirus, their sleep was significantly more disturbed. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hamna Zia. Now, if Rubaid Dalhan is online, I would like him to share his screen with us. Ji Rubaid, are you with us?
Ma'am, he's having internet issue, so I'm going to share his video.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum everyone, welcome to my presentation of gauging the risk factors for asymptomatic bacteria in type 2 diabetic women, a case control study. So just touch upon briefly regarding the background and objectives of the study, we wanted to analyze the risk factors associated with asymptomatic bacteria in type 2 diabetic women. Asymptomatic bacteria is a well-established risk factor for frequent urinary tract infections. So we wanted to identify a population which is at more high risk for asymptomatic bacteria, and if there's any efficacy regarding the antibiotic regimen in combating this disease. So moving on to the methodology section of our study, the methodological approval was obtained from the Diabetic Clinic of the Holy Family Hospital, Rawalpindi. The case control study was conducted from February 2019 to January 2020, which is almost a span of 11 months. The inclusion criteria that we had was type 2 diabetic females reporting to the clinic for follow-up of diabetes and no urinary tract infection when the written informed consent was obtained. The exclusion criteria is as follows: pregnant females, insulin dependent or type 1 diabetes, catheterization of the urinary tract, structural urinary tract abnormalities, chronic kidney disease, nephrolithiasis, antibiotic use in the last 14 days, any surgical procedure within the last 4 months, and any organ failure, any conditions predisposing to immunosuppressive states such as HIV or malignancy. In order to maximize the efficacy of our data and results, we also selected some control participants. The same exclusion criteria was applied to these control participants, and urine sample which showed absence of bacteria was also one of the inclusion criteria for the control participants. 166 controls were selected, which is 2 controls per case from the population after matching. The sample size, it came down to 667 participants, which were tested for 6 months with simultaneous documentation and interviews with each patient. 93 samples from these participants, they reported for more than 2 bacterial species or more than 20 squamous cells, and they were rejected on the grounds of contamination. Regarding the statistical technique, the analysis was done on SPSS. The normal.
I have requested Rubaid to come online because the voice is very low, so he's going to represent. Rubaid.
Okay, he's with us.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Hello?
A little better, but
Hello?
still.
Can you hear me? Is it better now?
Yeah, now it's better.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to the audio. I'm having internet connection. That's why I sent my audio clip. Let me share my screen pretty quickly. I'm so sorry for that.
It's okay. You can start from where you left.
Okay. Where was I? I think. Oh yeah. All right. So moving on to the methodology section. Let me see how to get rid of the sound.
Yes, you have to share the results.
Yes.
Just briefly mention the results and
Okay.
then the conclusion.
So basically, looking upon the results, we looked at different parameters. Along with BMI, we also wanted to look at other medication use, their insulin, their SGLT2 inhibitors, antibiotic use, whether it was normal or excessive, the UTI history, pyuria, and also we also looked at their glucose levels through HbA1c levels and the number of diabetic years that they had, like the number of patients. We also looked at family income and their educational status and with their contraceptive use. Moving on to the next slide. So basically, there were several factors that we looked upon, but we only identified some significant factors which had a strong correlation with the likelihood of contracting asymptomatic bacteria. These were the parameters were SGLT inhibitor use, antibiotic use excessively, UTI history, proteinuria, and high levels of HbA1c, and also a longer span of diabetic years. Also, of all the participants, we also analyzed their urine for organisms to identify which organism was more commonly present among the population. But since E. coli is commonly more associated with asymptomatic bacteria, but due to the excessive use of antibiotics in all participants, 24.4% of the participants had Klebsiella, and 20% of the participants had Pseudomonas present in their urine samples. So this was something which was kind of interesting. Just it was correlated to the excessive antibiotic use, and we wanted to represent that in our data. Again, this was like the first study that was conducted from Pakistan, which depicted the prevalence of asymptomatic bacteria among the population. In our sample size, 19% samples that were tested positive. The factors that led to the onset of asymptomatic bacteria were concluded to be higher HbA1c levels, a higher BMI index, more diabetic years, previous UTI history, excessive antibiotic use, and the use of SGLT2 inhibitors along with proteinuria. So in all, we just wanted to overall, like the implication of the study is that we recommended that the population needs to be educated regarding their antibiotic use and a healthier lifestyle to lower the chances of asymptomatic bacteria. However, more studies need to be conducted to find the correlation between that. I think my study stopped. Thank you. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Rubaiyat. Jazakallah. You all have really wholeheartedly worked on your e-posters. I congratulate you all. And now I would request our chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. Humaira Fayaz, to conclude this session. Please, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. Thank you, everyone. It was truly a great day indeed. We had two very interactive sessions and two very interesting research presentation sessions, especially the research presented by all our dear students. They were great, and we were all very impressed by all of you. So at this moment, I think we had a full day. I would like to conclude, but before I conclude, on behalf of the scientific committee, I would like to thank everyone, to the wonderful speakers and to our wonderful IT experts who help us throughout the day, to our dear moderators who were very helpful, calling in the different presenters, managing things, and of course the evaluators who will be of course presenting us with the results. So I would at the end thank you all, but in the hope that you will all join us again tomorrow on our in our on-site conference in I-14 Hajj complex. So once again, I thank you all for joining us today. Today was a great day. Thank you all.